Chapter 1530. This was how he had dealt with the Firebird artifact spirit just now. In order to capture Yang Kai alive, Qi Tianche had put in a lot of effort. From the information he had gathered, he knew that Yang Kai had many terrifying helpers around him. However, he had full confidence in the Sealed World Bead. The Sealed World Bead was one of the 2 Emperor artifact beads, and after refining it, Qi Tianche was able to control some of the Sealed World Bead's principles. As long as Yang Kai's helpers were excluded, a trivial first-order origin returning realm was nothing in his eyes. Once he captured Yang Kai alive, not only could he learn the mysteries of Space Force from him, but he could also force Yi Shiyun into a desperate situation and even force her back to Supreme Profound Sect's ancestral land, killing several birds with one stone. From the very beginning, Qi Tianche had never intended to fight to the death with Yi Shiyun. His goal had always been Yang Kai. The vortex that had appeared before appeared again, releasing a terrifying suction force that attempted to swallow the stone mongoose. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai roared angrily as he stretched out his hand and grasped towards the vortex. Rich space force surged out and shattered the vortex, allowing the stone mongoose, whose movements had been affected, to recover. Yang Kai laughed, "Old man, it seems your grasp of the world principles here isn't enough." Qi Tianche's face sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He had not expected that Yang Kai could even break through his means. In terms of mastery of Space Force, even after refining the Sealed World Bead, Qi Tianche was no match for Yang Kai. The stone mongoose moved like the wind, and the moment it broke free from the suction force, it took a step forward and swung its stick fiercely. Qi Tianche did not dare take this attack head-on and hurriedly dodged. The heaven-shaking pillar brushed past his body, numbing his waist and ribs. Before Qi Tianche could regain his balance though, a strong wind blew over his head and Yang Kai's shout reached his ears, "Old dog, try taking a punch from me." Good timing. Qi Tianche looked surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't summon his artifact or use his secret technique, he just wanted to fight Yang Kai with his physical body. First, because this place didn't allow him to do so, and second, because he was full of confidence in his physical fitness. Now that he saw Yang Kai act recklessly, he was naturally overjoyed. He thought that Yang Kai was getting carried away. He was deeply afraid of the stone giant's strength, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of a mere Yang Kai. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian threw a punch forward. The 2 fists collided, and a loud boom rang out. Yang Kai's figure was sent flying like an arrow from a bow. Qi Tianche couldn't help but groan as he was struck by a huge force and sunk 3 feet into the ground. His face changed color in spite of himself. Although it was only a head-on collision, with his experience and knowledge, it was not difficult for him to see that Yang Kai's physical fitness did not seem to be inferior to his at all. In that blow just now, both of them had suffered some losses, and neither of them had gained the upper hand. How is this possible? Qi Tianche had lived for hundreds of years, and from the moment he stepped onto the martial Dao, he had always focused on tempering his physique. With his body tempering secret technique, his body was now several times stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm. He could even take on an ordinary origin grade high-rank artifact head-on. But how old is this little brat? How did he do it? How can he have such a strong physique? The astonishing vitality coming from his body was simply unbelievable to Qi Tianche. Before Qi Tianche could think of anything else, the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar swept over again. This time, Qi Tianche couldn't avoid it and his entire body sank into the ground. Seeing the black stick flying towards him, Qi Tianche took a deep breath and the faint light that was originally blooming from his body suddenly became brighter. In an instant, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of inexplicable metal, giving off an indescribably hard luster. Clenching his fists, Qi Tianche raised his arms to block his face. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking pillar arrived. Kong, Qi Tianche was sent flying by a huge force until he hit the edge of this mysterious small world and landed heavily. His face paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet, staring forward with a dignified expression. This time, he had suffered a big loss. The heaven-shaking pillar was forged from heavenly crystal profound iron, an ancient artifact that Yang Kai had brought out from the Emperor Garden. Heavenly crystal profound iron was a top-grade origin king-grade material, a palm-sized piece weighing over 10,000 kilograms. If it was fused into an artifact during the refinement process, it would make the artifact extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. The heaven-shaking pillar was completely forged from this strange material and was extremely heavy. Yang Kai could barely pick it up, but it was impossible for him to swing it. Only a strange creature like the stone mongoose could use this kind of strange artifact. Even with Qi Tianche's hundreds of years of body-tempering secret techniques, he was unable to resolve the violent blow of the heaven-shaking pillar. How does it feel? Yang Kai flicked his wrist as he stood not far away. Just now, he had exchanged a punch with Qi Tianche, so his hand was a little sore. Not bad. Qi Tianche forced himself to remain calm and gently nodded. Sect Master Yang is truly amazing. In the future, you will definitely become the most dazzling star on Shadowed Star and may even unify it. Unfortunately, you met this old master, so you won't have such an opportunity. His body flashing with a metallic light, Qi Tianche rushed towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. A round sun suddenly appeared above his head and bloomed with dazzling light. Origin King Grade Artifact, Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. From the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, wisps of light overflowed, radiating a blazing heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world as they shot towards Yang Kai. At the same time, Qi Tianche also released his grand accomplishment Shi and covered the entire mysterious small world. The already narrow space suddenly became thick and sticky, giving one the illusion that they were stuck in a swamp, as if the more they struggled, the deeper they would sink. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he knew that this old man was going to go all out against him. He could not defeat the stone mongoose in terms of strength, so he could only choose himself as a target. Not daring to show any neglect, Yang Kai also released his Shi. Space suddenly became distorted, and in places visible to the naked eye and invisible to the naked eye, small void cracks began to appear, as if they had been cut by a sharp weapon, but they were immediately repaired by the small sealed world's world principles before reappearing, repeating the process over and over again. Yang Kai's Shi was condensed from Emperor pressure and integrated with his own proficiency in the Tao of space, making it far stronger than the Shi of an ordinary cultivator. Once released, it was enough to affect the surrounding space. The collapsed areas and the small cracks that appeared were the best evidence. However, this alone was not enough to compete with Qi Tianche's grand accomplishment Shi, which had already touched the threshold of territory. A sizzling sound rang out. Hundreds of golden blood threads shot out and hovered around Yang Kai's body, constantly cutting through the suppression of Qi Tianche's Shi. Yang Kai's golden blood thread secret technique had the effect of breaking Shi, so now that he had released over 100 of them, its effect was naturally remarkable. With this two-pronged attack, the pressure on Yang Kai suddenly disappeared and he instantly lifted the constraints of his grand accomplishment Shi. Under his control, the golden blood threads flew around Yang Kai, intercepting all the incoming Great Sun's divine light, preventing them from causing any harm to Yang Kai. Qi Tianche was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that the situation would develop to this point. All of the trump cards and means he was so proud of were not able to play much of a role in front of Yang Kai. At this moment, Qi Tianche felt a little uneasy. But now that the arrow had been knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Yi Shiyun was still waiting for him outside, so if he could not capture Yang Kai in this mysterious small world, even if he managed to escape, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Only by capturing Yang Kai here could Qi Tianche regain control of the overall situation. Making up his mind, Qi Tianche flew in front of Yang Kai and sent out a barrage of punches and kicks, carrying with them an unstoppable force. Yang Kai did not dodge at all and instead punched out with his fists, pushing his Saint Qi as his muscles trembled, and he engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Tianche. All of Qi Tianche's plots and schemes were futile at this moment. Only by overwhelming the other party with strength could he win the final victory. The two of them were like two boorish men from the depths of the mountains, their fists and feet clashing. This was a collision of pure, direct, barbaric, and bloody. Peng 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 sounds rang out incessantly as the sound of metal colliding rang out from the two of them, mixed with occasional muffled groans. In this clash of physical strength, the two sides were actually evenly matched. Fang Peng was dumbfounded as he watched from the sidelines. He had been brought into this mysterious small world by Qi Tianche and thought that he could easily capture Yang Kai by joining forces with Qi Tianche. Fang Peng believed that Qi Tianche had planned to do the same, but now, to his dismay, he found that he couldn't intervene in this battle at all and could only stand in place and watch anxiously. Even the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao was waiting for an opportunity to strike, not attacking rashly. It also couldn't intervene. Peng peng peng, Qi Tianche's body, which he was so proud of, was bombarded by Yang Kai's fists during the battle. His physique, which was comparable in strength to an origin-grade high-rank artifact, was unable to withstand his opponent's tremendous strength. The violent bombardment shook his physique and stimulated his meridians and bones, making him feel as if he couldn't bear it any longer. Qi Tianche didn't suffer much damage, but he was bleeding from his mouth and nose, making him look extremely ferocious. The same was true for Yang Kai, but the blood flowing out of his body was golden and filled with powerful self-healing and restorative abilities. The vitality contained in this golden blood was astonishing. This battle seemed to have aroused the ferocious nature in the depths of Kai Yang's heart. His eyes also became cruel and bloodthirsty. His eyes were crimson red, and his demeanor was ruthless. He was like a beast that had been released from its cage and was about to devour its prey. Time passed by slowly. The two of them were covered in blood and cracks, but the strength of Yang Kai's punches didn't decrease in the slightest and instead became heavier and heavier, each blow causing Qi Tianche's body to tremble violently. Qi Tianche's momentum, on the other hand, was gradually weakening. The difference in strength was clear. Perhaps, the two of them were evenly matched in terms of physical tempering and strength. However, Yang Kai had an advantage that Qi Tianche didn't, and that was his golden blood. Yang Kai could recover from his injuries in a very short time, but Qi Tianche couldn't, so naturally, the two of them gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 1531. A centipede dies but never falls down, let alone a master like Qi Tianche who had touched the threshold of the Origin King realm. Even though he was at a slight disadvantage, Qi Tianche was not discouraged and simply wanted to do his best to defeat Yang Kai. Old dog, choosing to compete in physical strength with this sect master in this kind of place is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now it's time to pay the price for your choice. Yang Kai was bathed in blood, but he was still fighting to his heart's content. With a loud roar, a five-colored brilliance suddenly burst from his body. Gold, blue, white, red, and yellow intertwined and fused together, creating a brilliant and domineering five-colored light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. Yang Kai's aura, which had already reached its peak, soared once again, followed by an even more frightening and violent aura. A kind of power that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth burst out from Yang Kai's body. Qi Tianche was horrified. He had been fighting Yang Kai in close quarters all this time, so he could clearly see the changes in Yang Kai's body more clearly than anyone else. When this five-colored brilliance appeared, Qi Tianche's strength increased by more than 30%. 30% might not seem like much, but it was enough to expand his originally weak advantage to the limit. Hong, Yang Kai punched out, and Qi Tianche raised his hand to block, but he was unable to resist this devastating blow, and even his palm was sent flying back to his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Qi Tianqui's chest caved in and his raised hand drooped down. Qi Tianqui's physique and bones, which had been tempered for hundreds of thousands of years, could not withstand such a blow and directly burst apart. The clear sound of bones breaking rang out one after another from Qi Tianqui's body as Yang Kai's fists rained down on his opponent again and again. Fang Peng's face twitched as he watched from the side, his eyes twitching wildly. Qi Tianqi screamed in horror, his liver and gall splitting as he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai head-on, subconsciously trying to dodge and retreat. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? Like a crazed beast, he pounced on Qi Tianqi and continued to bombard him. Qi Tianqi's extremely sturdy body was beaten into a bloody mess. There was almost no part of his body that was intact. His flesh was cracked, his flesh was exposed, and his bones were broken. White bone stubble poked out, visible to the naked eye. He kept screaming, but he couldn't dodge, and was hit by Yang Kai until he spat out blood. He had purposely chosen this battlefield, which had become his fatal restriction. It made it impossible for him to move his body and execute his movement techniques. Bang! Yang Kai punched out again, hitting the bridge of Qi Tianqi's nose. Under the powerful force, Qi Tianqi's nose was smashed crooked, making his already ferocious face look even more frightening. His eyes were dyed red with blood and his vision blurred as he was sent flying backwards by the force of this blow. Xiao xiao! Yang Kai roared. The stone mongoose brandished the heaven-shaking pillar and took 2 steps forward, swinging the black rod in its hand. Hong, the heaven-shaking pillar smashed into Qi Tianqi's back. His spine seemed to have been shattered, and Qi Tianqi was sent flying back. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and did not try to kill him again. He felt that Xiaoxiao's blow had almost completely destroyed Qi Tianqi's ability to resist. Like a dead fish, Qi Tianqi fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and lay there, seemingly unable to even move. Kai Yang walked over and stood beside him, looking down at him condescendingly, his eyes like an ice-cold blade, flashing a cold light. Qi Tianqi opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. "Don't worry, take a deep breath, I still have something to ask you," Yang Kai grinned, his white fangs stained with his golden blood shining brightly. Qi Tianqi closed his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. Yang Kai then looked up at Fang Peng not far away and grinned meaningfully, his eyes filled with malicious intent. Being stared at like this, Fang Peng felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet trembling as he panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Sect Master Yang, please show mercy." Last time on Fallen Emperor Mountain, this Fang was just following orders. If this Fang has offended you in any way, this Fang will apologize to you here. Apologize? Yang Kai curled his lips, "Why would I need you to apologize?" As he spoke, he pointed at him and growled, "Kill him." The stone mongoose rushed out and rushed towards Fang Peng. The next moment, a shout and the sound of battle rang out. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention. If this were outside, the stone mongoose might not be able to kill Fang Peng. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master, so even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still run. But here, things were different. With a radius of 300 meters, Fang Peng had no chance of escaping. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Qi Tianqi again and waited for a while before asking, "How do you want to die?" Qi Tianqi seemed to have caught his breath and chuckled. If Sect Master Yang really wanted to kill this old master, he wouldn't have asked such a question. "Do you think I won't kill you?" Yang Kai's expression became cold. "At the very least, Sect Master Yang won't kill this old master before we leave this place. You're worried that if you kill this old master, you won't be able to leave this place. You're smart enough to know what I want," Yang Kai smiled. "If I didn't know this, then this old master wouldn't have lived all these years in vain." Sect Master Yang has a request, and this old master wants to live. How about we negotiate? What kind of negotiation? Let's hear it, Yang Kai gestured. After this old master recuperates here for a while and recovers from his injuries, I'll let you go. Of course, Sect Master Yang must not find trouble with this old master again in the future, and this old master can also promise to live in seclusion and never become your enemy, Qi Tianche proposed while gasping for breath. Wouldn't that be a great bargain for you? Yang Kai sneered when he heard this and said sarcastically, Old dog, aren't you mistaken about something? What is it? Qi Tianche asked leisurely. I'm the knife and you're the fish. Now, whatever I want you to do, you'll do it. With a low shout, Yang Kai stomped his foot towards one of Qi Tianche's hands. The sound of bones breaking rang out and Qi Tianche's hand immediately changed shape. Qi Tianche's face twisted in pain, but he didn't make a sound, simply glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. Let me out and I'll leave your corpse intact. This is this sect master's biggest concession. If that's the case, this old master would rather die here. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head and said calmly, this old master also knows what Sect Master Yang is thinking. Do you think your attainments in the Tao of space are far more profound than this old master's? Since this old master can refine the sealed world bead, you must be able to as well, so even if you kill this old master, you'll only need to spend some time to leave here, right? Correct, Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, Sect Master Yang can give it a try. It's not that this old master is looking down on you, but even if your attainments in the Tao of space are profound, wanting to refine the sealed world bead here, heh. Qi Tianche smiled mysteriously. This old master has been in retreat for several dozen years before he was able to refine the sealed world bead enough to open this small mysterious small world. Now that Sect Master Yang is inside, if you want to refine it from the inside, I'm afraid it will be hundreds of times more difficult than this old master trying to refine it. If you are willing to be trapped here for hundreds of years, feel free to kill this old master and this old master will have nothing to say. Yang Kai's face sank. He couldn't tell whether Qi Tianche was trying to intimidate him or if he was telling the truth. If Yang Kai was really trapped here for several dozen years or even 100 years, by the time he left, the outside world would likely have changed greatly. Sect Master Yang should consider this carefully. This matter is of great importance and cannot tolerate the slightest carelessness, Qi Tianche added. Qi Tianche added, putting pressure on Yang Kai. His life was now hanging by a thread, and only a single thought from Yang Kai could decide whether he lived or died, so naturally he didn't dare relax. Yang Kai looked at him, not saying a word. After a long time, he suddenly grinned. Does Senior really want to do this without any room for negotiation? Qi Tianche shook his head and insisted, if not, this old master would rather die here. Good, then die. Yang Kai gently nodded before lifting his foot again and stomping down towards Qi Tianche's head. With a loud bang, like a watermelon bursting, Qi Tianche's head burst apart, blood and brain matter flowing all over the ground as his two eyes rolled to the side, seemingly still filled with disbelief. Ridiculous. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He had really been deceived by Qi Tianche just now. This old man was not to be trifled with, and if he hadn't been caught in his own trap this time, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. How could Yang Kai release such an enemy? Regardless of whether he was telling the truth or not, Qi Tianche had to die. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. He would kill him first. As for being trapped inside the sealed world bead, it wasn't a big deal. Even if what Qi Tianche said was true, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. With his mastery of the Tao of space, it wasn't impossible for him to find a way to leave this place. With Qi Tianche dead, Fang Peng, who was struggling to resist the stone mongoose's attack, was in an even worse state. Originally, he had no intention of fighting here, but now seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, he was scared out of his wits. While fighting with the stone mongoose, Fang Peng loudly begged for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Not only did he not show any intention of sparing him, but he also became impatient with Fang Peng's noise and rushed over, joining forces with the stone mongoose to kill him. Even Qi Tianche wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so in this special environment, how could Fang Peng survive? In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, Thunder Typhoon sect master died tragically under the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar. He didn't have Qi Tianche's powerful physique, so the heaven-shaking pillar was enough to smash him into a meat patty. With two great enemies dead, Yang Kai tidied up his loot, sat down cross-legged for a moment, and immediately began to study a way to leave this place. Tearing space was undoubtedly Yang Kai's biggest advantage. When he was experimenting with it before, he had been interrupted by Qi Tianche, so he didn't know if tearing space would have any effect. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he could naturally experiment. Chapter 1532. Making up his mind, Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and waved it forward, causing a long and narrow void crack to immediately appear in front of him. However, compared to the ones he usually tore through space, this one seemed to be smaller. The world principles inside this sealed world bead seemed to be quite powerful. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, but he didn't delve too deeply into it. Stretching out his hands, he tore the void crack apart and pushed his space force madly, silently widening the long and narrow void crack. Releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that this void crack was extremely stable. Was that old dog Qi Tianche really just spouting nonsense? Yang Kai became suspicious as he dove into the void crack. When he reappeared and looked around, his face couldn't help sinking. This small space, which was less than 300 meters in radius, was a complete mess with traces of a great battle everywhere. Two incomplete corpses lay on the ground, blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Coming out of this void crack was actually this strange small sealed world. Frowning, Yang Kai couldn't help tearing space again. After repeating this a dozen times, Yang Kai didn't continue and instead sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into contemplation. After tearing space more than a dozen times, Yang Kai still couldn't leave this small sealed world and could only move within a 300-meter radius. This result surprised him a little. It seemed that Qi Tianche wasn't spouting nonsense. This sealed world bead really had a mysterious side to it. Even after tearing space, Yang Kai still couldn't escape. Although he didn't succeed in leaving, Yang Kai didn't gain nothing. After tearing space more than a dozen times, he vaguely felt that there was a vague barrier around this small space that isolated him from the outside world. This barrier was inexplicable, but it was precisely because of its existence that this small sealed world was able to form its own world and trap him here. This should be the world principles of this small sealed world. If he could tear apart this barrier, Yang Kai was confident he could leave this place. But how could it be easy to break through the world principles of this small sealed world? Qi Tianche had spent several dozen years refining the sealed world bead, and only then was he able to control a little bit of the world principles that allowed him to enter and leave this place. He didn't have that much time to waste here. But now, besides refining this sealed world bead, there was no other way. How could he refine the sealed world bead? Refining it was tantamount to refining this world. Yang Kai was completely confused, like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, but he didn't know where to start. He sat upright on the spot and began to think hard. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang's confused eyes suddenly blossomed with a glimmer of light. That glimmer of light was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. Very quickly, his eyes became clear. He seemed to have understood something, and couldn't help but become spirited and radiant. Previously, he had entered the wrong line of thought. He thought that if he wanted to leave, he had to refine this world. That was why he was at a loss. But in the end, this world was sealed inside the sealed world bead, and the sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, an artifact. He didn't know how to refine heaven and earth, but refining artifacts was a walk in the park for him. Since Qi Tianche had spent several dozen years in retreat to refine the sealed world bead, this emperor artifact must have been contaminated with his aura. As long as Yang Kai could trace his aura to its source, erase it, and refine it again, he would be able to do so. Comprehending one method, comprehending 10,000 methods, Kai Yang suddenly understood. Getting up, Yang Kai summoned 2 demonic flames and burned the nearby corpse. Only then did Yang Kai release his divine sense and begin to scan the surrounding 300 meters in an attempt to find the traces he was looking for. The result was very smooth, and Yang Kai did find Qi Tianche's aura in this space. It didn't take him much effort to erase it. However, when Yang Kai wanted to leave his aura in this space, he encountered great resistance. Qi Tianche wasn't wrong about one thing. Refining the sealed world bead from the inside was extremely difficult, far more difficult than refining it from the outside. The difference in time and strength required to refine it was hundreds of times greater. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space were countless times more profound than Qi Tianche's, this kind of refining was not something he could complete in a short time. Yang Kai calculated a little and the results he obtained gave him a fright. It would take him at least 10 or 20 years to refine the sealed world bead and escape. Kai Yang suddenly felt some regret. He regretted killing Fangpeng so quickly. If Fangpeng was still alive, Yang Kai could have beaten him up to vent his anger. After frowning and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai calmed his irritation, but he didn't immediately refine the sealed world bead. Instead, he poured out a large pile of crystal stones from his space ring, placed them in front of him, and madly absorbed the energy contained within. Space Spirit Crystals. Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space, surpassing both Mo Shaosheng and Qi Tianche in this territory, was all thanks to Space Spirit Crystals. This kind of strange crystal stone had always only been used as a material for refining space rings, but Yang Kai had taken a different approach and absorbed the energy contained within it to enhance his control of the Tao of space. Space Spirit Crystals were extremely rare, so even if others had this idea, it would be extremely difficult to realize. However, Yang Kai was different. The stone mongoose Xiao Xiao had found a space spirit crystal mine under Dragon Cave Mountain many years ago gave him the capital to squander without any worries. The number of space spirit crystals he had mined back then was not small, but after so many years, Yang Kai would absorb the energy contained within these space spirit crystals whenever he had free time, resulting in a huge consumption. Now, only less than half of what he had originally mined remained. If a worker wanted to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. If Yang Kai wanted to shorten the time it took to refine the sealed world bead, he could only improve his comprehension of the Tao of space and use it more smoothly. As such, Yang Kai planned to use the Tao of space first. One by one, the space spirit crystals turned into dust in Yang Kai's hands. As the sun rose and the moon rose in the outside world, the passage of time inside the sealed world bead was undetectable. After an unknown amount of time, a thick layer of space spirit crystal powder had accumulated around Yang Kai, almost drowning him. After absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals for a long time, coupled with his own insights, Yang Kai vaguely felt that his attainments in the Tao of space had deepened, but he also found that as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, the effect of absorbing the energy from space spirit crystals seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps one day, no matter how much energy he absorbed from space spirit crystals, he would not make any progress. Yang Kai stopped for a while and released his divine sense again to refine this sealed world bead. After a while, his brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. The process of refining this sealed world bead was much easier than before, and Yang Kai could clearly feel the barrier between this sealed world bead and the outside world. As long as he could break through this barrier, he would be able to leave this place. Integrating his space force into his divine sense, Yang Kai began spreading it out like a tide. Yang Kai attempted to leave his mark on this sealed world bead, carving his own soul mark and making it his own. A scene that stunned him suddenly appeared. When his divine sense spread out, this sealed world bead, which originally only occupied a radius of about 300 meters, suddenly became a little larger, and the scenery he could not see before was also imprinted in his eyes. This result surprised Yang Kai. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. Although Qi Tian Che had refined the sealed world bead slightly and was able to enter and exit this sealed world bead, his grasp of the Tao of space was still very shallow, so he could only open up a radius of about 300 meters. Yang Kai was different. His attainments in the Tao of space were much more profound than Qi Tian Che's, so he was able to expand this sealed world bead. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He wanted to know what this sealed world bead would look like when it was fully opened and how large it would be. His original intention of refining the sealed world bead to escape this sealed world bead quietly changed, and Yang Kai began exploring this sealed world bead enthusiastically. Madly pushing his divine sense and mobilizing his grasp of the Tao of space, Yang Kai began expanding the sealed world bead bit by bit, revealing fascinating sceneries he had never seen before. During this process, Yang Kai found that all kinds of magical insights and mysterious powers were pouring into his heart and fusing into the depths of his soul, allowing his understanding of the Tao of space to become clearer and clearer. This was countless times more effective than absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. Expanding the small sealed worlds heaven and earth and absorbing space force had inadvertently formed a virtuous cycle. Yang Kai was overjoyed and became more and more diligent. Inside the sealed world bead was expanding every day, and Yang Kai was also growing every day. With him breaking through the shackles of the first order origin returning realm, Yang Kai broke through to the second order origin returning realm in the sealed world bead. After all, he had already reached the peak of the first order origin returning realm in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and if he had not deliberately suppressed it, he would have broken through at that time. Still, Yang Kai did not stop his pace of exploration, repeating the same process all the time. As his strength increased, his saint chi became purer, and his spiritual energy soared. Yang Kai's overall strength improved. Even that wisp of divine clone was strengthened and nourished. Feeling tired, Yang Kai decided to take a short break. With no one to relieve his boredom, Yang Kai released the stone mongoose and talked to it for a while. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao, was still very interested in the second stone mongoose. Even if this stone mongoose's sentience was incomplete, and it could only be controlled by Yang Kai's soul clone, it was still the only member of Xiao Xiao's race. Xiao Xiao attached great importance to the stone mongoose, so whenever it found something good, Xiao Xiao would share it with it. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai did not know how long he stayed in this sealed world bead, but he had consumed all the space spirit crystals he had. He had also expanded this sealed world bead from its original 300-meter radius to a 100-kilometer radius, and he was making new progress every day. Within this 100-kilometer radius, there were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. However, this was far from the end of the sealed world bead, and in this unknown place, there were more secrets that made one's heart itch. One day, Yang Kai stood up and expanded his divine sense outwards. In an instant, every blade of grass and tree within a 100-kilometer radius was imprinted on his divine sense. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand in front of him and a vortex suddenly appeared, spinning rapidly as a huge suction force emerged from it. Yang Kai did not resist, allowing the vortex to suck him in, and in the next moment, he disappeared. Chapter 1533. Star Emperor Mountain, Absolute Sky Peak. White clouds floated halfway up the mountain, and at the top of the quiet peak, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. The surrounding world energy madly converged towards a certain point, gradually forming a vortex. At first, this vortex was very small, but as more and more world energy poured in, it grew larger and larger until it was only a few dozen meters in diameter. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the vortex. It was as if he had traveled through space and stood proudly in midair. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of anyone, only an altar standing alone not far away, completely exposed to the sun and wind. Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not surprised by this scene. Although he did not know how long he had been in that mysterious small world, it was certainly not 10 days or half a month, but at least a few years. After such a long time had passed, it was naturally impossible for Yi Shiyun and the others to have been waiting here for him. Most likely, they had already returned to High Heaven sect. Yang Kai tried to sense the dragon bone sword and firebird artifact spirit, but there was no trace of them, so they had probably been taken back by Yi Shiyun. Qi Tianche and Fang Peng were dead, and on Shadowed Star, the three behemoths that dominated all the great forces had fallen, so no one could stop High Heaven sect's advance. With Yi Shiyun presiding over the sect, Yang Kai felt very relieved, so he did not have much to worry about. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that all of Star Emperor Mountain was silent, without the slightest aura. It seemed that the cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain had also evacuated, but Yang Kai did not know if they had followed Yang Xiuzhu and the others to High Heaven sect or if they had dispersed. The former was more likely to be the case. With no one here, Yang Kai naturally did not want to stay any longer. Turning around, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed towards the vortex, causing it to shrink rapidly and disappear in the blink of an eye, replaced by an inconspicuous bead. One of the two Emperor artifact beads, the sealed world bead. This was an incredible treasure. Inside it was a world of its own. With it, a problem that had been lingering in Yang Kai's mind for a long time could be easily solved. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that if he could completely refine this sealed world bead and complete its world principles, he could even allow a third-order origin returning realm cultivator to break through to the origin king realm. The reason why a cultivator on Shadowed Star could not break through to the origin king realm was because of the suppression of its world principles. However, the sealed world bead was an independent world with its own world principles that were not bound by Shadowed Star's laws. This was definitely a feasible method, but it was still too early to think about it. Although Yang Kai's study of the Tao of space had expanded the small sealed world to a radius of 100 kilometers, he was still far from being able to completely unseal and refine it. After observing for a while, Yang Kai put the sealed world bead back into his body and casually stepped forward. A moment ago, he was still at the top of Sky Soaring Peak, and the next moment, he was halfway up it. Taking another step, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the mountain. His speed was unimaginably fast. The Tao of space was infinitely mysterious, and during his time in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's control of this power had grown tremendously. This kind of rapid movement was no different from the legendary teleportation, and it was impossible to track. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of space. Compared to Yang Kai's initial mastery of tearing space, this was much more profound. Tearing space was a process that could easily be interfered with by the power of a master, but now, Yang Kai's movements were as smooth as an antelope's horns, no longer hindered by his previous movements. If there was a flaw, though, there was one. It was better to tear space and run as far as possible. With Yang Kai's current strength, tearing space once was enough for him to cross 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers, but this kind of movement would only allow him to cross a dozen kilometers at most. Between the two, there were advantages and disadvantages, and it was impossible to say which was better. But at the same time, both consumed a great deal of Saint Qi. Yang Kai continued to move, familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of space, and only after running a few 100,000 kilometers did he summon his star shuttle and continue on his way. Continuously using the Tao of space to travel was a bit of a burden on him, so it was better to use his star shuttle instead. On a vast and boundless plain, the roars and cries of beasts resounded through the sky. A group of 4 or 5 cultivators, old and young, male and female, were jointly besieging a huge and ferocious monster beast. This monster beast had a tiger's head, elephant feet, and a leopard tail, giving it a majestic appearance. The tiger's head was copper in color and seemed to be extremely sturdy, and there were some strange lines on its body that gave it a mysterious appearance. The cracked copper-head tiger was an 8th-order monster beast with thick skin and thick flesh. The cultivator who had surrounded it was an old man at the 2nd-order Saint King realm, while the rest were only saints. From the way these people addressed each other, it was obvious that they were cultivators from some small family who had come to this plane to hunt the monster beast to earn saint crystals. An 8th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. However, this cracked copper-head tiger was at the peak of the 8th order, so even if it was besieged, it was still able to display its ferocity, constantly spitting out powerful energy balls from its mouth, preventing the cultivators from the small families from approaching. However, the old man was an experienced cultivator, so even in this dangerous battle, the cultivators from his family did not suffer any fatal injuries. As long as there was enough time, this group of cultivators might have a chance to kill this cracked copper-head tiger. All of a sudden, an energy fluctuation rushed over from the distance. In the crowd, a young girl in green clothes looked up and suddenly called out, "Second uncle, someone's coming." The old man heard the shout and looked up, his eyes narrowing. He was older and could tell at a glance that this person's strength was not low, otherwise, they would not have been able to move at such speed. Just as he was wondering whether this person was friend or foe, he let the cracked copper-head tiger break free from his grasp. This 8th-order monster beast had been besieged for a long time and had already displayed its ferocity. After it broke free, not only did it not run away, it instead pounced directly towards the young girl in green clothes, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her neck. The young girl was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. For a moment, she panicked and hurriedly summoned an artifact, but it was unable to stop the other party's attack. Seeing the other party's fangs getting closer and closer to her, a trace of horror flashed across the young girl's eyes. Shouts and shouts came from all around as the young girl saw her second uncle desperately rushing over, trying to save her life from the tiger's mouth. But it was obviously too late. She could see death beckoning to her. At that moment, a breeze seemed to blow past her, and in a flash, a figure appeared in front of her. This figure was like a towering mountain, blocking the incoming storm and giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Guangdang. A loud bang rang out, mixed with the whimper of the monster beast. The young girl clearly saw the person in front of her throw a punch, and the cracked copper-head tiger, which she and her group had been besieging for so long, was sent flying like a sandbag. Its head seemed to have been deformed by the blow. After falling to the ground, it only bounced a few times before falling completely still. As the wind blew, the plains fell silent. 4 or 5 pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, unable to recover from their shock for a long time, their faces filled with disbelief. Although the cracked copper-head tiger was only an 8th-order monster beast, its head was notoriously hard. Even if an origin-returning realm master were to face it, it would be impossible for them to deform its head with just a single punch. Looking at this sturdy figure, for some reason, the young girl in green's heart beat violently and her nose twitched slightly. She smelled a scent from this person that made her feel extremely comfortable. Secretly glancing at this person, the young girl was surprised to find that he didn't seem to be very old, just a young man. This discovery made her even more inexplicably happy. "Sorry, I seem to have ruined your loot," Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. He also recognized what this monster beast was. It was a cracked copper-head tiger, and the 2 most valuable things on its body were its monster core and its head. The former was highly sought after by alchemists while the latter was sought after by artifact refiners. Now that he had deformed this monster beast's head with a single punch, its value would definitely decrease. The old man suddenly returned to his senses when he heard Qin Shi speak, and his expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, little brother. Little brother, you're too serious. If it wasn't for you making a move in time, Fei would have probably lost her life a long time ago. This old man still has to thank little brother for your help, so how could I dare blame you? Old sir is too polite. You seem to have been distracted by my sudden arrival," Yang Kai chuckled, if we really want to talk about it, it's my fault. Seeing him act so amiably, the old man also relaxed. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, and the strength of the other party seemed to be quite high. If he really had any malicious intent, the old man would have no way to resist. Fortunately, the other party didn't have such thoughts and was actually quite open-minded. The old man couldn't help but have a good impression of Yang Kai. I just came here to ask where this place is. Yang Kai looked at the old man. This is Blue Wave Plain, the old man replied. Blue Wave Plain. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this place before, so he didn't know where he was on Shadowed Star right now. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had been familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of space, but as a result, he had lost his way. Where is the nearest city from here? Yang Kai asked again. 50,000 li to the west from here, there's a Jade Wave City. That's the nearest city. Is there a space array there? As far as this old man knows, there is one, but that space array doesn't seem to be open to outsiders and is only for internal use. If little brother wants to use that space array, he can set out from Blue Wave City and go to Heaven Battling City, 200,000 kilometers away. There is a space array there that is open to the public. Oh? Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. He had not expected that he would actually end up in the vicinity of Heaven Battling City. And, strictly speaking, Blue Wave City can be regarded as a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, so there is some connection between the two. The old man, as the cultivator of a small family here, naturally knew this information in detail. Chapter 1534. Heaven Battling City now belongs to High Heaven Sect. The girl in green, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly interjected. She seemed to want to attract Yang Kai's attention. Just now, Yang Kai had descended from the heavens to save her life, so at her age, she was most sensitive to scenes of a hero saving a damsel in distress. What's more, from the side, Yang Kai's face was hard and firm, his back was sturdy, and he was quite young. The aura he gave off made her feel very comfortable, so of course she wanted to highlight her existence and attract his attention. High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai smiled and glanced back at her. The girl's face blushed slightly, but she quickly explained, you must have heard of it. It's a sect that has risen in recent years. I heard that their headquarters is in the Lu Yen Desert. Even Star Emperor Mountain, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect were destroyed by them. Now, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect is the most powerful sect. She chattered endlessly, seemingly having an endless amount of things to say. Her temperament was quite lively. The old man glared at the girl, secretly scolding the little girl for not understanding the gravity of the situation. It's fine, I've heard of High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai chuckled, but I didn't expect it to be so famous. You can continue, I won't disturb you any longer. He had come here to inquire about the location of the nearest city, and now that he had obtained the information he needed, he naturally had no intention of staying any longer. But just as he was about to leave, the girl in green suddenly called out, "Wait! What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "Second uncle, we've been out for a while now, shouldn't we go back? Otherwise, father and the others will be worried. What's more, third brother and the others are all injured, so it's not suitable for them to stay here any longer." The girl in green looked at the old man and said, What you said makes sense, it's time to go back." The old man gently nodded. "Then let's go with him. We can take care of each other along the way," the green-clothed girl suggested. "This." The old man looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. To be honest, he certainly hoped to go with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had just shown his strength. Although there was no great danger on the way back, it was better to be safe than sorry. With Yang Kai's help, the return journey should be very safe. He agreed with the girl's suggestion, but he didn't know what Yang Kai meant. "Alright, it just so happens that I don't know the exact location of Blue Wave City, so I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Yang Kai smiled and nodded in agreement. Since it was on the way, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. "Thank you, little brother." The old man was overjoyed. "I'll go collect the materials." The green-clothed girl cheered and ran towards the dead cracked copper-head tiger. The old man smiled bitterly, secretly shaking his head, and said apologetically, "Little brother, please don't blame her. Fei is born like this, but don't worry, little brother, I'll give you the materials later." "No need, you can keep them. These things are of no use to me." Yang Kai waved his hand. The body of an 8th-grade monster beast was indeed of no use to him. The wealth Yang Kai possessed was unimaginable for ordinary people. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. After confirming that Yang Kai didn't need those materials, he couldn't help but feel grateful. The inner core and head of the copper-head tiger were good profits for them. Soon, the green-clothed girl, with the help of the others, finished processing the monster beast's body. It could be seen that these young people were familiar with this and were familiar with it. It was obvious that they often did this kind of thing. After a simple tidying up, Yang Kai set off with these people, rushing towards Blue Wave City. The green-clothed girl's temperament was indeed lively and full of curiosity. Once a chatterbox was opened, she couldn't stop asking questions and chattered on endlessly. What was Yang Kai's name? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? She didn't seem to know how to avoid the taboo questions at all and asked logically. Anyway, they were in a hurry, so Yang Kai chatted with her as a way to pass the time. After all was said and done, she didn't get much information about Yang Kai, but she explained her own background thoroughly. The old man was embarrassed as he listened. Fortunately, he could see that Yang Kai wasn't a person with ulterior motives, so he let it go. He secretly decided to teach the girl a lesson when they returned to the family, to let her know that people were sinister and that she shouldn't talk about these things with strangers in the future. Along the way, they occasionally encountered monster beast blocking the way, but the old man and the others didn't have to worry at all. They were easily dealt with by Yang Kai. It was a big gain for them. Below the old man, several young people worshipped Yang Kai. Everyone seemed to be about the same age, but in terms of strength, Yang Kai surpassed them by a large margin. Worship and respect for the strong was a cultivator's innate nature, and Yang Kai's performance had completely conquered these young people. The distance of tens of thousands of miles, if Yang Kai were to travel alone, it would only take him 1 or 2 hours, but with the old man and the others, it took him a whole day. A day later, a city standing on the edge of the plain came into view. Everyone walked to the city gate and handed over some crystal stones before smoothly entering the city. "Many thanks for your guidance, we will part here. Please take care of yourselves." Kai Yang cupped his fists and with a flicker, he dove into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. The green-clothed girl called out a few times, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't turn around, she couldn't help but pout unhappily. "Let's go, let's sell this time's harvest first. I wonder what kind of price we can get," the old man sighed before leading the way. Yang Kai walked through the spacious streets of Blue Wave City, looking around with great interest. He wasn't in a hurry to find Blue Wave City's space array. Since this place was a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, it was also a subsidiary of High Heaven Sect. As the sect master of Blue Wave City, it was not a problem for Yang Kai to use the space array. Yang Kai believed that the city lord of Blue Wave City would not be so blind. However, after being in retreat in the small sealed world for several years, now that he was free, Yang Kai wanted to relax. Along the way, enjoying the local customs and walking around the shops, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his state of mind unconsciously stabilizing. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai had broken through to the second-order origin returning realm, so he had to stabilize his state of mind. Naturally, he wouldn't neglect this task. Half a day later, he entered a restaurant. Going up to the third floor, Yang Kai ordered the waiter to bring him some good wine and dishes while he sat down by the window and looked out at the scenery below. Not long after, the table was filled with precious delicacies. Kai Yang tasted the strong wine while eating the delicious food, feeling content and contented. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced faintly at the two cultivator at a nearby table, a look of interest flashing across his eyes. On the third floor, there weren't many guests, and these two were talking loudly just now. Yang Kai seemed to have heard these two mention High Heaven sect. High Heaven sect's rise had been rapid, and although he had inquired a little about High Heaven sect's recent situation from the girl in green and knew that the sect was now quite famous, Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Now that he heard someone talking about his sect, he naturally wanted to hear more. But to his disappointment, the two didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the conversation and instead changed the topic to something irrelevant. Yang Kai shook his head secretly and stopped paying attention. A moment later, the two men finished eating and one of them, a burly man with a fierce face, shouted, "Shopkeeper." His voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention, but after seeing this man's face, everyone quickly averted their eyes, seemingly not daring to provoke him. Dang dang dang, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs, and an elderly man quickly ran up from downstairs. When he arrived in front of the two people at the table, he nodded and bowed with a face full of smiles. "Two sirs, are you satisfied with the food?" "It's just so," the burly man replied casually while picking his teeth. "Two master, please forgive me." The shopkeeper bowed and said, Next time this old man will definitely provide more delicious food to satisfy two masters." "Good, at least you have some eyesight. I'll let you off for today, but, where are the things?" The burly man glanced sideways at the shopkeeper. "This old man has brought them, would two master like to count them?" The shopkeeper said as he put a package in his hand on the table. The burly man didn't act polite and opened it directly. A large bag of high-rank saint crystals suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The burly man swept it with his divine sense and immediately knew how many saint crystals there were, causing his face to sink as he shouted, "Why is there so little? Old dog, do you not put this king in your eyes? Is this all you're supposed to pay this month?" The shopkeeper suddenly panicked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he cried out, "Master, please understand, this old man's restaurant's business hasn't been very good recently, so there is a shortage of saint crystals. This old man asks two master to forgive him for a few days. This old man will definitely make up for it when the time comes." "Forgive you for a few days?" The burly man coldly snorted, "If this king forgives you, who will forgive this king? If this task is not completed, the one who will be punished is this king." Saying so, the burly man slammed his hand on the table, causing it to immediately turn to dust. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with fright as he knelt down and cried out, "Master, please don't be angry, this old man only needs a few days, just a few days. Please allow this, master." "Humph. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 days. I'll come back here in 3 days. If you still dare to be wishy-washy at that time, I'll tear down your restaurant and twist your head off." Yes, I will not disappoint master when the time comes," the shopkeeper said repeatedly. "Let's go." The burly man stood up impatiently, stuffed the bag of saint crystals into his space ring, and left. It wasn't until they left that the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, a sorrowful look on his face, and began to clean up the mess on the ground. The waiter also came over to help. After a while, after cleaning up, the shopkeeper bowed again and apologized to the surrounding guests before letting out a deep sigh, appearing even more senile than before. Chapter 1535. "Shopkeeper, come over here," Yang Kai beckoned to him. He had been watching from the sidelines just now and didn't know what was going on, so he wanted to inquire. After all, this place was somewhat related to High Heaven sect. What orders does honored guest have? Would you like some wine and food? The shopkeeper came over to Yang Kai and asked with a forced smile. Wine and food are not urgent. Yang Kai smiled lightly before glancing suspiciously towards the stairs. Who were those two people just now? Why did they come to this restaurant to eat and drink? But not only do they not have to pay, they even want you to give them saint crystals. This. The shopkeeper looked stunned as he glanced around and found that the other guests were all drinking and enjoying themselves, not paying any attention to what was happening here, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Is honored guest new to Blue Wave City?" Yang Kai gently nodded. Then you should leave early. Blue Wave City is not a place to stay for long, the shopkeeper said with a secretive look on his face as he waved his hand repeatedly. Not a place to stay for long? Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that something bad is about to happen here? He saw that the city was bustling with people coming and going, and the situation inside was calm, as if there were no signs of something big happening. Huh. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. Honored guest, please listen to this old man's advice. If you want to leave, you should leave quickly. If you stay here for too long, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. What do you mean? Please explain clearly, shopkeeper. Yang Kai stared at him with scorching eyes. I heard that this place is a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, a property of High Heaven sect. How could there be someone who dares act against this city? I can't say. Although this old man doesn't have many years left to live, he doesn't want to die so early. Honored guest, please help yourself. The shopkeeper kept shaking his head, his expression ugly as he turned to leave. I am from High Heaven sect. Yang Kai quickly said. What? The shopkeeper's face changed drastically as he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. Don't be so nervous. Yang Kai chuckled. I am a disciple of High Heaven sect and have received orders from the sect master to come here to investigate. If Senior has something to say, please speak frankly. I would like to know if there is someone who doesn't want to live and dares not put my High Heaven sect in their eyes. You're from High Heaven sect? Are you really from High Heaven sect? The shopkeeper looked both excited and suspicious as he leaned over and asked in a low voice. Yes. Don't worry, elder. Your words may come out of your mouth, but they enter my ears. I won't go around talking nonsense. Yang Kai comforted him in a soft voice. The shopkeeper's expression changed, as if he was hesitating about something. After a while, he gritted his teeth and sat down across from Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and poured a glass of wine for the shopkeeper, who took a sip. Strong wine bolstered one's courage and brewed his mood before he said, Honored guest may not know, but the reason I asked you to leave quickly is not because someone wants to harm High Heaven sect, nor is it because something bad is about to happen in Blue Wave City, but because this is not a place for people to stay. Oh? Then please tell me in detail what happened. Junior will be grateful. Yang Kai smiled lightly. It's a long story. The shopkeeper sighed deeply. Honored guest, you saw the attitude of those two people just now. Yes, who are they? City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion? Yang Kai was stunned. Honored guest also finds it strange, right? The City Lord's Mansion is supposed to protect us, so why would they come to this small shop to extort Saint Crystals? The shopkeeper's tone was low, because this is a tax collected by the City Lord's Mansion. Yang Kai frowned. Any shop that operates in Blue Wave City must turn over at least 70% of its income to the City Lord's Mansion. The remaining 30% is barely enough to cover all kinds of expenses, but that's not enough to stop these people from finding all kinds of excuses to extort it. This small shop is alone and can't resist. A few days ago, someone even died in this shop. The shopkeeper complained. It seemed that because he had drunk some wine, his courage had grown a lot, and as he spoke, his expression became resentful. Is this the City Lord's Mansion's intention? Yang Kai asked coldly. Yes. Otherwise, How could those people have the courage to act like this? Those two people just now came to collect taxes. Since the taxes here are so high, why doesn't old Sir leave Blue Wave City and find another way to make a living? The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. Who can leave? No one can leave. Once the city lord's mansion discovers anyone trying to escape, they will be killed without mercy. The heads hanging on the city walls are a bloody lesson. Not only are small businesses like us bound here, but all the small families and cultivator living in the city are also like this. The various benefits they obtain from their adventures outside must also be turned over to the city lord's mansion. As long as there is resistance, they will be targeted. Several small families have already been destroyed. Saying so, the shopkeeper glanced at Yang Kai cautiously and asked softly, "Little brother, may this old man be so bold as to ask, is this an order issued by High Heaven Sect? How could High Heaven Sect issue such an order?" Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he coldly snorted, "My High Heaven Sect would never do such a thing." "And, what about Heaven Battling City? Does Heaven Battling City not care?" This old man doesn't know, but if Heaven Battling City were to care, this shouldn't have happened. I just don't know if this is the intention of Heaven Battling City or Blue Wave City City Lord's Mansion. However, I heard that since Heaven Battling City changed hands, the taxes there have been particularly low, which has attracted many people, but now it is overcrowded. Many people were attracted by the name of High Heaven Sect and wanted to join, but they couldn't find a way to do so. Unable to enter Heaven Battling City, they could only settle for the next best thing and go to places related to High Heaven Sect, Blue Wave City being one of them. Outsiders may not be able to see the insidious darkness hidden under Blue Wave City, but this old man is more than clear about it, which is why I want you to leave as soon as possible. If you live here for too long, you will be added to the register and won't be able to leave even if you want to. Interesting. Yang Kai sneered. Little brother, since you have come here to investigate openly and secretly under the orders of High Heaven Sect Master, you should quickly pass on this news. This old man hopes that someone from your High Heaven Sect will come soon and remove this malignant tumor from Blue Wave City so this old man can spend the rest of his life here in peace. The shopkeeper looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Old Sir can rest assured, my High Heaven Sect will not sit back and watch. Yang Kai grinned. In any case, many people here have come here for the name of High Heaven Sect, so I can't allow them to be bullied. Otherwise, the reputation of my High Heaven Sect will be tarnished. Little brother, don't be impulsive. The shopkeeper saw the fierce glint in Yang Kai's eyes and couldn't help being startled. Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety. Yang Kai's eyes became cold. This time, if it weren't for a coincidence, he wouldn't have known that someone was using High Heaven Sect's name to commit such shady acts. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that on the way back from Blue Wave Plain, the girl named Fei had hesitated to speak about the situation in Blue Wave City. It turned out that this was the reason for her hesitation. High Heaven Sect's rise was too short, and with its small number of disciples, its foundation was unstable. Now was the time to win over people's hearts, but the situation in Blue Wave City was smearing High Heaven Sect's name, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. At this moment, a clamor suddenly sounded from the street below. Immediately, a wave of energy fluctuation rose, followed by exclamations and miserable cries. Yang Kai looked down towards the source of the sound and immediately saw a young girl in green clothes, causing him to let out a light sigh. Old sir, here's the money for the wine. Yang Kai casually threw down a few pieces of high-rank saint crystals, grabbed a wine jar, and jumped out of the window. In the middle of the street, in front of a general store, 3 or 4 young men stood there with angry looks on their faces, staring at 2 people with bloodshot eyes. Circulating their Saint Chi, they were secretly on guard, not daring to act rashly. Behind these young men, a young girl in green clothes was supporting an old man. This old man seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, his face pale and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Countless people were watching. Second uncle, are you okay? The young girl in green clothes asked nervously, a worried look on her pretty face. I'm fine. The old man slowly shook his head and spat out 2 words with difficulty. How could you hit someone? The young girl in green clothes turned her head and shouted at the 2 cultivators who had just attacked. Hit someone? One of the burly men heard this and grinned meaningfully. So what if we hit someone? Who told this old dog to not know how to appreciate kindness? Father here didn't want to take his life, that's already showing mercy. A little girl like you not only doesn't appreciate father's kindness, but also dares to criticize me. Do you believe I won't kill him right now? You. The young girl in green clothes' pretty face paled. After all, her strength wasn't high and she was still young, so after being threatened by the other party, she didn't dare say anything, fearing that this man would really become angry out of humiliation and kill her. Humph. The city lord has ordered that all saint crystals obtained from transactions must be paid to the city lord's mansion. What's wrong, old dog? Are you deaf or blind? You actually dared to secretly trade with others. If father hadn't caught you red-handed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known you were so bold. Daring to ignore the orders of the city lord's mansion, old dog, you must be tired of living. The other man also laughed sinisterly. The old man's face was livid, but he didn't dare to refute. Although there were many onlookers, none of them dared to make any moves, but when they looked at the old man and the young girl, they all showed looks of sympathy. Blue Wave City's taxes were so high and the exploitation was so heavy that almost everyone could barely keep themselves fed and clothed. Moreover, they couldn't escape from this place, so when people went out for adventures, if they had any gains, they would find familiar and reliable shops to secretly trade them without being discovered, avoiding the harsh taxes. This kind of phenomenon was commonplace in Blue Wave City. The old man and his group had been unlucky this time, accidentally bumping into someone from the city lord's mansion, causing them to suffer a big loss. Taking a deep breath, the old man cupped his fists solemnly and said, 2 friends, it's not that we ignored the orders of the city lord's mansion, but we were originally going to pay the saint crystals after this transaction, but we didn't have time to do so. Old dog, your words sound good, heh. I wonder what you're really thinking. The burly man obviously didn't believe such words. Chapter 1536. Since I've run into the 2 of you here, this old man won't have to make a trip himself. Please accept these saint crystals and don't refuse. The old man said as he winked at the girl in green. The girl in green clutched her space ring and shook her head repeatedly, obviously unwilling to hand over the gains from this adventure. These were gains they had risked their lives to obtain. Take them out. The old man shouted. Under his dignified gaze, the girl in green reluctantly took out a package from her space ring and handed it to the old man. The old man squeezed out a smile and said humbly, "These are all the saint crystals we obtained, I hope the 2 master will kindly accept them." Saying so, the old man tossed the package over. The big man opposite him reached out and caught it, weighing it for a moment before his eyes couldn't help lighting up. A good harvest, old dog. Our luck was quite good this time, the old man chuckled. In the past, they hadn't obtained so many gains during their adventures, but this time, they had followed Yang Kai, so their gains had indeed been much greater. 2 master, we'll take our leave first. The old man cupped his fists slightly, not intending to stay here for long. Wait, I didn't say you could leave. Which one of you dares? The big man threw the package to his companion and shouted. What other advice does master have for us? The old man clutched his chest and asked in a panic. This time, you secretly traded with father here and now you've been caught red-handed. What about before? Where did all the saint crystals go before father here? The big man asked with an unfriendly look. Master, we've always paid saint crystals according to the rules of our previous transactions, never once have we missed a single payment. I ask the master to judge clearly. The old man was shocked. Judge clearly or not, I have my own judgment. Today, either you hand over all the saint crystals you obtained in previous transactions and I'll spare your lives, or all of you will remain here." The big man coldly snorted. "Master, you're making things too difficult for us," the old man said anxiously. "We've never done this kind of thing before. How can we hand over all these saint crystals?" "Yes, almost all of our saint crystals have been taken away by you. Where can we find any extra to give you?" The girl in green also shouted. "Little girl, your courage isn't small." The big man glanced at the girl gloomily, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he stared more intently at the girl's exquisite body, a lustful light flashing across his eyes as he chuckled to himself. The old man noticed this and knew that's not good, so he quickly pulled the girl in green behind him. "Master, I'll let you go this time." The big man stroked his chin and pretended to ponder. After a while, he nodded and said, "All right, this king is not an unreasonable person. In fact, I'm very easy to talk to. Since this is your first offense, it's not impossible for me to let you go this time." "Master, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking." Chuckling meaningfully, the big man pointed to the girl in green behind the old man and said, "If you don't have any saint crystals, you can hand her over. Leave this little girl behind and everyone else scram." As soon as this remark came out, the girl in green's pretty face immediately paled. The old man also panicked and hurriedly said, "Master, Fei is still young. This king doesn't think she's young at all." The big man chuckled and his expression changed as he fiercely shouted, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave the little girl behind and the rest of you scram. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll kill all of you." The old man and the others kept silent out of fear, not daring to show the anger in their hearts. They could only cast pleading eyes around, hoping that the onlookers would speak up for them or help them. But when they met his gaze, everyone turned away. The old man's heart sank, never having expected that things would develop to this point. The girl in green also showed a look of despair. "What's so lively here? I'll also take a look." An abrupt voice suddenly called out from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in robes striding over. He had a stalwart figure and a strange smile on his face as he carried a wine jug in his hand. His eyes were arrogant and domineering, and his demeanor was unrestrained, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. While striding over, he gulped down a mouthful of wine and grinned meaningfully. "Why? I heard someone wants to kill someone. Big brother Yang." The girl in green cried out, like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. The old man and the others also wore strange expressions. The crowd parted on their own accord and Yang Kai walked straight to the old man and the others, sweeping them with his divine sense before gently nodding. The old man's injuries weren't too serious, otherwise, with his second-order Saint King cultivation, he would have been killed in one move by this big man. After all, this big man was a cultivator of the first-order origin returning realm. "Little brother." The old man opened his mouth and looked at Yang Kai gratefully, but he still said, "Why did you bother to wade into these muddy waters?" He sighed slightly, a look of guilt filling his face. He knew that Yang Kai must have taken the initiative to show up because they had traveled together before and had formed some kind of friendship. He also knew that Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable. But this was Blue Wave City, and Yang Kai was one person with two fists. If he really intervened, it was likely he wouldn't be able to protect himself. "Old sir, you don't have to worry about me," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help smiling bitterly and didn't say anything more. "Boy, who are you?" The big man's face sank as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "I'm just here to watch the fun," Yang Kai grinned at him. "Boy, you court death." The big man shouted angrily. Ever since Blue Wave City and High Heaven sect became involved, no one dared to act presumptuously here. As a member of the city lord's mansion, he was respected wherever he went, but today, a young man who didn't know the meaning of death dared to ridicule him. Naturally, he was furious. With a shout, the big man rushed in front of Yang Kai and summoned a hammer-like artifact that flashed brilliantly as he viciously smashed it towards Yang Kai. The onlookers exclaimed, and the old man's heart also jumped. The green-clothed girl screamed. It seemed that in the next moment, that artifact would smash Yang Kai's head to pieces. Yang Kai threw out a punch to meet the hammer. Guang Dang, a loud bang rang out, but Yang Kai remained unscathed. Instead, the hammer artifact was sent flying by a powerful force and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised the wine jug in his hand and slammed it down on the big man's head. With a loud crash, the wine jug shattered and the strong wine splashed all over the big man's face. Before he could recover from his shock, a big foot flew towards him and kicked him in the face. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the big man was sent flying like a paper kite. His face was covered in blood, giving him a terrifying appearance. His nose, which had been kicked by Kai Yang, had been smashed into smithereens. Countless of his teeth had been knocked out. The audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. What shocked everyone was not Yang Kai's strength, but that he dared to attack someone from the city lord's mansion in Blue Wave City. Feeling a sharp pain, the big man howled and shouted, "You dare hit me? So what if I hit you? Who told you to be an idiot who didn't know how to appreciate kindness? Not only did father not want your life, but you even dared to accuse me. Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, a mocking expression on his face. These words sounded familiar, as if the big man had just ridiculed the girl. The big man's face was dull. His companion's expression also changed as he stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of horror. To be able to defeat the burly man in an instant, the other party's strength was not something he could contend with. Even if he wanted to regain face for the burly man, there was nothing he could do. Thinking of this, he retreated quickly, wanting to report this matter to the city lord's mansion and ask for help. "I didn't say you could leave, so how could you?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shot a golden blood thread towards the big man. A golden light flashed, and in the next moment, the man who was running away screamed and fell to the ground. There were no wounds, but his vitality was quickly being extinguished. He was dead. Everyone's eyes bulged. If Yang Kai daring to attack the city lord's mansion's people just now had shocked the onlookers, then this scene made them feel like their guts were about to explode. Someone from the city lord's mansion had been killed. How could this be? In the past few years, no one had ever dared to oppose the city lord's mansion. Anyone who had such thoughts had been destroyed. But today, there was a young man who killed a martial artist from the city lord's mansion under the watchful eyes of so many people. It was easy to imagine that he would face the wrath of the city lord's mansion. Even if he had great ability, he would not be able to escape from Blue Wave City. He would die without a doubt. A series of gasps rang out as everyone's gazes towards Yang Kai changed, becoming filled with fear and horror, all of them subconsciously distancing themselves from him so as not to be misunderstood as having anything to do with him and be implicated by him. "Little brother, you..." The old man also looked incredulous. On the other hand, Fei and the other young people looked excited, looking at Yang Kai with worshipful eyes, as if he was their idol. Young people were always hot-blooded. "I just killed a piece of trash, old sir doesn't need to be so nervous," Yang Kai chuckled, looking indifferent. "Little brother, you should leave quickly. It's not good to stay here for long. Take advantage of the fact that the news hasn't spread. Leave now and you still have a chance to live. If you're late, I'm afraid it'll be too late," the old man hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. "Leave? Why should I leave?" Yang Kai shook his head. The old man looked at Yang Kai with a dull gaze. "You're not leaving? Do you still want to stay?" "Yes." The old man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Do you know who you just killed? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? You still want to stay? Have you never died before? Ha! Yang Kai smiled faintly. Old sir, don't be impatient. Since I'm staying, I'm definitely not afraid of them. If they can really kill me, they can do it. Chapter 1537. Yang Kai had a fearless look on his face as he spoke in an arrogant tone. The old man stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. After confirming that he was not drunk, he could not help shaking his head. I really don't know what you young people are thinking. Don't worry, since I've run into you today, it's time to clean up the garbage in Blue Wave City. Old sir, you just need to watch. Ha, this old man doesn't know what you're relying on, but this matter is still caused by us, so this old man will follow little brother. As for the rest, we'll leave it to fate. He obviously did not have a good opinion of Yang Kai, thinking that Yang Kai was a little too hot-blooded and impulsive. Even so, he chose to stay, not letting Yang Kai fight alone. Many thanks, old sir, Yang Kai smiled silently. Big brother Yang, we will also live and die with you. The green-clothed girl's face was flushed red as she shouted excitedly. Her fellow clan members all nodded, their eyes showing a kind of courage to face death with equanimity. Good. Yang Kai nodded, and, you can just stand by for me. Nonsense. The old man was so anxious that he stomped his feet. You're too much. He was willing to stay with Yang Kai because he was prepared to die so that the young people in his clan could escape, but how could he have known they would make such an impulsive choice? He flew into a rage. Old sir, you can rest assured that they will be safe and sound, Yang Kai said casually, his face full of confidence. Young people really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Does he not know how big of a mess he's made? Does he not know who he has killed? Heh, this is interesting, someone actually dares to oppose the city lord's mansion. This is going to be a good show. How could the city lord's mansion let him off so easily? What a pity, such a good young man will die in Blue Wave City today, what a pity. The whispers of the onlookers came from all around. Many people were pointing at Yang Kai. There were more cultivator who heard the news and came here to join in the fun. For a moment, the street was packed with people. Yang Kai and the others were surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The previously arrogant burly man had a dull look on his face. He watched as his companion was killed by Yang Kai with a raise of his hand, dying a tragic death not far away. A chill ran down his spine, and his expression became one of fear. He had never thought that there would really be someone who would dare to kill people in Blue Wave City, let alone someone from the city lord's mansion. The sunlight in front of him seemed to be blocked. Looking up, he saw Kai Yang standing in front of him with his arms crossed, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were like a dragon overlooking an ant, disdainful. Little brother, please spare my life. The burly man struggled to get up and suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, little brother, please spare my life. I was a snob and unintentionally offended little brother. I ask little brother's master to be magnanimous and not bother with me. Compared to his own life, this little bit of shame was nothing. He no longer had the courage to challenge Yang Kai. You want to live? Yang Kai smiled at him. The burly man nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai nodded, his expression becoming soft, and, I can also spare your life. Many thanks, little brother, many thanks. The burly man cried bitterly, I wonder what little brother's orders are. He was not stupid, knowing that Yang Kai was willing to let him go for a price. Is your city lord still in the mansion? Yang Kai asked. Yes, the city lord's master is in the mansion. Good, lead the way. Yang Kai motioned. The burly man was stunned, his expression becoming extremely strange. Hurry up. Yang Kai kicked him and shouted. Yes, yes, yes. The burly man quickly got up, not daring to delay any longer, quickly leading the way. Fei, come with me, we're going to the city lord's mansion to make a scene. Yang Kai beckoned to the green-clothed girl and the others. Oh, the several young people immediately followed. The old man was in a daze until Yang Kai and the others squeezed into the crowd and disappeared, only then did he snap back to his senses, stomping his feet, and hurriedly followed. The onlookers were in an uproar. That young man really seemed to have a death wish. After killing someone from the city lord's mansion in Blue Wave City, instead of running away, he actually wanted to go to the city lord's mansion to make a scene. There was actually such a bold person in this world. What kind of background did he have? Did he really have someone to rely on, or was he just acting recklessly? With great curiosity, everyone wanted to know what the final fate of this young man would be, so naturally, they all followed. For a time, the entire Blue Wave City was in a state of turmoil as a large number of cultivators rushed towards the city lord's mansion under the leadership of Yang Kai, creating a grand scene. However, they were just here to watch the fun. If they really wanted to oppose the city lord's mansion, none of them had the guts. In the center of Blue Wave City, in front of a magnificent palace, several dozen cultivators stood guard. With such a big incident happening in the city, naturally news had been sent back to the city lord's mansion. Blue Wave City's city lord was furious and immediately ordered the army to meet the enemy. He wanted to see which bastard had eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, daring to provoke him. Blue Wave City was a subsidiary city of Heaven Battling City, so there were a large number of cultivators in the city lord's mansion. It was not a weak force, and there were also a large number of cultivators scattered throughout the city to deal with unexpected events. The city lord himself and the members of the Elder Council were all origin returning realm masters, with 2 of them having reached the 3rd order. In terms of the strength of a single city, such a lineup was not weak. At this moment, City Lord Danning was standing outside the city lord's mansion with his hands behind his back, staring at the bustling crowd in the distance. His gaze soon settled on a young man. He could tell at a glance that this young man was the one leading the trouble. One of his subordinates, his face covered in blood, walked in front of him humbly, seemingly leading the way for the young man. The sound of gulping could be heard as the city lord's mansion cultivator looked at the countless cultivators following the young man and felt a little uneasy. "What are you panicking for?" Danning shouted, "These people are just going with the flow. They don't have the guts to oppose my city lord's mansion. As long as we kill the leading young man, the others will be nothing more than chickens and dogs. City lord's master is right, don't panic." Someone from the Elder Council echoed. Hearing this, the cultivator was secretly relieved. After a while, Yang Kai and the others arrived outside the city lord's mansion, but except for him and a few people from the old man's family, the rest of the onlookers had already stopped 1,000 meters away. This was also the rule of Blue Wave City. No one was allowed to set foot within 1,000 meters of the city lord's mansion, otherwise they would be killed. The onlookers were afraid of the city lord's mansion's prestige, so naturally, they did not dare to cross the line. "Is that your city lord?" Yang Kai turned his eyes to Danning and asked the big man in front of him. The big man's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. "Deacon Liu, what happened? Why did you bring so many people to make trouble in front of the city lord's mansion?" Danning stared at the big man majestically and asked. The big man raised his head and glanced at Danning, his eyes flashing. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he circulated his Saint Chi and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Danning. Yang Kai sneered but did not stop him, as if he had expected this scene. "City Lord Master, please forgive me." The big man shouted. This subordinate did not bring people to make trouble, this subordinate was simply forced. "Who dared to force you?" Dan Ying's expression became cold. "It's that little brat. The big man turned back and pointed to Yang Kai, freeing himself from Yang Kai's control. Standing next to Dan Ing, the big man felt a sense of security and no longer had any scruples. Pointing to Yang Kai, he grit his teeth and said, "This subordinate was with Deacon Zhou just now and was collecting taxes, but that little brat didn't put us in his eyes and killed Deacon Zhou. In order to survive, this subordinate had no choice but to compromise and lead that little bastard to the city lord's mansion to be dealt with by the city lord's master." Obviously, this subordinate was trying to live a humble life, but in the big man's mouth, he had turned into someone who was willing to endure hardships and wait for a tiger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and could not help looking at the big man in a new light. Well done." Dan Ing nodded lightly. "Idiot, do you think you're safe standing next to your city lord? If I wanted to kill you, even your city lord wouldn't be able to protect you." Yang Kai sneered. "Presumptuous." Dan Ing shouted, "Little brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have some ability you can look down on everyone in the world. This city lord would like to see how you can kill Deacon Lu in front of me. Then watch carefully." Yang Kai grinned and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye, followed by the appearance of a budding lotus flower. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it disappeared in a flash. A scream rang out as the big man standing next to Dan Ing clutched his head and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. The scream was extremely tragic, as if the man had suffered some kind of unimaginable torture, causing everyone who heard it to be greatly shocked. No one knew what the big man had suffered to cause him such pain. In less than 3 breaths, a muffled bang rang out. The big man's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain splattering all over the ground, and he was no longer breathing. Gasps could be heard from all directions. Dan Ing and the other cultivator from Blue Wave City's Elder Council all trembled as their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. The green-clothed girl standing behind Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. She didn't seem to be able to react to what had happened, but soon, her pretty face turned white and she ran to the side to retch. It was so difficult that she seemed to have vomited bile. "Did you see it clearly?" Yang Kai looked at Dan Ing contemptuously and chuckled mockingly. Dan Ying's face was extremely ugly as he remained silent with a gloomy expression. He didn't know what kind of trick Yang Kai had used, but with his third-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was able to see some things. Being able to kill Deacon Lu silently without moving, it was clear that the other party had used some kind of divine sense secret technique. But how powerful was his spiritual energy to be able to cause Deacon Lu's head to explode? Dan Ing asked himself if he could do such a thing. A great enemy. Dan Ing no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, his expression becoming extremely dignified. Chapter 1538. May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to my Blue Wave City to cause trouble? Dan Ing asked with a cold expression. Is that important? Yang Kai curled his lips. Dan Ing frowned. This city lord and your excellency have never met before, yet your excellency is so unreasonable as to kill 2 of my city lord's mansion's deacons. Isn't that a bit too much? He had seen that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, so he didn't dare to offend him easily. With such strength at such a young age, it was likely that this young man had some backing behind him, so before he figured it out, Dan Ing didn't dare to act rashly. Too much? Yang Kai grinned. I don't think it's too much. Today, I came here not only to kill your 2 deacons, but also to take your life. Anyone who dares to oppose you will die. The city lord's mansion's cultivator felt a chill run down his spine. Dan Ying's expression froze for a moment, but soon he laughed. Interesting, this city lord hasn't seen such an interesting young man for a long time. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame this city lord for being impolite, kill him for me. Dan Ing couldn't bear Yang Kai's shamelessness any longer. 2 deacons had died. If he were to swallow this insult, he would no longer have the slightest dignity in the future. No matter what kind of backing this young man had, it couldn't be bigger than the one behind him, so Dan Ning was fearless and didn't want to waste any more time with Yang Kai, waving his hand and shouting. Dozens of City Lords' Mansion's cultivator received the order and with ferocious expressions, turned into beams of light and rushed towards Yang Kai. Although the tragic death of the burly man just now made everyone fear Yang Kai, he was just one person after all, so the City Lord's Mansion's cultivator didn't put the green-clothed girl and the others behind him in their eyes. With so many people, they were confident they could take down Yang Kai. Their figures flashed one after another as the light of their secret techniques and artifacts bloomed, enveloping Yang Kai. The green-clothed girl and the others all turned pale, feeling the huge chaotic energy fluctuations, their eyes filled with despair. They thought they were dead for sure. Yang Kai remained motionless, and the smile on his face grew colder. It was only when the overwhelming attacks were right in front of him that he stretched out his hand and a purple shield slowly appeared. The shield was originally only the size of a wash basin, but after it appeared, it suddenly expanded and covered an area of more than 100 feet. All the attacks hit the shield. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of clanging sounds could be heard. Light splashed everywhere, but Yang Kai was completely unharmed. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact. Dan Ying's eyes narrowed as he recognized the grade of this shield. He couldn't help but reveal a burning light in his eyes. Origin-grade high-rank artifacts were already extremely rare on Shadowed Star, not to mention that this was a defensive artifact, far more valuable than ordinary artifacts. With this artifact, anyone's strength would rise to a whole new level. Dan Ning was more and more certain that Yang Kai had a backer behind him, otherwise, how could he have obtained such a good thing? Suddenly, a golden light bloomed from behind the shield, and golden threads shot out. Roughly counting, there were at least 100 of them. Those golden threads contained a heart-palpitating power of blood qi, and an energy fluctuation that made people feel uneasy. It was almost as if they were alive. The golden threads flew back and forth, cutting through the crowd. No cultivator's Saint Qi barrier could withstand the cutting and piercing of these golden threads. The thick protective auras of these cultivators were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Even ordinary defensive artifacts could not withstand the sharpness of these golden threads and were cut in half, losing a great deal of their spirituality and becoming completely useless. Screams rang out endlessly. Blood splashed as severed limbs and flesh scattered all over the ground. Heads flew into the air as corpses fell one after another. The cultivator in the City Lord's Mansion screamed in horror. Those who were still alive saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly retreated, trying to escape from Yang Kai. You think you can run away? Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a faint sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. Under the control of his divine sense, the golden blood threads flew faster and faster. It was like a dance of demons. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light and heard blood-curdling screams. As for what was happening on the battlefield, only a few people could see clearly. Quick, send a message to Heaven Battling City and have City Lord Liang come quickly. Dan Ying's face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted to a person next to him. He faintly felt that even he was not this young man's opponent, so he did not hesitate to call for reinforcements. Hearing this order, the man did not hesitate to turn around and rush into the City Lord's mansion. The tragic screams still continued, but they gradually weakened compared to before. Gradually, no one screamed anymore. The golden light slowly converged, revealing the area of territory. Everyone looked over, and after seeing the situation clearly, their feet began to cramp. With Yang Kai as the center, there was not a single living person within a 10-meter radius. All the enemies who had just swarmed up to attack him had died tragically on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, making everyone feel nauseous. 1,000 meters away, the onlookers' cultivator were stunned, some of them constantly rubbing their eyes, subconsciously rejecting what they had just seen. Behind Yang Kai, the old man, the girl in green, and the others were also stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai's back, their mouths wide open, unable to close. The girl in green's tender body was trembling, half out of fear and disgust, and the other half out of excitement. Just now, Yang Kai had asked her to come to the city lord's mansion to cause trouble, and she had agreed, but now she knew that Yang Kai did not need anyone to help him, he could destroy the entire city lord's mansion by himself. The scene became eerily quiet, and a breeze blew past, carrying the smell of blood to every corner of Blue Wave City. Almost no one had ever seen such a large-scale massacre. Broken limbs and flesh flew everywhere, and organs and blood covered the ground. It could no longer be described as bloody and cruel. Dan Ning and the members of the Elder Council almost collapsed. Kill him. Kill them all. Little brother, you've done well, don't let these people go, kill them all. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the crowd 1,000 meters away. With one call, hundreds of people responded, and the whole city echoed with this cry from the bottom of their hearts. The cultivator population of Blue Wave City had been very unhappy in the past few years. They had been exploited by the city lord's mansion and wantonly humiliated. Even if they wanted to leave the city, they could not find another way out. Many people had been killed, many small families had been destroyed, and some young and beautiful women had been raped and taken away without daring to resist. They had suffered enough. A trivial Blue Wave city lord's mansion was not something they could take seriously. But they did not dare to disobey High Heaven sect. 3 years ago, Shadowed Star's 3 top forces, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain, were crushed under the iron hooves of High Heaven sect. High Heaven sect had become the most powerful force on Shadowed Star. This was a sect that struck fear in people's hearts. Blue Wave City had the shadow of High Heaven sect behind it, so even if the cultivator here did not have a good life, they did not dare to openly resist. Anger and hatred were like fine wine, the longer it was bottled up, the richer it became. Today's scene caused the dissatisfaction in everyone's heart to erupt, and they began to support Yang Kai, venting the anger in their hearts, wanting to see Dan Ning and the others get their just retribution. Some people bravely stepped forward and walked over, standing behind Yang Kai and glaring at Dan Ning and the others. More people came over. Within 1,000 meters of the city lord's mansion, the rule that no one was allowed to set foot inside was broken. The dense crowd shouted the word "kill" in unison, and the murderous aura they released soared into the sky, forcing Dan Ning and the others to retreat again and again, their faces filled with shock. Even if an Origin King Realm Master stood here, they would not be able to face such a scene. Dan Ning never thought that these people who had always been obedient to him would actually dare to shout at him like this, causing his legs to tremble. City Lord, is it Master? Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to take action? I'll say this first, if I take action, you may suffer some torture, but you won't die so easily. Yang Kai sneered as he looked forward. The corners of Dan Ying's eyes twitched as he tried to put on a strong front and shouted, "Boy, do you know who you have offended today? I am a subordinate of Heaven Battling City's City Lord Liang Yong. My Blue Wave City is under the jurisdiction of High Heaven sect. No matter what your background is, no matter where you come from, daring to offend my Blue Wave City today, you will not have a good end. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and this city lord will let bygones be bygones, otherwise, you'll suffer." High Heaven sect. Yang Kai chuckled, "Don't tarnish the reputation of High Heaven sect, High Heaven sect won't let you do such a thing." "You don't believe me?" Dan Ning grit his teeth. "Do you think I don't believe you?" Yang Kai sneered. "Who is so bold as to not put High Heaven sect in their eyes?" An angry shout suddenly came from the city lord's mansion. This king would like to see, with the example of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, who still wants to be an enemy of High Heaven sect. Hearing this voice, Dan Ning, who was originally pale, suddenly became overjoyed and quickly turned his head to look inside the city lord's mansion. Like a drowning person grasping at a life-saving straw, his previous fear and uneasiness swept away. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a gloomy light as he turned his gaze towards the source of this voice. After a short while, a man walked out of the city lord's mansion with a majestic gait. Behind him, one origin returning realm master after another appeared, all of them wearing arrogant expressions. Dan Ning greets City Lord Liang. Dan Ning hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted. He had just sent a message to Liang Yong, but he hadn't expected the other party to rush over through the space array so quickly. Now they were saved. The Masters of Heaven Battling City were far more powerful than those of Blue Wave City, so no matter how strong that little brat was, he would have no choice but to surrender in front of City Lord Liang. Liang Yong nodded lightly, glanced at Dan Ning, and coldly snorted, "You're becoming more and more useless as a city lord. I heard that someone was causing trouble here, but you couldn't solve it. City Lord Liang, please forgive me." Dan Ning broke out in cold sweat as he hurriedly apologized. The strength of that little brat who caused trouble is truly extraordinary. Several dozen of this one's subordinates were brutally killed by him. I ask City Lord Liang to uphold justice for this Dan Ning. Since this City Lord has come, naturally I will not sit idly by. Who is the one causing trouble here, not giving my high heaven sect face? Liang Yong coldly snorted. Chapter 1539. It's that little brat. Hearing Liang Yong's question, Dan Ning pointed and grit his teeth. It's him. He doesn't put our high heaven sect in his eyes at all. This Dan has clearly told him that Blue Wave City is under the jurisdiction of High Heaven Sect and that this Dan is also City Lord Liang's subordinate, but this little brat is so arrogant and daring that he doesn't believe me at all. This Dan asks City Lord Liang to teach him a good lesson. After saying so, Dan Ning turned to look at Yang Kai triumphantly, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation. He was looking forward to seeing Yang Kai kneel and beg for mercy, allowing him to vent the anger in his heart. But to his disappointment, Yang Kai did not show any signs of panic at all and still stood there calmly, his arms crossed over his chest, an inexplicable sneer on his face as he glared at Liang Yong arrogantly. This little brat really has guts. City Lord Liang had personally come here, yet he showed no fear. At this moment, Dan Ning could not help admiring Yang Kai. However, acting so arrogant would only anger City Lord Liang even more, and his end would definitely be even worse. Dan Ning sneered in his heart as he glanced over at Liang Yong, only to see him stride forward and quickly rush towards Yang Kai. Dan Ning couldn't help but stare, secretly looking forward to the show. The green-clothed girl and the others also began to sweat profusely as panic filled their faces. The countless cultivators who had just stood behind Yang Kai and supported him saw Liang Yong's aggressive stance and subconsciously took a few steps back, putting some distance between them and Yang Kai, for fear that the fire at the city gate would affect the fish in the moat. Some people were already secretly regretting being so impulsive just now. They had long heard of Liang Yong's name. Since the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, he had become the City Lord of Heaven Battling City and was directly under the administration of High Heaven Sect. Although High Heaven Sect had become famous in recent years, they seemed to be very low-key, and no one had ever heard of a High Heaven Sect disciple appearing outside. And Liang Yong seemed to have become the spokesperson of High Heaven Sect. Now that he had come here, no matter what his strength was, he represented the behemoth that was High Heaven Sect. Even though he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, no one dared to lay a hand on him. What's more, he was a top master in the Third Order Origin returning realm. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Dan Ning. This brat is done for. Many people looked at Yang Kai with a trace of sympathy on their faces. No matter how powerful this little brat's backer was, even if he died here today, no one would dare to avenge him. In the blink of an eye, Liang Yong had closed the distance between them. Liang Yong rushed in front of Yang Kai, and without any hesitation, he reached out and swung his sleeves behind him. Kneeling on one knee, he bowed his head and said in a deep voice, "Subordinate Liang Yong greets sect master." His movements were clean and nimble, as if he had practiced it countless times, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Yang Kai's expression was cold and indifferent as he looked down at him condescendingly. The sneer at the corner of his mouth was as unfathomable as before. Everyone's eyeballs were jumping around. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths and eyes wide, almost thinking that they had seen or heard wrong, as if they were in a dream. The scene was silent, but there seemed to be a chill hanging in front of the city lord's mansion, making many people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Dan Ning was stunned as he stared at Liang Yong in a daze. He suddenly realized that Liang Yong's forehead was covered in fine sweat. The sweat condensed together and turned into beads of sweat that slid down his face from his forehead. Asterisk drip, drip, asterisk. Dan Ying's body shook violently as a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He suddenly remembered a piece of information he had heard before. It was said that the sect master of High Heaven sect, Yang Kai, seemed to be a young man, and according to the various descriptions he had heard, he was vaguely similar to the troublemaker in front of him, and just now, Liang Yong seemed to have addressed him as. Dan Ying's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Subordinate greets sect master. We did not know sect master would be honored with our presence and failed to welcome you. We beg sect master's forgiveness. A chorus of shouts came from the mouths of the cultivator Liang Yong had brought with him, shaking the world and shaking everyone's hearts. The green-clothed girl was once again stunned as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, only seeming to understand after a long time, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Liang Yong. Yang Kai called out faintly. Subordinate is here, Liang Yong replied quickly, his voice trembling slightly. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown up, Yang Kai sneered softly. Subordinate doesn't dare. Cold sweat continued to drip from Liang Yong's forehead, as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes soaked in sweat. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Yang Kai's words, he hurriedly said, Subordinate has failed to properly manage his subordinates and has caused sect master to suffer. Please punish me, sect master. Good, your punishment can wait, but this sect master is curious. When did you join High Heaven sect? Without this sect master's permission, who accepted you? Liang Yong's body trembled as he shot a vicious glare towards Dan Ning, the hatred in his heart difficult to describe with words. He had just received news in Heaven Battling City that someone was making trouble here, so he immediately brought a group of people to this place through the space array, but how could he have imagined that as soon as he walked out of the city lord's mansion, he would see the person he feared the most in his life? He could not wait to tear this blind idiot Dan Ning into 10,000 pieces. Sect master is wise. Subordinate has always admired the sect's magnificence and has always wanted to join it, to shed his blood for the sect, but has never been able to do so. Subordinate is highly regarded by sect master and is now the city lord of Heaven Battling City, helping sect master and the sect collect supplies. However, Subordinate is just a survivor of Heaven Battling Union and was afraid he would not be able to convince the public, so he had no choice but to announce this to the public. Vice City Lord Gu is also aware of this matter, Liang Yong thought for a moment before quickly reporting. Is that so, Shao Qi, is this true? Yang Kai looked up at a buck-toothed cultivator in the crowd. The latter nodded. Good, in that case, let's forget about this matter, Yang Kai gently nodded. Hearing this, Liang Yong could not help breathing a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, he heard Yang Kai say, let's talk about Blue Wave City again. Liang Yong's heart clenched as a bad feeling spread from head to toe. I heard that Blue Wave City is affiliated with Heaven Battling City. Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong and asked. Reporting to Sect Master, this is indeed the case. Not only Blue Wave City, but all the cities within a few million kilometers are affiliated with Heaven Battling City, a total of about 9 large and small cities. Good job, Yang Kai grinned. Many thanks for Sect Master's praise, it is Subordinate's honor to serve the sect. So, all the measures in Blue Wave City are dictated by Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a smile. Liang Yong looked flustered and quickly said, "That's not the case. Subordinate simply asks these affiliated cities to pay some materials or saint crystals every year. As for everything in the city, Subordinate does not interfere, all of it is managed by their respective city lords' mansions." Good answer, Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Sect Master. Gucci looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Did something happen in Blue Wave City? I only came here today so I don't know much. If you want to know more, you might as well ask these people. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the countless cultivator. Gucci pondered for a moment and vaguely felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, so he quickly walked over to the front of the crowd, cupped his fists, and said, "Everyone, this one is Gucci, Vice City Lord of Heaven Battling City and a disciple of High Heaven Sect. If you have something to say, you might as well tell this Gu. This Gu guarantees on the reputation of the sect that no one will embarrass you." The scene was silent as no one spoke, all of them just staring at Gucci in a daze. They were afraid and didn't trust Gucci, so naturally, they didn't have the courage to expose the secrets of Blue Wave City's City Lord's mansion. The girl in green opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end swallowed the words back down. Fei, if you have something to say, as long as I'm here, no one will dare do anything to you. Yang Kai observed her expression and comforted her. The girl in green seemed to have received encouragement and courage as she took a deep breath and said softly, Fei's fourth uncle was beaten to death by the City Lord's mansion 2 years ago because he was unwilling to pay Saint Crystals. And today, the benefits we worked so hard to obtain were all snatched away by the City Lord's mansion's people. Not only that, even Fei wanted to snatch them away. If Big Brother Yang hadn't acted, the consequences would have been unimaginable, another young man shouted. Gucci's face sank. Blue Wave City is not a place for people to live in. We have to pay 70% of all profits to the City Lord's mansion. How can we live like this? There is a list in the City Lord's mansion. Those who are listed on this list are not allowed to leave Blue Wave City, but if they are found, they will be killed without mercy. Many people who wanted to leave Blue Wave City have already died. Sporadic shouts began to come from the crowd, and soon, countless people began to shout. Gucci's face became colder and colder while Yang Kai's expression also became more and more gloomy. After a while, the noise gradually subsided and Yang Kai and Gucci exchanged a glance, both seeing the anger in each other's eyes. Blue Wave City's vicious actions were not a big deal. Shadowed Star was so big that it was bound to happen somewhere, but what annoyed Yang Kai was that Blue Wave City was acting under the name of High Heaven Sect. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion would have been razed to the ground by countless cultivators. The great prestige of High Heaven Sect made even if Blue Wave City was filled with complaints, no one dared to resist. This was smearing High Heaven Sect's name, and in the long run, High Heaven Sect would no longer have a foothold on Shadowed Star. There were 9 cities within a few million kilometers of Heaven Battling City. If Blue Wave City was like this, what about the other cities? Shao Qi, you're not qualified to be Vice City Lord. Yang Kai glanced at him. Gucci looked ashamed. He did not expect the situation outside to be like this. Since 3 years ago, when Yang Kai asked him to stay in Heaven Battling City as Vice City Lord, he had not left Heaven Battling City, living in seclusion and occasionally paying attention to the situation in Heaven Battling City. The other side strictly followed the measures Yang Kai issued to win people's hearts when he left, and the tax was so low that it was almost negligible, attracting a large number of cultivators to settle down there. Today, Heaven Battling City was overcrowded and thriving. However, the other cities under Heaven Battling City's jurisdiction were not the same. Under the cover of that glamorous appearance, there were some people who were secretly doing some vicious things that would cause people to lose their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai discovered this early, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Gucci broke out in a cold sweat and became angry. Chapter 1540. Liang Yong, Liang Yong, don't tell this sect master that you didn't know anything about what happened here, Yang Kai sneered as he stared at Liang Yong. The latter's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. Sect master is wise, subordinate really didn't know anything about this matter. This was the first time subordinate heard about it today, only now did he realize the situation in Blue Wave City was so bad. How could Liang Yong dare admit it? He had seen Yang Kai's methods before, so if he really admitted it, this place would be his burial ground today. No matter what, he couldn't admit it, so Liang Yong denied it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Must I find evidence before you give up? Since that's the case, this sect master will fulfill your wish. Give me your space ring. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted. Liang Yong's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. How could he agree? He could only open his mouth and say, "Sect master, I beg sect master to reconsider." This subordinate is completely loyal to sect master and will definitely not disobey sect master's wishes or do anything that would tarnish the sect's reputation. This space ring is subordinate's secret. Even if sect master requests it, subordinate cannot agree. Please understand, sect master. Enough nonsense, Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and grabbing the ring on Liang Yong's hand. A look of struggle flashed across Liang Yong's face before his eyes filled with determination. Seeing Yang Kai reach out, Liang Yong pushed his Saint Chi violently to resist. How could he have known that just as he moved, the surrounding space would suddenly solidify and a violent pressure would press down on him from all directions, making it difficult for him to even move. With a loud crackling sound, tiny void cracks visible to the naked eye began swimming around Liang Yong like fish. Liang Yong was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be swallowed by these void cracks. In a flash, his space ring fell into Yang Kai's hand, causing Liang Yong's face to suddenly turn pale. Grabbing Liang Yong's space ring, Yang Kai sneered softly, sweeping the contents of the ring with his divine sense, his face gradually becoming gloomy. Immediately, Yang Kai waved his hand and a series of clattering sounds rang out. In front of the city lord's mansion, a small mountain of high-rank saint crystals immediately appeared. The onlookers stared at this huge number of saint crystals and couldn't help gulping as a burst of exclamations rang out. When had they ever seen such a large amount of wealth? Although no one knew exactly how many saint crystals there were at least hundreds of millions of them, and if one could obtain them, they wouldn't need to worry about cultivation for several lifetimes. In addition to saint crystals, there were also various boxes. Yang Kai didn't know what was inside these boxes, but the boxes themselves were carved out of valuable materials, so it wasn't hard to imagine what was inside. Where did you get so many good things? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a dark expression. Give me a reasonable explanation, and I won't kill you. Liang Yong's face turned ashen. He had no way to explain himself. The evidence was right in front of them. If Yang Kai hadn't plundered the wealth of the 9 cities under Heaven Battling City, how could he have amassed such a huge fortune by himself? No one had the ability to do that. Sect Master, please spare my life. Sect Master, please spare my life. Subordinate knows his wrongs and asks Sect Master to give Subordinate a chance to redeem himself. Subordinate will definitely not disappoint Sect Master, Liang Yong shouted. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Liang Yong, this sect master spared your life in Fallen Emperor Mountain and didn't take your life in Heaven Battling City because you were still a useful person, but now, you can rest in peace. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Liang Yong. Liang Yong seemed to want to dodge, but for some reason, he couldn't and had his head grabbed by Yang Kai. Pushing his Saint Chi fiercely, Liang Yong screamed as a series of violent bursts rang out from his body. Along with this sound, Liang Yong's vitality rapidly disappeared. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, Liang Yong had lost all vitality and collapsed to the ground, dark red blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Everyone was silent as they stared towards Yang Kai with complicated looks. Many of them knew Liang Yong's strength well. He was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and even if he wasn't as strong as the late Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, he wasn't too far off. But such a master had been crushed to death by Yang Kai with a single hand. It wasn't any different from crushing an ant. Although most people had long heard that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, in the end, those were just rumors. Only after seeing it with their own eyes did they realize that the rumors were true and that his strength was even more terrifying than the rumors said. Dan Ning was dumbfounded and fell to the ground, his eyes glazed over. He had pinned all his hopes on Liang Yong, thinking that City Lord Liang would stand up for him and teach Yang Kai a lesson. But the development of the situation made him tremble in fear. First, Liang Yong addressed this young man as sect master, allowing Dan Ning to vaguely guess his true identity, and then Liang Yong, who he regarded as his pillar of support, was crushed to death. Dan Ning had always regarded High Heaven sect as his backer, a fox exploiting the tiger's might, but how could he have known that he would inadvertently offend the sect master of this backer? How could he survive now? He saw Kai Yang's gaze sweep over him, but it didn't linger, as if he was completely ignoring his existence. It was as if he wasn't a threat to Kai Yang at all. Heh, I don't know how many of you are related to this matter, but don't be too nervous. Liang Yong is dead, and this sect master doesn't want to kill anymore, so this matter will end here. If you want to live, you should know what to do. Yang Kai looked at the cultivator who had followed Liang Yong. Most of these people were originally cultivators of Heaven Battling Union, but some were later recruited by Liang Yong, all of them origin returning realm masters. Subordinates thank sect master for not killing us. Everyone responded in unison, immediately turning around and glaring at Dan Ning. No! Dan Ning shouted in horror. But it was too late. These people swarmed over and directly drowned Dan Ning, bombarding him with various secret techniques and artifacts, killing him on the spot. Shao Qi, take care of this matter and report back to me as soon as possible. Yang Kai looked at Gu Qi and ordered. Yes. Where is Blue Wave City's Vice City Lord? Yang Kai looked forward again. Subordinate is here. A wretched-looking old man hurriedly walked out, his legs still shaking as he bowed to Yang Kai. Good, take me to Blue Wave City's storehouse. Sect Master, this way please. The old man did not dare to neglect and quickly led the way. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in Blue Wave City's storehouse, looking at the dazzling array of materials and a large number of saint crystals, clicking his tongue constantly. The so-called wealth of the people was probably referring to these things. Empty the storehouse and hand everything to Gu Qi, he should know what to do with it, Yang Kai ordered before turning around and leaving. The old man bowed respectfully behind him. 3 days later, in the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat in a chair, listening to Gu Qi's report. Sect Master, Liang Yong, Dan Ying's space rings and everything in Blue Wave City's storehouse has been dispersed. Subordinate asked the cultivator in Blue Wave City to report the amount of saint crystals he had paid and after verification, returned everything, informing them that what happened here was not instructed by my High Heaven sect but was instead Dan Ying's own initiative. Everyone who heard this news applauded and praised Sect Master's great kindness. Enough flattery, Yang Kai shot him a disdainful glance. He didn't know why, but the more he looked at Gu Qi, the more he felt this guy was wretched. He couldn't help wondering how Yi Shiyun had adopted this guy in the first place. Gu Qi smiled awkwardly. Liang Yong is dead, so Heaven Battling City is now leaderless. You'll have to work hard for a while and stay there. If you can cultivate a capable and reliable person, you can let him take over the position of City Lord. At that time, you can return to the sect and no longer have to worry about these trivial matters. Yes, that's what I plan to do, Gu Qi nodded. What about the other cities under the jurisdiction of Heaven Battling City? Is the situation the same as here? Yang Kai asked again. It's not quite the same, the severity of the situation varies. Some are more serious, some are fine, but the most serious one is Blue Wave City. Good, that's good. In any case, how to deal with it is up to you. Sect Master, don't worry. Little Seven won't do those outrageous things. By the way, Sect Master, I have sent news of your return back to the sect. Great Elder wants to know how you're doing now. Me? I'm doing very well. Tell her I'll be back soon so she doesn't need to worry. Yes, Gucci nodded. There is one more thing I need to tell Sect Master. Speak. Outside the city lord's mansion, there are a few people who have been asking to see you, saying they know you. Gucci looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately knew who wanted to see him, nodded, and said, "Let them in." Gucci took the order and left. A short while later, an old man led a few young people in. Yang Kai got up and greeted them with a smile. This old man greets Sect Master Yang. The old man quickly saluted. Old sir need not be so polite. Yang Kai chuckled as his eyes swept behind the old man and landed on the green-clothed girl who was staring at him with a pair of big eyes, her face filled with curiosity. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and salute, show some respect, the old man scolded. Yang Kai waved his hand, no need, this is fine. The old man smiled bitterly, Sect Master Yang, please don't take offense. These young people have not seen much of the world. If they have offended you in any way, please forgive them. This old man came here to thank Sect Master Yang for upholding justice for all the Blue Wave City abbots and avenging the death of my family's fourth brother. I hope Sect Master Yang can accept this old man's bow. Old sir need not be so polite. If we really want to talk about what happened here, my High Heaven sect also has some responsibility. If it weren't for High Heaven sect's negligence, you would not have ended up like this. Fortunately, this matter was discovered not too late, so I hope it can be made up for in the future. It is an honor for us to live in Blue Wave City and be governed by High Heaven sect, the old man said solemnly. Yang Kai gently nodded and grinned at the green-clothed girl. What are you looking at me for? Don't you recognize me? The green-clothed girl blushed and stammered, are you really High Heaven sect master? You're not lying. Chapter 1541. Fei, The old man was taken aback and quickly glared at her. The girl couldn't help pursing her lips. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded, I am High Heaven sect master. There's no need to pretend, right? I was just asking. The girl stuck out her tongue and suddenly seemed to make a great decision, biting her red lips and saying, you are High Heaven sect master, so your words should be very useful, right? They should be useful. Then can you accept me into High Heaven sect? As soon as this statement came out, the old man was shocked and quickly apologized. He knew that High Heaven sect never accepted anyone. A master like Liang Yong was only the city lord of Heaven Battling City and had not really become a member of High Heaven sect. His Fei, was just a Saint Realm cultivator, so how could she join such a sect? Although he was apologizing in fear, the old man still had some expectations. If Fei could really join High Heaven sect, her future would be limitless. Currently, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven sect was the dominant force, and no other sect could compete with it. How could one enter such a sect be lacking? Yang Kai stopped the old man's chatter and looked at the girl calmly. Do you want to join High Heaven sect? The girl nodded. Why? Yang Kai asked. It's cool under a big tree. The girl replied immediately without thinking. The old man's face twitched as he listened to this. Yang Kai was also stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. If I become a disciple of High Heaven sect, no one will dare bully my family's disciples in the future, the girl added with a blush. Yang Kai smiled even more happily. Good, although you have some selfish motives, you are also a straightforward person. Since you want to enter High Heaven sect so much, this sect master will accept you. Ah. The girl's expression froze, seemingly not having expected happiness to come so suddenly. She thought she would definitely be rejected and had mentally prepared herself. Stupid girl, quickly thank sect master for his kindness. The old man quickly signaled to the side. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. The several young people who came with her all looked at her enviously. All right, get up. I'll give you 1 day to deal with your family affairs. After 1 day, I'll return to the sect. You'll come with me then. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. The young girl bit her red lips, her face flushed red as she excitedly replied. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about Blue Wave City, and Heaven Battling City didn't need him to deal with it. A day later, Yang Kai took the green-robed girl through Blue Wave City Space Array, directly to Heaven Battling City, and from there, to Demon Blood City. The current Demon Blood City had already been renamed to Firmament City. It was the bridge between High Heaven Sect, which lived in the Lu Yen Desert, and the outside world, and a city directly under High Heaven Sect's jurisdiction. A few years ago, during the trip to the Emperor Garden, Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and the beautiful Temple Master had both died at the hands of Yang Kai. As a result, Demon Blood Temple's internal strife continued, resulting in countless casualties among its elders. After a few years, this sect had nearly collapsed. Seeing this situation, Yishiyun took her people to occupy Demon Blood City, the closest city to the sect, and renamed it Firmament City. Not to mention that Demon Blood Temple was now in decline and did not dare to resist, even when Demon Blood Temple was at its peak, with High Heaven Sect strength. If they wanted to occupy Demon Blood City, Demon Blood Temple would not have dared to resist. Demon Blood City was so easily obtained and became High Heaven Sect's property. All supplies and cultivator traffic were transferred through Firmament City. Although today's High Heaven Sect was still located inside the Lu Yen Desert, its communication with the outside world was much more convenient. As soon as he appeared on the space array, Yang Kai heard a thunderous roar in his ears. Subordinate welcomes Sect Master back to the sect. The orderly voices frightened Lu Fei, causing the green-robed girl to hurriedly hide behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and found that almost all of High Heaven Sect's elders were here, led by Great Elder Yishiyun. Obviously, they had heard the news and were waiting here. Seeing that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg, Yishiyun could not help breathing a sigh of relief. After the Battle of Ling Terminating Peak, Yang Kai, Qi Tianche, and Fang Peng suddenly disappeared for 3 years. All of High Heaven Sect had been worried about Yang Kai and had been inquiring about him everywhere, but unfortunately, nothing had been found. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from this cultivation star. Now that he had finally returned safely, Yishiyun was naturally happy. At first glance, her beautiful eyes could not help narrowing as she discovered that Yang Kai's cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Even Yishiyun, who had experienced countless storms and waves, could not help being shocked by this discovery. In just a few years, he had actually taken another step forward in the origin returning realm. Wasn't Sect Master's cultivation speed a bit too exaggerated? Great Elder has worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded to Yishiyun, everyone has also worked hard. Sect Master, you're being too serious. There's nothing for us to work hard for. Instead, it's the Sect Master who has been tired these past few years. Thank you, Sect Master, Yishiyun smiled as her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Fei, before shooting a curious glance towards Yang Kai, wondering why he had brought a Saint King Realm girl with him. This girl wanted to join High Heaven Sect, so this Sect Master decided to accept her, Yang Kai explained casually. So that's how it is, Yishiyun nodded. Come, don't hide. Greet the elders first. Yang Kai pulled Lu Fei, out from behind him. Lu Fei's face flushed red as she swept her eyes over the faces of everyone present, a look of worship and reverence filling her beautiful eyes. These people were the strongest masters from the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. Any one of these people could easily cause Shadowed Star to tremble with a single stomp of their feet. Lu Fei had never seen such a grand spectacle before. After calming her mind, Lu Fei hurriedly bowed. There's no need to be so polite. Since Sect Master has accepted you, you will be a disciple of my High Heaven sect from now on. Cultivate well in the sect, and if your performance is good enough, you may be able to become a disciple of these people in front of you. Yi Shiyun looked at her kindly. Yes. Lu Fei nodded excitedly. Let's go back first, Yang Kai gestured. Half a day later, in the conference hall of High Heaven Sect's headquarters, the elders gathered to report to Yang Kai the situation of High Heaven Sect over the past 3 years. The best way to describe it was by leaps and bounds. Without mentioning anything else, with the addition of more than 200 cultivators from Star Emperor Mountain, High Heaven Sect's overall strength had leapt to become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. This was indisputable as no other sect could compare to the current High Heaven Sect. In addition, with Heaven Battling City taking the lead, the various cities under its jurisdiction also received a large amount of income every year. Today, High Heaven Sect no longer needed to worry about cultivation materials. There weren't many people to begin with, but supplies were constantly being transported in from all directions. Now, High Heaven Sect had 3 large warehouses, each of which was filled to the brim, but it still wasn't enough, so Yi Shiyun planned to open up more. On top of that, Clear Sky Sect and Shadow Moon Hall were allies. These two forces had always had a good relationship with Yang Kai, and in the 3 years that Yang Kai had been missing, both forces had provided great help to the development of High Heaven Sect, so Yi Shiyun had decided to form an alliance with these two sects. Under such a strong alliance, they could mutually benefit each other. There were countless forces that wanted to ally with High Heaven Sect, but none of them had a way to do so, so they could only covet the opportunities of Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect. Yang Kai listened for a long time before nodding with satisfaction. Today's High Heaven Sect's development was on the right track. When he founded the sect, he had never imagined that it would reach its current scale. Back then, he had only brought Wu Yi and the others here on a starship to settle down. It could be said that the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain had provided unimaginable help to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect. Without the destruction of these 3 forces, there would be no High Heaven Sect today. They had all become stepping stones to High Heaven City's fame. Half a day later, the elders dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai with Yi Shiyun. Great Elder also knew that Yang Kai must have something else to ask, so before Yang Kai could speak, Great Elder took the initiative to say, if Sect Master wishes to ask about Master's situation, subordinate can only say that everything is the same as before. Everything is the same as before. Yang Kai murmured. Sect Master does not need to worry. Since Master said that he would sleep for 10 or 20 years, we only need to wait patiently. Yang Kai nodded, not asking any more questions. In addition, Sect Master's artifact spirit is now recuperating in the 5th layer's Earth Lung Fire vein. Subordinate has also brought back the green sword and placed it in Sect Master's first heavenly palace. I understand. In fact, there was no need for Yi Shiyun to say anything. As soon as Yang Kai returned to the Lu Yen Desert, he sensed the location of his 2 great helpers. After all, whether it was the Firebird or the Dragon Bone Sword, they were both connected to his soul. When he was dragged into the mysterious small world by Qi Tian Che with the sealed world bead, the verdant Dragon Bone Sword was still outside. Later, during the battle, the Firebird artifact spirit was also banished, leaving only the stone mongoose with Yang Kai. Naturally, Yi Shiyun would bring them back. Back then, what happened? Why did Sect Master suddenly disappear? Is it related to that Emperor artifact? Yi Shiyun pondered for a moment before asking solemnly. She only knew that the sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, but she did not know what kind of power it possessed. For generations on Star Emperor Mountain, no one had ever been able to refine it, so Yi Shiyun had no clue about its power. I was dragged into a mysterious small world by Qi Tianche, Yang Kai replied. A mysterious small world. Yi Shiyun's eyes shrank. Fortunately, after spending 3 years inside, I was finally able to escape, so Great Elder doesn't need to worry too much. Seeing that he had no intention of talking more, Yi Shiyun naturally did not ask any more questions. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly took out an item and handed it to Yang Kai. Master sent me a message while he was asleep and asked me to give this to you. He said he wanted you to take good care of it. Star Emperor Token. Yang Kai looked at the thing Yi Shiyun handed over and shouted. Reaching out and taking it, Yang Kai gently stroked the Star Emperor token as a dignified look appeared on his face. He now had 4 of these tokens. The first was given to him by Gue Zhu and contained the divine technique of the great emperors, the second was found in the loft on the 6th floor of Lu Yan's sand field, the third was brought to him by Gu Qi, and the fourth was the one in front of him. Chapter 1542. Yang Yun had said before that the great emperors had produced a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with a divine technique belonging to the great emperors. Now that she wanted him to take good care of them, could there be some kind of secret hidden in these Star Emperor tokens? However, no matter what it was, he would need to collect all 10 of them to reveal it. Of course, collecting 10 was easier said than done. It had been many years since Yang Kai entered Star territory, and through various opportunities and coincidences, he only had 4 Star Emperor tokens. As for the remaining 6, who knew where they were? The only thing Yang Kai knew was that Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had a Star Emperor token on Water Moon Star, something he had inadvertently learned while chatting with Shuiyu. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it though, and after carefully putting away the 4th Star Emperor token, he asked Yi Shiyun to send a message to Qian Tong, Feiji II, and Clear Sky Sect, informing them that the time had come before leaving the hall. 3 years ago, Yang Kai had been planning a voyage. If not for the previous incident, he would likely have already entered Star territory by now. Because of the provocation from Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had no choice but to delay his plans. Now that he had escaped, it was time to set sail and find a way home, where he didn't know where his beloved had fallen in Star territory. On the way to First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with Su Yan's face and his eyes softened. Back on Tong Xian realm, more than 20 years had passed. Over the past 20 years, through many ups and downs, Yang Kai's cultivation had climbed from the Saint realm to the Origin returning realm, more than 100 times stronger than when he had rushed into Star territory without hesitation. However, there was no such thing as a peak in the martial Dao, and the higher his cultivation, the more Yang Kai found his shortcomings. He desperately wanted to become stronger, to climb to the peak of the martial Dao, to stand atop it and overlook all living beings. Suddenly, cheers and shouts rang out in his ears, pulling Kai Yang out of his reverie. Turning his head, he saw a group of people gathered together. He didn't know what they were doing, but it seemed to be very lively. These people were all disciples of the Hai Ku family who had left the family with Wu Yi and followed Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were not at the same level back then, over the years, with the help of various cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, all of them had advanced by leaps and bounds. Most of them had already reached the Saint King realm. Yu Feng and Wu Yi were only one step away from breaking through to the Origin returning realm. Cultivating in High Heaven sect, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad, there was no need to worry about breaking through. There were all kinds of pills to assist one's cultivation, the 10,000-year incense from Ascending Dragon Palace to dispel heart demons, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree to help a cultivator comprehend the heavenly way and martial Dao. Every cultivator did not feel any difficulty when they broke through. Everything happened naturally. At this moment, more than 20 people had gathered together and were shouting at the center of the field. There seemed to be two people sparring with each other as the sound of fists and feet colliding could be heard. It was a good thing for disciples to improve their strength and examine their own shortcomings through exchanging pointers. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not intending to join in the fun, but when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the middle of exchanging pointers, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh and quickly walked over. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in the field, so Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm anyone. At the center of the field, there were indeed two people sparring, but unlike what Yang Kai had imagined, they were not competing with secret techniques or artifacts, nor were they competing with Saint Qi. Instead, they were simply competing in terms of strength and reflexes. One of them looked familiar to Yang Kai, but he couldn't name him. He was a burly man with a strong body and bulging muscles. At first glance, it was obvious he was a man who possessed great brute strength. His cultivation was also not bad, a first-order Saint King. What caught Yang Kai's attention was this burly man's opponent. It turned out to be a little girl. She looked to be only 10 years old, but her petite body was as agile as an ape, and her movements were extremely fast as she flew around the burly man. The little girl's hair was still a bit light yellow, and she had tied it up casually with 2 strands of hair that hung over her shoulders. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, giving her a very cute appearance. As she flew about, her hair fluttered just like her. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. While dodging the burly man's attacks, she would often find an opportunity to throw out her small fists and land a few punches on the burly man's body. These seemingly light punches actually contained astonishing power. Even with the burly man's physique, being hit by these punches caused him to tremble violently, causing him to grimace in pain. Yang Kai found that both of the burly man's eyes were bruised, obviously because he had been hit by the little girl. The burly man didn't seem to show the slightest mercy as he threw out punch after punch, the sound of his punches causing Yang Kai to feel a little nervous, fearing that the little girl wouldn't be able to withstand his blows and would be smashed to pieces. However, his worries were superfluous as none of the onlookers showed any concern for this little girl. Instead, everyone was shouting and cheering, some making fun of the burly man's strength while others cheering for the little girl, creating a lively scene. Lin Yun, Yang Kai suddenly recognized the little girl's identity. She was the little girl Yang Kai had brought back from Seaside City. She was the one adopted by Huang Wan. When Yang Kai brought her back, the little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that 3 years had passed, she was about the same age. Yang Kai had long known that Lin Yun, her small body could erupt with great strength, but after seeing her today, he realized that he had underestimated her potential. At just 10 years old, she had already surpassed the burly first-order Saint King realm man in terms of pure strength, perhaps even a little, otherwise her opponent wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantage. What kind of freak is this? Yang Kai couldn't help marveling. Just as he was looking at Lin Yun, with great interest, the little girl's figure flickered and she suddenly slipped under the burly man's crotch, leapt up high, and delivered a beautiful uppercut to the burly man's chin, sending him flying. Pang, the burly man fell to the ground, his face red, and struggled for a while before getting up. The onlookers burst into laughter, with Yufeng laughing the most heartily. After defeating her opponent, Lin Yun, seemed to be very happy, jumping up and down excitedly, shouting and yelling. Yang Kai stared at her, a pensive look on his face. If it was a real life or death struggle, the little girl would definitely not be the burly man's opponent. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too great, but in terms of physical flexibility and strength, the little girl had an absolute advantage. She was only 10 years old and had infinite potential. If she could be taught according to her aptitude, her future achievements would be limitless. Interesting, really interesting. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Hey, you're that uncle. Lin Yun suddenly discovered Yang Kai and pointed her finger at him. Yang Kai's face went black. Ah, it's Sect Master. Yu Feng turned his head and exclaimed, quickly covering his eyes with his hands, as if he was trying to hide something, his eyes darting around. Yang Kai glanced around and found that most of the people gathered here had dark circles under their eyes and ashamed looks on their faces. They've all been knocked out? Kai Yang asked curiously. Huh. Yu Feng was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He was now a third-order Saint King, only one step away from breaking through to the origin returning realm, but in the competition with Lin Yun, he had still accidentally taken a punch from her, resulting in his current state. This was the greatest shame of his life. How disgraceful. Yang Kai spat disdainfully before beckoning to Lin Yun, come here. The little girl was very obedient and quickly walked over to Yang Kai, thought about it for a moment, then said in a crisp voice, Disciple Lin Yun, greets Sect Master. Uncle. Yang Kai nodded, showing a harmless smile, you don't need to say the last two words next time. Yes. The little girl nodded. Yi Shiyun's teachings are quite good. Yang Kai looked at the little girl with satisfaction. After bringing her back, Yang Kai had asked Yi Shiyun to teach her, and now she was so mature, obviously it was Yi Shiyun's credit. Do you like it here? Yang Kai asked happily. I like it. Lin Yun replied immediately, there's food here, no one bullies Yun, Auntie Yi and the other uncles are very good to Yun, Good, Yang Kai grinned, did your Auntie Yi find a master for you? Lin Yun slowly shook her head. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. Although Lin Yun was young, she was obviously a rare genius. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that Star Emperor Mountain's masters would not fight to the death for such a person. Although they were strict about accepting disciples, Lin Yun definitely met the requirements, so no one had accepted her as a disciple. This was a bit strange. Auntie Yi said that they have no one to teach me, Lin Yun replied clearly. Tilting her little head, she said happily, Yun is now cultivating with Auntie Yi, so there's no need for her to worship any other master. Your Auntie Yi's strength is outstanding, so if you cultivate well with her, you'll benefit greatly. Yes. Good, you may continue. Yang Kai waved his hand, turned around, and left. Behind him came a respectful greeting, but Kai Yang fell into deep thought. Yi Shiyun actually said that no one could teach Lin Yun, which was a bit strange. Although there were only about 200 cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain, each of them had their own territory they were proficient in, so it should not be a problem to find one of these elites to teach Lin Yun. Since Yi Shiyun said so, there was only one possibility. She was very optimistic about Lin Yun, and did not want her to act carelessly, so she probably wanted to teach Lin Yun, the best. Yang Kai would have to ask Yi Shiyun about this matter. He was really curious as to why this little girl possessed such amazing strength at such a young age. Presumably, Yi Shiyun had been with her for 3 years and should have some understanding of her strength. With his mind drifting, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace. Just as he stepped into the palace, a low and deep dragon roar vaguely sounded from the depths of the palace. Immediately, a green light shot over from that direction. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and grasped the green light in the palm of his hand. When the light dissipated, it was revealed to be a bladeless green sword. Dragon Bone Sword, Verdant. A sense of connection and bloodline fusion arose spontaneously, and the green dragon remnant soul swimming around the sword seemed to become happier. After 3 years, the aura of the Dragon Bone Sword seemed to have become stronger. After all, in the battle 3 years ago, Yang Kai had killed a lot of people and the Dragon Bone Sword had devoured a lot of their flesh and blood essence. 3 years of accumulation had indeed caused some changes. After carefully examining it and confirming that he was not mistaken, Yang Kai happily put away the Dragon Bone Sword. Chapter 1543. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that everything in First Heavenly Palace was the same as before. Although Yang Kai had been missing for 3 years, no one dared to disturb this place as it was the resting place of High Heaven Sect's sect master. Yi Shiyun simply ordered people to clean this place up every day to prevent any dust from reaching it. After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai nodded secretly and was about to take a rest when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Who is it?" Saying so, Yang Kai released his spiritual energy towards a certain spot in the void. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being spied on. He did not show the slightest mercy. The void distorted as Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy attack was something even a third-order origin returning realm master could not withstand. However, the distorted space stabilized in the next moment, as if an invisible hand had flattened it. Yang Kai's attack did not have any effect. This discovery made his expression change as his eyes flashed. An inexplicable mass of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, twisting and changing mysteriously. Divine Sense Manifestation. Yang Kai muttered, feeling shocked but also lowering his vigilance because he felt a sense of familiarity from this spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. As soon as his voice fell, the divine sense force suddenly transformed into a human figure. Although it was somewhat erratic, this figure wore a black robe that almost covered her entire face, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone like stars and a graceful figure. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at this figure, his mood fluctuating. The other party also stared back at him motionlessly, her expression as calm as an ancient well, making it impossible to tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. After a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Yang Inflammation, or one of the great emperors?" This figure formed from Yang Kai's divine sense was exactly the same as Yang Yen. She was clearly the spiritual thought of the person sleeping on the 6th floor of the Lu Yen sand ground. However, Yang Kai was not sure whether she was the Yang Inflammation who had been with him day and night, or the legendary great emperors of the star field. If it was the former, everything would be fine. If it was the latter, Yang Kai would have to be careful. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the figure frowned and said, "Both. Is that so?" Yang Kai replied faintly. "It seems that you have already begun to fuse." "That's right, but it'll take a few more years for it to be completed." "Then how should I address you?" "Whether it is the person you know or the great emperors you speak of, they are all called Yang Inflammation," the figure replied. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then why aren't you sleeping in the attic? Why did you place your spiritual sense here?" "I sensed that you brought back something interesting, so I came over to take a look." Yang Inflammation smiled faintly. "Something interesting?" Yang Kai's brows furrowed. "This," Yang Inflammation said as she reached out to Yang Kai. Her movement seemed extremely casual, but when she made this move, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if something had been summoned from his body. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to think about resisting. With a flash of light, a bead appeared in Yang Inflammation's hand. Sealed World Bead. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous bead. "That's right, the Sealed World Bead." Yang Inflammation gently nodded and closed her beautiful eyes as if sensing something. A moment later, she opened her eyes and whispered, "Sure enough, you really can refine it." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. This was something that Yang Inflammation knew. The most basic requirement for refining the Sealed World Bead was to understand the Tao of space, so for the past tens of thousands of years on Star Emperor Mountain, no sect master had been able to refine it until Qi Tianche's generation coincidentally discovered the mysteries of the Sealed World Bead. In the end, it was Yang Kai who benefited. You even managed to open up a 100-kilometer radius space. With your current cultivation, this is truly amazing. Yang Yen seemed to have discovered something that surprised her and couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "I know that this bead belongs to you. At that time, I refined it in order to leave this place. If you want to take it back, I won't stop you. But can you lend it to me for a while? I need it to carry some people. Lend it to you? Yang Inflammation glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips into a smile. Why should I lend it to you? You left your mark on the sealed world bead, so it already belongs to you. I won't take it back. Saying so, Yang Inflammation stretched out her hand and tossed the sealed world bead back. Yang Kai caught it and looked at her suspiciously. Although he hadn't figured out what grade of artifact the sealed world bead was, since it was an emperor artifact, it was obviously of great use to existences like the great emperors. Yang Kai didn't expect to take the sealed world bead for himself, he just wanted to use it to bring his friends and family from Tongxian realm. Without the sealed world bead, he really couldn't bring so many people here at once. You're mistaken about one thing, Yang Inflammation said softly. What? I don't own this sealed world bead. Yang Kai was stunned. Strictly speaking, I've never refined this sealed world bead, I'm just keeping it safe. Yang Inflammation's soul avatar floated down from the void and stood in front of Yang Kai like a real person. It actually belongs to a friend of mine. Your friend? Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation's avatar was one of the great emperors of Star Field, so a friend of the great emperors. Didn't that mean he was also in existence on par with the great emperors? A friend of mine, Yang Inflammation nodded, my friend, and you share the same surname, can you guess what it is? Yang Kai fell into contemplation before his eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered, he cultivates the Tao of space? Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai approvingly, like you, he also cultivates the Tao of space, but his mastery of the Tao of space has reached great heights. This sealed world bead was formed by him using his mastery of space principles to refine an interface. Although my strength is not inferior to his, I don't have much attainments in the Tao of space, so the sealed world bead is of little use to me, and I can't fully expand the space inside the sealed world bead. You are different. You have a deep understanding of the Tao of space, so perhaps one day you will have the opportunity to reach his level. Yang Kai's face twitched. It wasn't because of Yang Inflammation's high evaluation of him, but because of the origin of the sealed world bead. It was actually formed by a cultivator on the same level as the great emperors by refining an interface. This was too sensational. Yang Kai had never seen an Origin King realm master take action, but according to his estimation, an Origin King definitely did not have such ability. The great emperors really were existences beyond the Origin King realm. Above the Origin King realm, there really was a higher realm. The martial Tao really had no limit. You and Yang Inflammation met before, so we can be considered to have been brought together by fate. Since you have branded the sealed world bead with your life mark, it is now yours. Expand it well, perhaps one day you will discover something from it. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai's brow rose as his eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning in Yang Inflammation's words. Could it be that there were some mysteries hidden inside the sealed world bead? Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions as he knew that even if he asked now, he probably wouldn't get any answers. After pondering for a moment, he said, your friend, I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for more than 100,000 years. Perhaps he is wandering around, becoming one of the many living beings in this world, or perhaps he has already fallen. Who knows? Understood, Yang Kai nodded. Expanding the space inside the sealed world bead was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Even if Yang Inflammation hadn't spoken today, Yang Kai would not have slacked off. Now that he vaguely knew that there was more to the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would spare no effort. Right, I'll be going on a voyage in a few days. You should be safe sleeping in that loft. I'll have someone look after you carefully. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Yang Inflammation opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but eventually decided against it and simply said lightly, there are many dangers in the star's territory, I hope you have a safe trip. After saying so, her figure suddenly disappeared. Just like how she had suddenly arrived, she had also suddenly left. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place for a while before calming himself down and sitting cross-legged on his bed to meditate. The next day, inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun and asked her about Lin Yun's situation. After 3 years of getting along, Yi Shiyun had indeed studied Lin Yun's body and vaguely learned some things. Yun has a special constitution. Sure enough. Yang Kai nodded, as if he had already expected this. There were always some special people in this world who were born with advantages that others could only dream of, and these advantages were reflected in their bodies. For example, little senior sister Xia Ning Chang had the sacred spirit medicine body. She was born proficient in alchemy and did not need to study it at all. Alchemy was a form of cultivation, and the more pills she refined, the higher her strength would become. Shan Qing Luo had the poison widow constitution, which was extremely poisonous and could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Shuiyu had the dragon marrow phoenix body, which allowed her primordial yin qi to greatly increase one's strength without any hidden dangers. These special constitutions each had their own advantages, but they were extremely rare and rarely seen by ordinary people. For Lin Yun to possess such incredible power at such a young age, Yang Kai could only think of one explanation. She had a special constitution. Now, the answer he got from Yi Shiyun happened to coincide with his conjecture. Then what kind of constitution does she have? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was sitting nearby, nibbling on a fruit, and hurriedly asked. This queen has read a lot of ancient books about this, and if this queen is not mistaken, she should have the tyrant strength body. Yi Shiyun quickly said. Tyrant strength body. Yang Kai raised his brow. People with this kind of constitution are born with divine strength, and as they grow older and their cultivation increases, their strength will only increase. They are heaven's favored children, and when they grow to a certain extent, they will be able to compete with a cultivator of the same realm with their physical strength alone and gain the absolute upper hand. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of amazement. But Yi Shiyun suddenly frowned as she looked at Lin Yun, worriedly. But what? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. But because the strength of people with this kind of constitution is too great, to the point where they are unable to bear it, they are often unable to exert their full strength in battle. Yun is still young and her cultivation is not high, so this disadvantage is not obvious yet, but when she really grows up, this strength will become a hindrance to her. Chapter 1544. Everything was fair, the Creator had always been fair. Although people with special constitutions had advantages in certain territory, most of them had shortcomings that could not be ignored. Xia Ning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to perform alchemy easily and enhance her strength in the process. However, she could only use this method to improve her strength. Meditating like an ordinary person was far too inefficient for her. Shan Qing Luo's poison widow body often caused her to lose her loved ones and live a life of loneliness. What's more, this regret was created by her own hands as she cruelly killed her loved ones on their wedding night. This was an unimaginable torture for anyone. Although Shuiyu's dragon marrow phoenix body was tyrannical, it was nothing more than a wedding dress for others. The same was true for Lin Yun's tyrant strength body. The powerful strength she possessed would eventually become too much for Lin Yun to bear. Once she used more strength than her body could bear, the final result would be her own death. Is there no solution? Yang Kai asked with some concern. There is. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Oh. Let's hear it. Since there is a solution, we just need to follow it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lin Yun was still young and had unlimited potential. He did not want such a little girl to worry about her own strength in the future, or even die because of it. It's simple to say, but Yi Shiyun smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of Yun-er's physique are obvious. As long as we target these drawbacks and temper her body, she will be fine. In other words, as long as her physical strength can support her strength, she will not be in any danger. But if she wants to temper her body, she must have a corresponding physique. Too low a level is not enough. Body tempering. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Yes, although Star Emperor Mountain also has a body tempering method, that kind of thing cannot meet Yun-er's requirements. I have been inquiring about this kind of thing for the past few years, but I have not gained anything. What I have collected is not even as good as what Star Emperor Mountain originally had. Yi Shiyun said somewhat sadly. Yun has only been in the sect for 3 years, but her strength has already grown to such a terrifying level. I fear that if we let her continue to grow, in less than 10 years, if she needs to temper her body. I have one. Sect master has such a thing? Yi Shiyun looked at him in amazement. Yes. Yang Kai said as he took out an ancient book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Shiyun. Take a look at this. Yi Shiyun took it and glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before immersing her consciousness into it and reading it carefully. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her and just sat there playing with Lin Yun-er. The little girl was still young and had been living with Huang Wan in Seaside City, living in a secluded hut and never seeing the sun. Later, she came to High Heaven sect. She had never been in contact with the outside world, so she was pure and innocent. Her childish words also made Yang Kai's state of mind calm down. 2 hours later, Yi Shiyun let out a long breath and put down the ancient book, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across her eyes. Great Elder, what do you think? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Yi Shiyun said excitedly, it should be possible for Yun-er. This book is quite peculiar. In terms of grade alone, it isn't too high, but its success is not determined by the grade of the materials used, but rather by the quality of the materials used. I think so too. I already have my own 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and the higher the grade of the materials used, the better the body tempering effect. It has nothing to do with the quality of the materials used, Yang Kai grinned. What's even rarer is that the materials needed can be replaced. If one wanted the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they had to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even the worst of these treasures could not be lower than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to collect all of these at that time. Now that High Heaven sect's influence had grown, it shouldn't be difficult to collect such supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even if the materials collected were not as good as Yang Kai's Sun's true essence and divine nullification sand, they should at least be able to collect something of the same grade as profound gold. Once the materials were gathered, he would let Lin Yun use them first. When he found better materials in the future, it would be fine to replace them. This would not have any effect on the person. Yi Shiyun also saw this point, which was why she was so excited. Sect Master can rest assured, I will only let Yun use this book and will not spread it outside, Yi Shiyun said solemnly. It's fine, even if you spread it outside, I'm afraid only a few people can do it, Yang Kai chuckled. The monster core of a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, so how many people could hunt such an existence? As such, it didn't matter if this book was spread outside. However, it does require a very strong spiritual energy, otherwise, one would not be able to withstand the excruciating pain. Yi Shiyun glanced at Lin Yun sympathetically. The little girl didn't know much about the world and didn't know what had happened to her body. She only knew that she had a lot of strength, but she didn't understand that this strength was like a rope that was slowly tightening around her life. I'll have to trouble Great Elder to cultivate her, Yang Kai smiled. I will arrange for Yun-er to use her spiritual energy as soon as possible, Yi Shiyun nodded. Let's put Yun-er's matter aside for the time being. Great Elder, I have something else to ask you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at her solemnly. Please speak, Sect Master. I will soon be setting off on a long voyage. I will be taking some of the sect's resources with me, otherwise, the starship will not be able to operate. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao, these 3 elders had also agreed to leave with me. What about you, Great Elder? Will you come with me? Me? A trace of expectation flashed across Yi Shiyun's face, but she quickly shook her head. Sect Master is being kind, I won't follow. As expected. Yang Kai sighed, seemingly having expected this. Yi Shiyun's strength was extraordinary and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Her Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage and she had already grasped the threshold of territory, reaching the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm long ago. In this regard alone, no one could compare to her. Perhaps they would all fail. Half a month later, in First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slowly, stood up, and walked out. Opening the palace door, Yang Kai saw a young woman standing in front of it, waiting quietly. Seeing Yang Kai come out, she took a deep breath and clenched her fists because of her excitement and nervousness. Qian Yu. On this long voyage, Yang Kai certainly would not leave her behind. As someone who came from the same world as Yang Kai, she was also looking forward to finding Ice Master Qingya, Su Yan, and the others from Ice Sect. She was more eager than anyone to see the faces of those who had made her dream come true. Is everything ready? Yang Kai looked at her. Qian Yu nodded, everything is ready, we're just waiting for you. Then, let's go, Yang Kai grinned and strode forward. In his clenched fist, there was a crystal-clear bead that exuded a faint chill. Su Yan's ice soul bead. If the bead existed, the person would exist. If the bead broke, the person would die. As long as he had it, Yang Kai was certain that Su Yan was living safely in some corner of Shadowed Star's territory. As long as he had it, Yang Kai believed that the two of them would be reunited one day. Half an hour later, the dark starship slowly lifted off as High Heaven Sect's disciples cheered and sent it off. Chapter 1545. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a dark starship flew forward slowly. Although it didn't seem to be moving very fast, in fact, it was as fast as lightning, crossing hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Looking through a transparent window, everyone stared at the huge stars beside the starship and couldn't help marveling. Many people here had never observed Shadowed Star from this perspective before, so it wasn't until now that they realized how magnificent the stars they had raised were. Facing such stars, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of respect. The starship's speed was extremely fast, but it was also very stable. Inside the hull, no one felt the slightest bump or vibration. Around them, a chaotic array of asteroids drifted, lifeless dead stars like cold giants that lay dormant in the starship's territory. Shadowed Star's territory extended 1,000,000 kilometers outside of the starship's territory, forming a safe zone. The great forces on Shadowed Star who owned starships would often send them to this territory to search for ores and minerals. Although the harvest was not great, this did not diminish the enthusiasm of these great forces. Occasionally, they would find some good things from these asteroids and dead stars. These things had never been produced on Shadowed Star before. However, beyond the 1,000,000-kilometer mark was the danger zone. All year round, the starship territory's astral winds could easily destroy starships. Star-field storms, both large and small, formed here and were annihilated almost everywhere. Rapidly flying asteroids could smash any living being or moving object to pieces. Dead territory. This was the first barrier that isolated Shadowed Star from the outside world, and it was also the strongest barrier. It was like a protective barrier that surrounded Shadowed Star from 1,000,000 kilometers away, preventing anyone from leaving or entering. For tens of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one had ever left Shadowed Star to explore the wider world outside, but no one had ever succeeded, and all of them had been stopped outside this dead territory. As the starship sailed into this place, everyone's palms began to sweat. Yang Kai had strengthened the starship's defenses to the limit, not caring about the consumption of Saint Crystal sources. Violent gales swept over from the territory of the Star Realm. It was as if an invisible beast was using its sharp claws to cut the battleship, attempting to destroy it and drag out the people hiding inside to fill their stomachs. Sharp and ear-piercing sounds of friction could be heard from outside the warship. Creak, 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 creak. Everyone's face turned ugly. The huge meteorites brought by the astral winds crashed into the battleship, causing the entire battleship to shake. Like a canoe in a stormy sea, the battleships dashed left and right in the dead territory, swaying left and right, unable to control the direction at all. They could only go with the flow and let it happen. Alarms and cries of alarm were constantly heard. Yang Kai bellowed as his divine sense left his body to check the situation outside and direct the actions of his subordinates. Yang Xiaozhu and the other third-order origin returning realm masters also rushed into the power room under Yang Kai's instructions, sat on the spirit array, and pushed their Saint Chi into the starship, providing it with a little boost. Everyone was exchanging blows with the Grim Reaper. There was no room for the slightest mistake. Any negligence could lead to the destruction of the starship. In this terrifying place, the strength of a single person was simply too insignificant. In the dead zone outside Shadowed Star, even an Origin King Realm Master would likely die if they tried to force their way in, let alone the people inside the starship. Only by working together could they survive this crisis. Only when a pill had a spirit could it be called a spirit pill. There was such a sentence in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture that Yang Kai was extremely concerned about. As for how to make a pill have a spirit, Yang Kai was at a loss. Although Yang Kai had collected a lot of Origin King great herbs, he still couldn't withstand such consumption. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai put away the remaining herbs. Before he could fully comprehend this sentence, he felt that no matter how hard he tried, it would all be in vain. He needed to think about it carefully. Taking out the sun's true essence and the other supreme treasures of the 5 elements, Yang Kai began cultivating his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art while comprehending this sentence in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture. Half a year later, Yang Kai, who was sitting in his room, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the starship come to a stop. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, as if something had happened. Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and opened the door. The next moment, Qian Yu's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. "We're here!" Qian Yu shouted excitedly. "We're here?" Yang Kai raised his brow, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Qian Yu. Reaching out and wrapping his arm around her waist, Yang Kai's figure flickered again as the space force fluctuations became more obvious. Qian Yu only saw a flash of light before she and Yang Kai appeared outside the starship. Surrounded by the cold and vast star territory, large and small dead stars appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu felt a sense of familiarity. She had recalled this place countless times in her mind, recalling the scene when she was separated from Ice Master Xianxia and the others. There was no way she would remember it incorrectly. "It's here!" Qian Yu shouted excitedly, "It's here, there is a void corridor nearby. We only separated after entering this void corridor." Qian Yu didn't know what had happened to the void corridor, but after entering it, she was directly teleported to Shadowed Star while Ice Master Xianxia and Su Yan were nowhere to be seen. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, Qian Yu didn't dare imagine what her fate would have been like today. Only after entering star territory did she realize how insignificant her strength was. A void corridor. Yang Kai murmured, closing his eyes as he frantically spread his divine sense outwards to investigate this place carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai opened his eyes slowly and took Qianyu in a certain direction. The High Heaven sect disciples who received his message also hurriedly piloted their starship. After a while, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the void and stared forward solemnly. In front of him, there was indeed a very obvious space force fluctuation, and when one's divine sense probed it, it was immediately swallowed up. This void corridor had completely collapsed and could no longer be used. It wouldn't be long before it disappeared from this world. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the Tao of space, it wouldn't have been easy to find it. Yang Kai began searching carefully while Qianyu waited nervously, not daring to disturb him. After a while, Yang Kai sighed. "How is it?" Qianyu asked hurriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. Based on this void corridor alone, it's impossible to speculate where Su Yan and the others went. Qianyu's beautiful eyes, which had been filled with hope, instantly dimmed. However, this void corridor isn't too powerful, so even if it can connect two places, it shouldn't be too far apart. You being able to appear on Shadowed Star is probably a stroke of luck. As for Su Yan and the others, they should be somewhere nearby. Wait a moment, let me see where the nearest cultivation star is. Let's go there and look around. Saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate the star. After a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and returned to the starship with Qianyu, ordering the disciples to adjust the direction of the starship and head towards a certain cultivation star. A few days later, a light blue star appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking down from the star field, this star was far smaller than Shadowed Star, only a quarter of its size. However, it was extremely beautiful and the world energy aura seemed to be extremely rich. There was no doubt that this was a rich cultivation star. The starship slowly sailed towards it until it left the atmosphere before Yang Kai stored it in the sealed world bead. Although he didn't know much about the situation on star territory, he at least knew that an Origin King-grade starship was too eye-catching. It was likely that even the financially powerful Hongluo Chamber of Commerce only had a few. If he really drove the starship to this star, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai had come here to find someone and didn't want to cause any trouble. The weaker disciples had also entered the sealed world bead. With such an emperor artifact, Yang Kai's actions were much more convenient. Qian Tong, the 5 third-order Origin returning realm masters, and Qianyu followed Yang Kai on their star shuttles and flew towards the stars. Half a day later, a group of 7 people set foot on this beautiful stars. The world energy here was similar to that of Shadowed Star, so it was impossible to say which was better, but Qian Tong and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly as they stood in place, their expressions constantly changing, as if they were silently perceiving something. Suddenly, Qian Tong laughed loudly, his smile extremely carefree. "There's no suppression, no restriction, I feel like the shackles that have been binding me have suddenly disappeared." Mou also looked excited. Yang Xiaozhu and the others were also the same, exchanging a glance with each other and seeing the joy in each other's eyes. "Congratulations to all of you." Kai Yang naturally knew what they were talking about, so he grinned and offered his congratulations. This cultivation star did not have the powerful suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, which meant that the shackles that had been restraining them from comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao had disappeared. They now had a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Everyone was extremely excited. "Yang Kai, this old master won't say anything else, but this old master will remember your kindness." Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai seriously. Mou came to his senses and quickly expressed his gratitude. If Yang Kai hadn't taken them away from Shadowed Star, they would have died of old age, unable to touch the threshold of the Origin King realm. This opportunity was given to them by Yang Kai. Elder Qian is too serious. And, let's find a place to settle down first, perhaps we should stay here for a while. Yang Kai looked towards a city in the distance and said. And, although there is no world principle suppression here, whether this place is suitable for breaking through or not still needs to be investigated first. Qian Tong nodded in agreement. Everyone reached a consensus and immediately set off towards the city in the distance. Greenwater City, in a teahouse, Yang Kai and the others sat around a table. A young waiter served a pot of spirit tea and was about to withdraw when Qian Tong called out to him. What instructions does Senior have? The waiter bowed to Qian Tong for a while with a smile on his face. There were many people coming and going in the teahouse, so the waiter had long ago developed a pair of discerning eyes. Although he couldn't sense the cultivation of Qian Tong and the others, he knew that they were masters, so he didn't dare show any neglect. The waiter had already mentioned it once, but Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it. Every cultivation star had its own style and customs. For example, Shadowed Star's Lu Yen sand field only opened once every few hundred years. Green Mountain Star also had such a thing. However, listening to the meaning of the waiter's words, this event seemed to be related to the breakthroughs of Qian Tong and the others, so Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hearing this question, the waiter was immediately stunned and scratched his head. What's wrong? Several seniors didn't come here to participate in the blood prison trial? Blood prison trial? Qian Tong and the others looked at each other blankly. Tell me in detail, what is this blood prison trial for? Yang Kai threw a few more pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal onto the table and said lightly. The waiter gulped and his face filled with joy, knowing that he had run into a noble man today, so how could he dare neglect? Quickly clearing his throat, he said, this blood prison trial is prepared for masters like several seniors. What do you mean? Qian Tong raised his brow. Because those who participate in the blood prison trial are all top masters at the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. It is said that in there, they can break through to the Origin King Realm. The waiter's words were shocking. Really? Qian Tong stood up with a look of excitement. The waiter was taken aback and quickly nodded. This lowly one does not dare deceive you. The blood prison trial is indeed like this, but this lowly one does not know the specific details. Senior should also be able to see that this lowly one is just an ordinary person who has never even cultivated before, so he does not know the details of the blood prison trial. Then what do you know? Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong to calm down and asked the waiter. This lowly one knows that the Origin King Realm Master on Green Mountain Star all participated in the blood prison trial in the past. Not only them, but there are many other Origin King Realm Masters in the territory of this star who also participated in the blood prison trial. There are cultivators from other cultivation stars who came here? Qian Tong frowned. As early as a few years ago, some people arrived on Green Mountain Star, but there weren't many of them. However, as time passed, more and more people came here, which is why this lowly one thought several seniors. The waiter looked at Qian Tong and the others anxiously. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Good, tell us about the blood prison trial. Tell us what you know. If you don't, we won't blame you. Qian Tong and the others nodded in agreement, all of them directing encouraging looks towards the waiter. The waiter calmed down and after a moment of contemplation, began explaining. The blood prison trial was the biggest event on Green Mountain Star, one that only opened once every 1,000 years. It was rumored that the blood prison still contained artifacts used by those Origin Kings. Each of these artifacts was Origin King grade and difficult to find in the outside world. There also seemed to be the inheritances of those two top masters hidden here. If someone could obtain these inheritances, they would undoubtedly be able to break through to the Origin King realm in the future, perhaps even reaching the heights of those two masters. All kinds of temptations and benefits made the blood prison a highly sought-after piece of meat that everyone coveted. Whenever the blood prison trial opened, all the third-order origin returning realm masters in the Star Territory who heard the news would rush here. At this time, Green Mountain Star was also at its busiest. There were only 2 to 3 years until the next blood prison trial opened, which was why the waiter had such a misunderstanding after listening to Qian Tong's question. He thought that Qian Tong and the others had heard the news and rushed here to participate in the blood prison trial. A sizzling sound rang out as if some kind of living creature was struggling inside the purple origin cauldron, slamming into its walls in an attempt to escape. Yang Kai remained unmoved. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the movement inside the cauldron gradually subsided. Yang Kai took back his conflagrated spiritual energy, took a deep breath, and stared at the purple origin cauldron solemnly and hesitantly. Whether he succeeded or failed would depend on the result. Yang Kai did not know whether his alchemy this time was successful or not, but at least there was no burning smell like before, which was a good start. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards the purple origin cauldron. If he stuck his head out, he would be cut in half, so he might as well be straightforward about it. The lid of the purple origin cauldron was lifted by Yang Kai, and at that moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out of the cauldron, circled around, and tried to escape into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai shouted as he stretched out his hand towards the stream of light, his movements as fast as lightning, and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. The moment he touched it, Yang Kai could feel the resistance and struggle coming from it, but it soon subsided, as if the thing in his hand had accepted its fate. Yang Kai let go of his hand and examined it carefully. A pale silver pill about the size of a longan fruit appeared in front of his eyes. The fragrance it gave off was not as strong as when it was being refined, so even when Yang Kai leaned in, he could only smell a faint fragrance, but the feeling it gave off was completely different from before. It made him feel even more relaxed and happy. An Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that the medicinal efficacies coming from this spirit pill were indeed that of an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Although it was only a low-rank pill, its quality was extremely high. Yang Kai showed a look of joy as he observed it carefully, only letting out a laugh after a long time. He finally understood what it meant to say that only pills with spirit could be called spirit pills. The Origin King Grade Spirit Pill in front of him was the best proof of this. His golden blood threads were rich in spirituality, and so were the blood beasts transformed from them. Using the blood beast as a guide to refine an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill, Yang Kai was not disappointed. If this was just a guess before the refinement, it had now been confirmed. Pills did not possess spirituality for no reason. Even the highest grade Origin King Grade herbs did not possess spirituality, unless they were world spirit treasures that had developed some form of sentience. Since that was the case, Yang Kai had to use something with spirituality to refine this pill. Pill spirit. As long as he had a pill spirit, Yang Kai could refine an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. The blood beast was the pill spirit of the spirit pill in his hand. Yang Kai had suddenly realized this when he saw the blood beast's spirituality, and after trying it out, it really worked. Yang Kai did not know how other Origin King Grade alchemists refined Origin King Grade pills, but there was absolutely no problem with the method he had comprehended. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture had not clearly pointed out this path to him, so this method was entirely his own creation. If 1,000 alchemists meditated with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, they might gain 1,000 insights. Yang Kai saw his own alchemic Tao from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The pill in his hand was just a 3 spirits pure pill that could increase one's cultivation. It was not a very high-grade origin king-grade pill, and although its value was high, it was not heaven-defying. At the very least, using a blood beast refined from a single golden blood thread as a pill spirit was a bit of a waste. Although this method was feasible, if he really used this method to perform alchemy in the future, it would not be long before Yang Kai's golden blood threads were exhausted. This kind of consumption was not something Yang Kai could afford. How could he improve on this? Yang Kai was not satisfied with this and instead fell into contemplation. Soon, he had a new idea. The blood beast had a high spirituality and could indeed be used as a pill spirit. A pure golden blood thread or even his own golden blood should also be able to bear this heavy responsibility. Perhaps, the soul of the monster beast could also be used. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately put aside his many distracting thoughts and began to verify his ideas. Half a day later, another 3 spirits pure pill was born in Yang Kai's hands. This spirit pill was refined using Yang Kai's golden blood as a catalyst. Comparing the 2 spirit pills together, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the efficacy of the first refinement of the 3 spirits pure pill seemed to be slightly higher than the second refinement. Perceiving this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. Not continuing, Yang Kai began to search for a suitable monster beast in the jungle. A month later, Yang Kai held a jade bottle in his hand. This bottle was filled with origin king-grade pills, each of them a light silver color. In order to refine this bottle of 3 spirits pure pill, Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort, killing several dozen monster beast 8th order and above. After some experiments, Yang Kai determined that his previous idea was feasible. In order to refine an origin king-grade spirit pill, it was not necessary to use one's own golden blood as a catalyst. Any existence that had a spirit that did not conflict with the spirit of the herbs could be used as a catalyst. For example, the soul of the monster beast. Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, which had fused with the power of the colored glass divine light, so it was not a problem for him to restrain the soul of a monster beast. If he could restrain the monster beast's soul from its body and integrate it into the herbs, the pill would gain a spirit. However, the requirements for origin king-grade spirit pills were not low. The soul of a 7th order monster beast was not enough, the soul of an 8th order monster beast was acceptable, and the 9th order monster beast was the best choice. If he could obtain the soul of a 10th order monster beast, Yang Kai felt that he could refine a spirit pill with pill veins. In addition to the soul of a monster beast, those world spirit treasures that had gained sentience could also play the role of a pill spirit. The grade of the pill spirit was directly related to the success rate of pill refinement. After many failures, Yang Kai concluded that his harvest was huge. After a month of hard work, he had produced a bottle of origin king-grade spirit pills, consuming countless materials. The gathering of energy that caused one's heart to palpitate could compress space, making it impossible to find, and the eruption of the chaotic storms was the key to opening the door to this space. At the center of the chaotic abyss was a small world. That was the floating continent. When Yang Kai left the floating continent with Gue Zhu and the others, he had left behind a thread of his divine sense in the center of the floating continent. There was an extremely large mass of energy there that Yang Kai suspected was the source of the floating continent. At that time, his strength was too low and he did not dare act rashly. Now that he was passing by this place, the thread of his divine sense immediately formed a connection with him, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai did not respond. Although his current strength was completely different from before, Yang Kai was not arrogant enough to try refining this mass of energy. If the source of Star's star was so easy to refine, Guizhou would not have been trapped inside for 2,000 years. Yang Kai still needed to wait for his own strength to become stronger before he could attempt this. The starship did not slow down and soon left the chaotic abyss behind and flew straight towards Tongxian realm. The other party had obviously discovered traces of the starship sailing here and hurried over to investigate. It was a good opportunity to inquire about some information, Yang Kai thought to himself, faintly saying, "Wait here, I'm going to see someone." Saying so, his figure flickered and he arrived outside the starship, waiting quietly. For the current Yang Kai, a distance of 100 kilometers could be traversed in an instant. Having cultivated the Tao of space, he could now freely swim through void cracks, ignoring the barriers of space. However, for a second-order Saint Demon General who did not have a suitable flight-type artifact, even if he did his best, it would still take the time it would take to brew a cup of tea to reach the starship. After a cup of tea's worth of time, a large expanse of black qi appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This black qi was filled with a violent and bloody aura, and several figures were hidden inside it. The black qi tumbled and soon came to a stop 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai. These figures finally revealed themselves. The one leading them was a burly man with a ferocious expression, holding a spear-like artifact in his hand, giving him a very majestic appearance. At this moment, this man was staring towards Yang Kai in shock, his pair of red eyes filled with shock. He did not see Yang Kai, but the starship behind Yang Kai was extremely familiar. As a demon general, he naturally knew that there was a similar existence deep underground in the demon capital. It was a flight-type artifact that the Bone race had used to travel to Tongxian realm many years ago. Unfortunately, this starship was eventually destroyed by Great Demon God, leaving behind only a pile of scrap metal. It had been kept as a top secret and was sealed several tens of thousands of meters beneath the demon capital. Could it be that someone from the outer star had come to Tongxian realm again? Thinking of this, the demon general was taken aback. The last time something like this happened, Great Demon God had sacrificed himself to save Tongxian realm, a feat that had always been the pride of the demon race. But now, who could turn the tide and save Tongxian realm from this calamity? Perhaps that human race cultivator from back then had such ability. After all, when the Bone race stirred up trouble again, Tongxian realm's 3 clans joined forces under his leadership to defeat them. However, it was said that more than 30 years ago, that human race cultivator had left Tongxian realm and there had been no news of him since. Many distracting thoughts flashed across this demon general's mind, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Understanding the aggressive nature of the demon race, he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. The next moment, he showed a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, his jaw dropping as he pointed at Yang Kai. You, he couldn't seem to believe his eyes. He faintly guessed that Kai Yang had reached a height that he could never hope to reach. This guess made him both shocked and frightened, but at the same time, he was inexplicably excited. Yang Xingzhu may rest assured, this one will immediately head to the demon capital to inform Senior of this news, Meng Gu quickly said. Good, there's one more thing. Yang Kai touched his nose. Which direction is 9 Heaven's holy land? Meng Gu was stunned and pointed. Many thanks. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered and disappeared. A moment later, the dark starship trembled slightly and mysteriously disappeared from Meng Ge's vision. Master, who is that human brat? How dare he act so arrogantly, not putting you in his eyes at all? One of the people from the demon race who had followed Meng Gu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Subordinate Shi Kun greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master back to the sect. Shi Kun hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and called out in a low voice, his tone filled with excitement. "Get up," Yang Kai waved his hand. Shi Kun got up and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if he was dreaming, pursing his lips and hesitating for a moment before asking, "Holy Master, you've really returned?" "I've returned. How is the Holy Land now?" "Everything is fine, Holy Master doesn't need to worry," Shi Kun replied quickly. Because of the ups and downs in his mood, his blood was rushing to his head, causing his face to flush red. "That's good. Holy Master, you should hurry back to the Holy Land. Since you left, Great Elder and the others have been worried about you day and night. Now that they know you've returned safely, they will be very happy." Shi Kun rubbed his hands and said. Yang Kai nodded, "Come with me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and wrapped Shi Kun in his Saint Chi. The next moment, the two disappeared from the pavilion. When Shi Kun's vision was restored, he found that he and Yang Kai had arrived at the inner peak and were greeted by the sight of the Holy Land's 9 peaks. Chapter 1553. Good, nothing seems to have changed. Yang Kai stood mid-air, sweeping the entire Holy Land with his divine sense before nodding with satisfaction. Shi Kun was in a daze, not knowing how he had arrived at the inner peak, but he quickly realized that Yang Kai was the one who had done this. What kind of method was this? It was so bizarre that Shi Kun couldn't help feeling both respect and awe. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the 9 peaks, "Holy Master! Return to the sect!" His shouts reverberated throughout the 9 peaks without end. The entire movement of the 9 peaks seemed to be drowned out by this echo, and a strange quiet atmosphere appeared in the Holy Land. There was no sound at all. However, a moment later, the 9 peaks were suddenly thrown into chaos. Every peak was in a state of chaos as a large number of rays of light flew out from the various peaks and rapidly rushed over. Inside the alchemy room, Saint-grade alchemist Du Wan was refining a furnace of clear snow pills, a Saint-grade low-rank pill. The person who had come to request this pill was waiting outside the 9 peaks at this moment, so his status was not low, so Du Wan had to personally take action. After spending more than a day, Du Wan was about to complete his task. The alchemy room was now filled with a special cold fragrance. At this moment, Du Wan was carefully controlling the heat as he stared at the pill furnace expectantly, preparing for the final pill condensing process. To the side, Changbao sat with a big belly, fat piled up on his face as he stared forward with narrowed eyes, seemingly trying to learn something from Du Wan's refining technique. The expressions of the 2 Saint-grade alchemists were both solemn and excited. One of them was the manager of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild while the other was the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild. Their identities were both highly respected, but because they had learned a great deal of alchemy knowledge in 9 Heaven's Holy Land and had become Saint-grade alchemists, they had resigned from their positions in the Alchemist Guild and joined 9 Heaven's Holy Land. In addition to these 2, there was also Hong Fong, He Feng, and Kong Ruoyu, all of whom were now Saint-grade alchemists. Tong Xian Realm's alchemy level had experienced a rapid development after Yang Kai left. All of this was due to the generous teachings of the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, and the inspiration of Xia Ningchang. In the past, Li Rui was the only Saint-grade alchemist in Tong Xian Realm. As the alchemy process reached a critical juncture, Changbao's small eyes narrowed even more, a light flashing across them as if he was worried about Du Wan. Even they couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate when refining Saint-grade pills, so the fact that Du Wan's batch of pills had gone so smoothly was a combination of his skill and luck. The more critical the moment was, the more they couldn't afford to be careless. This was the most important moment. But at that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the outside. Even the alchemy room's barrier was unable to stop this shout as it directly entered the ears of the 2 Saint-grade alchemists. Du Wan's old hand trembled, and his yuan qi also became chaotic. Immediately after, a light puffing sound came from the pill furnace in front of him. A burnt smell wafted out from the furnace. Duan froze in place, his expression extremely ugly. Chang Bao also furrowed his brow. All his efforts had been for naught. That idiot Shi Kun is done for. Duan would definitely put the blame for the failure of this batch of pills on him. Chang Bao couldn't help gloating in his heart. Old Chang, what was that little brat Shi Kun shouting just now? To Chang Bao's surprise, Duan didn't immediately become angry and instead asked him this question with a strange look on his face. I didn't hear him clearly, Chang Bao shook his head. Although they had heard what Shi Kun had shouted just now, because all of his attention had been focused on the alchemy, Chang Bao hadn't paid much attention to the content of his words. Why did I hear him shout, Holy Master? Duan frowned. Holy Master? Chang Bao was stunned, but soon seemed to remember something, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fat body suddenly became light and nimble as he jumped up from the ground. You mean Holy Master? 9 Heavens Holy Land had only ever had one Holy Master, and that was Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai's departure, the position of Holy Master had been vacant. In the mind of every cultivator in 9 Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai was the Holy Master. I think I just heard Shi Kun shout for Holy Master to return to the sect. Duan scratched his head. Are you sure? Chang Bao asked. I'm not sure. The two of them looked at each other for a while, then suddenly rushed out together. Just as they opened the door to the pill room, they saw He Feng, Hong Fang, and Kong Ruoyu also running out of their respective pill rooms as if their buttocks were on fire. Their speed was not inferior to that of a strong young man. Old fogies, wait for this old master. Chang Bao shouted from behind as he moved his fat body. No one paid him any attention as they all rushed out. On another peak of the 9 peaks, inside a secluded room, the demonic qi was extremely rich. Inside this secluded room, 2 beautiful women were meditating with their eyes closed, one dignified and elegant while the other cold and arrogant, their temperaments completely different. The former was a peak 3rd order saint while the latter was a 2nd order saint. Both of them were wrapped in a thick black demonic qi, giving them a shocking appearance. At this moment, the 2 women seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. When the voice reached them, the 2 women opened their eyes involuntarily, the dignified beauty turning to look at the other woman and frowning slightly. Han Fei, did Shi Kun just say Holy Master returned to the sect? The cold beauty heard this and her tender body trembled, thinking back carefully before gently nodding. 4 pairs of eyes met and the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly burst forth with astonishing brilliance. No longer in the mood to cultivate any kind of secret technique, the 2 tender bodies wrapped in black demonic qi rushed out of the secluded room and flew out. A similar scene played out across the 9 peaks. The entire 9 peaks, for several dozen years, had never been so lively. These existences, who were usually worshipped by countless people of Tongxian realm, seemed to have lost all sense of propriety at this moment and transformed into reckless youths. The Holy Land's great elder Su Hui, while rushing out, directly smashed through the palace he lived in, knocking down several walls and nearly collapsing it. When Elder Yuing was rushing out, she knocked over several of her favorite vases. Saintess and Ling even rushed out of the bathroom while taking a bath and hurriedly put on some clothes, not even drying her hair. All of this was because of a single sentence that echoed throughout the 9 peaks. The Holy Master had returned to the sect. Everyone wanted to know whether this news was true or not. Everyone wanted to see the face they had not seen for several dozen years, so they all rushed out of their respective places and rushed towards the source of the voice. A stream of light quickly flew over and gathered in front of Yang Kai. Everyone revealed themselves, and after seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, all of them showed looks of pleasant surprise, some of them even crying tears of joy, unable to restrain themselves. The Holy Land's great elders, Duan, Chang Bao, and the other alchemy grandmasters, as well as the great commanders of the ancient demon clan, had all gathered together. There were nearly 10 Saint Realm Masters present. This was a force strong enough to sweep across all of Tongxian Realm, an existence no one dared to underestimate. It was precisely because of their existence that Nine Heavens Holy Land's supreme prestige in Tongxian Realm had been created. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the familiar faces one by one, his heart filled with warmth as a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. After several dozen years, his old friends were still the same. There was nothing better than this news. It's really Holy Master. Holy Master is back, he's really back. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Everyone was beaming with joy, and their eyes were shining with excitement. Subordinate Su Hui, together with the Holy Land's elders, greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master's return to the sect. Su Hui was an old and prudent man, so although he was extremely excited, he didn't mess up his etiquette and quickly calming himself down as he called out. The several Holy Land elders quickly saluted. You don't need to be so polite, I'm simply returning home. Yang Kai waved his hand and an invisible force lifted everyone up. Master. On the other side, Great Commander Li Rong of the ancient demon clan called out in a choked voice. Another great commander, Han Fei, stood next to her, her eyes also red. Yang Kai had inherited the mantle of Great Demon God, so for the ancient demon clan who had served Great Demon God for generations, Yang Kai was their great master. Even the current demon commander Zhang Yuan couldn't compare to him in this regard. So even if Yang Kai was not in Nine Heavens Holy Land, they had still been waiting here. In fact, for the ancient demon clan, the demon land was the most suitable place for them to live, but for the sake of Yang Kai, Li Rong had resolutely allowed the ancient demon clan to settle in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Looking at Yang Kai's face, Li Rong's heart trembled. When Yang Kai left, she had asked to follow him, vowing to protect him with her life, but at that time, Yang Kai didn't even know what his future held, so how could he dare take Li Rong with him? As such, she had been left behind. But over the past several dozen years, Li Rong had been worried about Yang Kai day and night. Every time she thought about how Yang Kai was out there, she couldn't sleep or eat in peace, hating herself for not insisting on her master to wander alone. Her heart was filled with self-blame as she had been tormented over the years. Now, seeing Yang Kai return safely, she wept tears of joy. Don't cry, cheer up, I'm back, Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. Yes. Li Rong pursed her red lips and nodded. She would unconditionally satisfy all of Yang Kai's requests. Little brat, you really came back? At that moment, a surprised cry suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Meng Wuya. After not seeing him for several dozen years, Meng Wuya still looked the same, wearing an extremely plain outfit. If he were to blend into a crowd, those who didn't know him would probably think he was an old man with one foot in the grave, never thinking he was actually a third-order saint. Treasurer Meng, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled. Good, good, little brat seems to be living quite comfortably, this old master can rest assured. Meng Wuya nodded heavily, a gratified smile appearing on his face. It could be said that Meng Wuya had watched Yang Kai grow up. In the past, he had hidden his identity and stayed in High Heaven Pavilion as a contribution hall treasurer. He and Yang Kai were the first to meet, and because of Xia Ningchang, the two of them had a close relationship. So, after seeing Yang Kai return after several dozen years, Meng Wuya felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. His concern for Yang Kai was not inferior to anyone else's. Chapter 1554. Yang Kai glanced around and Meng Wuya seemed to know what he was looking for, chuckling meaningfully and taking the initiative to speak. Ning Chang is currently at a critical juncture in her retreat, so it's not convenient for her to see you, just wait for her to come out. As for your Grand Master, he doesn't live in Nine Heavens Holy Land, he lives with your Yang family and the people from the central capital in War Spirit Temple, 1,000 kilometers away. Understood, I'll visit them myself later. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his mood slightly. When he brought his family and friends from the central capital to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai didn't have enough space in Nine Heavens Holy Land, so he settled them in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace 1,000 kilometers away. These two forces had once been enemies with Yang Kai, but in the end, they were both destroyed by Yang Kai, leaving behind their sects and foundations, allowing the people from the central capital to take advantage of them. Over the past several dozen years, the people from the central capital had been able to develop steadily there, and with the protection of Nine Heavens Holy Land, it had become a paradise. Old acquaintances met again, creating a lively atmosphere. The Holy Master returning to the sect was a joyous occasion for Nine Heavens Holy Land. Everyone welcomed Yang Kai back to the main peak, and Great Elder Su Hui ordered a grand banquet to be held to welcome Yang Kai back. All of the Holy Land's leading figures were present. No one asked where Yang Kai had been or what he had done over the past several dozen years. All they knew was that Yang Kai had returned safely and was sitting in front of them. That was enough. The atmosphere of the banquet was noisy as everyone toasted each other. Even women like Li Rong and Han Fei were intoxicated from the wine. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The banquet began at sunset and lasted until early morning. Most of the people present had already climbed down, only Su Hui remained sober. Yang Kai called him out. "What is Holy Master's command?" Su Hui asked respectfully. "How have the Hu sisters been these years?" Looking at the sunrise of Tongxian realm, Yang Kai asked casually. Reporting to Holy Master, the Hu sisters have been safe and sound these past few years and have been cultivating diligently in Twin Spirit Pavilion. With the careful guidance of Wu Fa and Wu Tian, their growth has been extremely fast. In recent years, the two sisters have both broken through to the Saint realm and become the rising stars of Tongxian realm. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from the central capital were basically all placed in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace. Only the Hu sisters, because they had cultivated the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art and inherited the legacy of the founder of Twin Spirit Pavilion, were brought to Twin Spirit Pavilion by the two current pavilion masters. Given the talent of the two sisters and the miraculous divine technique of the spirit and branches connected by spirit, it was only natural that they would enter the Saint realm after a few decades. This was only because Tongxian realm's world energy was thin. If they were placed on Shadowed Star, their achievements would likely be far greater. They were definitely characters who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong. Send a message to Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air and tell them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai ordered. Yes. Su Hui responded quickly, but immediately wore a strange expression as he said, "If they learn that Holy Master has returned to the sect, I'm afraid there is no need for an invitation, they will rush over." Yang Kai glanced over at him while Su Hui laughed dryly. Also send a message to the several great seniors of the monster race and tell them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land as well. Tell them I have something to discuss with them. Yes, subordinate will do so immediately. Does Holy Master have any other orders? No, you may withdraw. Su Hui bowed and left, not asking any more questions, simply doing his best to complete his task. Glancing back at the messy palace, Yang Kai grinned before his figure flickered and he arrived somewhere in the Nine Peaks. This was a secluded room where little senior sister Xia Ning Chang was in retreat. Standing outside the room, Yang Kai could almost smell Xia Ning Chang's fragrance and felt relaxed. He didn't know what Xia Ning Chang was doing in retreat, but he didn't disturb her and instead just released his divine sense to investigate. With Yang Kai's current tyrannical cultivation, this kind of silent investigation was impossible for Xia Ning Chang to detect. Yang Kai's original intention was to see if little senior sister was doing well, but when his divine sense swept the place where Xia Ningchang was, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as a look of shock appeared on his face. Xia Ningchang's cultivation was actually a second-order Saint King. How is that possible? Yang Kai almost thought his divine sense had made a mistake. He hurriedly and carefully investigated again, but no matter how hard he tried, he found that his previous investigation was not wrong at all. Little senior sister Xia Ningchang is really a second-order Saint King. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with shock. Although he was now a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a full great realm higher than little senior sister, he had been wandering the star territory for several dozen years, nourished by the abundant world energy, allowing him to reach his current cultivation. Even if little senior sister had heaven-defying talent, in a place like Tongxian realm where the world energy was thin, it was absolutely impossible for her to break through to the second-order Saint King realm. The world energy here couldn't meet her needs for a breakthrough. It could be said that such a cultivation was already far ahead of the rest of Tongxian realm. If she wanted to, she could sweep through the entire world alone. Even Great Demon God was only a first-order Saint King, but little senior sister was actually a minor realm higher than Great Demon God. How did she do it? Yang Kai was surprised. Sometimes, such an accident wasn't a good thing. He began to examine Xia Ningchang's state more carefully. But at that moment, the Saint Qi in Xia Ningchang's body seemed to become chaotic, showing signs of losing control. Her Saint Qi rampaged through her meridians, causing little senior sister to involuntarily groan, her pretty face filled with pain. Obviously, she was in great pain. A misfire will become the demon race. Yang Kai's face sank as his figure flickered and he appeared beside Xia Ningchang. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai enveloped her as a massive surge of Saint Qi burst out. A misfire to become the demon race was a very dangerous situation. If it were another cultivator in the same realm who became the demon race, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to help at all. Under the influence of external forces, the situation would only become more and more serious. When a misfire to become the demon race, one could only rely on their own perseverance to defeat their heart demons. But now, he was an entire great realm higher than Xia Ningchang, so there was no problem for him to help. Under his guidance, the Saint Qi in Xia Ningchang's body gradually stabilized, and the pain on her pretty face gradually subsided. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With the chaotic Saint Qi in her body smoothed out, Xia Ningchang seemed to feel that someone was helping her. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before her beautiful eyes opened slightly. The next moment, a look of joy and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she stretched out her jade white hand and touched Yang Kai's cheek, murmuring softly, "I can only meet you in my dreams. I only hope I can never wake up from this long dream and accompany you forever." She obviously thought she was dreaming. Yang Kai felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if he was being grabbed by an invisible hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai was speechless. Back then, he had left Tongxian realm in the heat of the moment. Although it was to find Su Yan, for Xia Ningchang, it was still a kind of pain. She did not stop him, nor did she try to persuade him to stay, instead supporting Yang Kai's approach. She showed great generosity and allowed Yang Kai to find Su Yan. After more than 30 years, Su Yan's whereabouts were still unknown, but Yang Kai had allowed his senior sister to live for more than 30 years. He had let down this reasonable, gentle, and naive woman, and his heart was filled with self-blame. "Sleep, you'll be fine when you wake up." Yang Kai hugged Xia Ningchang and gently poured his Saint Qi into her body, urging her to sleep. Xia Ningchang's eyes opened and closed, her beautiful eyes filled with nostalgia, as if she was unwilling to fall asleep, as if she wanted to open her eyes again and take a closer look at the man in front of her. But in the end, she was unable to resist Yang Kai's methods and closed her eyes heavily, breathing steadily. Yang Kai looked at her, the gentleness in his eyes almost enough to melt a boulder. Gently laying her down, he released his divine sense and locked onto a certain position on Xia Ningchang's body. In the next moment, his face suddenly became ferocious as he shouted, "Get out here!" As soon as his words fell, his big hand slammed towards Xia Ningchang's abdomen and a majestic Saint Chi sputtered out. Grasping and withdrawing, Yang Kai suddenly pulled a grey aura from Xia Ningchang's body. As soon as this grey aura left Xia Ningchang's body, it let out a shrill cry, as if it had its own sentience and struggled to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Yang Kai's face sank and he quickly increased the output of his Saint Chi. At the same time, several dozen golden blood threads shot out and merged into a dazzling mass of golden light. After the golden light dissipated, the several dozen golden blood threads had intertwined into a large net that wrapped around the grey aura. Yang Kai stared at this grey aura coldly as he constantly scanned it with his divine sense. He really wanted to know what this thing was. Just now, when he was combing Xia Ningchang's meridians and Saint Chi, he inadvertently discovered this grey aura hidden in Xia Ningchang's body. Yang Kai did not take action immediately and instead waited for his little senior sister to fall asleep before suddenly making a move. But now, Yang Kai had surpassed this legendary realm and reached the next level. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed as her heart filled with bitterness. She suddenly found that there seemed to be 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers between her and Yang Kai. He stood high above the clouds while she could only stand on the ground, looking up, unable to touch him. Xinghua pursed his dry lips and let out a hollow laugh, glancing over at Qiu Yimeng, not knowing how to comfort her. Although the Qiu family's first young lady's aptitude was extraordinary and she didn't have to worry about resources after coming to Tongxian realm, she was still only a third-order transcendent, far from reaching the level of Yuan Qi. The gap was too big. There are many unimaginable wonders in the outside world. I'll tell you about them some other time. Let's head back first, Yang Kai chuckled. Head back, head back. Fourth Master Yang reacted and quickly shouted. A group of people gathered around and rushed towards the War Spirit Temple ruins. Inside the main hall, everyone sat together, all of them staring towards Yang Kai, listening to him talk about the various bizarre and wonderful places in the star territory. Boy, you said that there are countless bright stars in the vast star territory? Ling Tai Su asked with a look of disbelief. I've been to 6 or 7 bright stars myself. In addition, there are also some ore stars and medicine stars that are suitable for mining minerals and cultivating herbs. Yang Kai nodded gently. That's incredible. Xinghua's mouth dropped so wide it could almost fit a fist. In the star territory, is a Saint Realm Master very weak? Dong Qinghan asked timidly. After not seeing him for several dozen years, this guy was as fat as ever, and even fatter than before. Very weak. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In the star territory, most cultivator can reach the Saint Realm, and those with good aptitude can even reach this realm in their 20s or 30s. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with guilt. Of the people sitting here, only one was a Saint Realm Master, High Heaven Pavilion's Pavilion Master Ling Tai Su. The others, such as Qiu Yimeng, who had the best aptitude, was only a third-order transcendent. As for Dong Qinghan and Xinghua, they had just broken through to the transcendent realm. All of them were nearly 50 years old and had been complacent about their achievements before, but now that they heard Yang Kai talk about the situation in the star territory, all of them couldn't help feeling ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. A frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it were the size of a well. Ling Tai Su sighed deeply. Grand Master doesn't need to belittle himself so much. The only reason a cultivator in the star territory can achieve such achievements is because the world energy aura there is extremely rich. Tongxian realm is really not suitable for cultivators. If there were similar conditions, I think all of you here would have no problem breaking through to the Saint realm, Yang Kai said seriously. That being said, how difficult is it to enter the star territory? Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, I won't hide it from you, Grand Master. 10 years ago, joined forces with Meng Wuya to enter the star territory, but the two of us only managed to travel 100,000 kilometers from Tongxian realm before we were forced to return. There seems to be a mysterious force in the star territory that squeezes in from all directions. If one's physical strength does not meet the requirements, it is impossible to walk through it. The power of the star field. Yang Kai gently nodded, suddenly grinning, but Grand Master doesn't need to worry, I came back this time to take all of you to the star territory, to a better star. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became excited as they all looked towards Yang Kai in surprise. Really? How? There are so many of us, can you take all of us? Everyone began asking questions, obviously interested in Yang Kai's story. They all wanted to leave this backward world as soon as possible and go to a place where the world energy aura was richer, just like Yang Kai, to see a wider world and fascinating wonders. Soon, only Ling Tai Su, fourth Master Yang and his wife remained in the hall. The family was finally reunited. There were endless words to say and endless thoughts to share. After learning that Yang Kai still couldn't find Su Yan's whereabouts, Dong Suzhu sighed and comforted him. She really liked her daughter-in-law Su Yan. Boy, I have no problem with you thinking about Su Yan, but have you ever thought about how to deal with the people here? Fourth Master Yang suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked pointedly. Little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled, I've already seen her, but there seems to be something wrong with little senior sister. When she wakes up, I'll have to ask her. Don't play dumb. Fourth Master Yang glared at him, Xia Ning Chang isn't the only one here, there are several others. How could there be so many? Yang Kai shouted, looking wronged. Humph, War Spirit Temple has 1, and Twin Spirit Pavilion has 2. Do you think I don't know anything? Fourth Master Yang sneered and proudly said, although I don't say anything, I know better than anyone else. Yang Kai's face turned red. Dong Suzhu giggled to the side and quietly gave Yang Kai a thumbs up. Fourth Master Yang had loved her all his life, and her life was happy, but she hoped that her son could have more beautiful companions. It would be best if he could give her 7 or 8 or 10 grandchildren, so her and the fourth master's life wouldn't be so boring. Even if Yang Kai wasn't there, they could still raise their grandchildren. Alright, don't meddle in the affairs of the young. Yang Kai isn't an unreasonable person, he won't make this little girl sad, Ling Tai Su interjected. Hearing his Grand Master's words, fourth Master Yang immediately shrank his head and nodded repeatedly. The entire War Spirit Temple and shattering mystical palace ruins were mobilized. The several great families that had followed Yang Kai to this world had been holding frequent elder conferences these past few days, each of them seemingly discussing something important. Everyone learned that Yang Kai had returned and that he was going to star territory. There was no coercion, everyone was willing. 9 Heavens Holy Land also received a message from Yang Kai and gave the same orders as War Spirit Temple. In addition, Yang Kai also sent a message to Soaring Heaven sect. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned to 9 Heavens Holy Land. He went directly to the secluded room where Xia Ning Chang was in retreat. His little senior sister was still asleep. She seemed to be quite tired after becoming the demon race last time and had yet to wake up. Yang Kai came to her side, held her jade white hand, and gently poured some Saint Qi into her. A moment later, Xia Ning Chang's long eyelashes fluttered. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, facing her sideways, waiting with a smile. After a while, Xia Ningchang opened her beautiful eyes and saw Yang Kai's face. Her eyes immediately froze as she stared at him in a daze. Hey, where did it go? Xia Ningchang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The mysterious energy that had always existed in her body had disappeared at this moment. Chapter 1557. After carefully asking Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai learned that she had obtained that mass of grey qi by pure coincidence. When Yang Kai left Tongxian realm, Xia Ningchang was extremely lonely. In order to pass the time, she could only sit in Nine Heavens' holy land and refine pills for others every day. She had the sacred spirit medicine body, so all she needed to do was refine pills. While a large number of pills were being refined, Xia Ningchang's own cultivation also increased at a terrifying speed, without any bottlenecks. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Saint realm, catching up to the realm Yang Kai was at when he left. Later, one day, she was bored and secretly went out to travel alone. As a result, she obtained that mass of grey qi in a hidden underground cave. From then on, her cultivation skyrocketed, crossing the Saint realm and breaking through to the Saint King realm in 10 years, and then reaching the second order Saint King realm in another 10 years. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying speed was something that even the great sects and great forces on Shadowed Star might not necessarily be able to achieve. But in this barren Tongxian realm, little senior sister had accomplished such a feat. The reason why Xia Ningchang could achieve what she did today was really related to that mass of grey qi. After you obtained it, did you feel any discomfort? Yang Kai asked seriously. Not too much discomfort. Xia Ningchang thought about it carefully. It's just that sometimes I suddenly feel a little tired, and sometimes I become very lazy, not even wanting to think. It's like I'm getting old. Yang Kai gently nodded. Junior brother, is there something wrong with it? Xia Ningchang asked. I'm not sure whether it's a blessing or a curse. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a little worried. Then what is it? I don't know, but I have a guess. If this guess is true, then this is little senior sister's opportunity. Yang Kai looked at Xia Ningchang with burning eyes, his expression slightly excited. That vague conjecture made his blood boil. Right, do you remember where you obtained it? Xia Ningchang nodded. Take me to see it. Yang Kai said, reaching out and grabbing Xia Ningchang's slender waist, summoning his star shuttle, and transforming into a streak of light as they disappeared from Nine Heavens' holy land. Following the route little senior sister had shown them, Yang Kai and her flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. After a day, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai had arrived at a mountain range. Xia Ningchang's memory was very good. Even after more than 20 years, she still clearly remembered the place where she had found the grey qi. Soon, the two arrived at a mountain valley. Yang Kai disembarked his star shuttle and walked towards a certain place with Xia Ningchang. Not long after, a deep and dark cave appeared in front of them. Xia Ningchang pointed to the cave and said, Junior brother, I went in from here and then went to the lowest level where I obtained that thing. Let's go in and have a look. Yang Kai grinned. Since he was bold, he wasn't afraid. Pulling Xia Ningchang's hand, he entered the cave. The cave was extremely dark and the air was clear. It wasn't humid and was instead extremely dry. As soon as they entered the cave, Yang Kai raised his brow. He felt a rich world energy aura from this cave. Of course, this kind of richness was only relative to other places in Tongxian realm. It couldn't be compared to Shadowed Star or other famous stars in Tongxian territory. However, this was still very rare. Moreover, the deeper they went, the richer the world energy aura became. Yang Kai's expression became excited as he suddenly realized that his guess was not far from the truth. This kind of abnormal world energy aura was a reflection of his guess. Sure enough, this was an opportunity that belonged to little senior sister. If that gray qi was handled well enough, it could definitely bring unimaginable benefits to Xia Ningchang, allowing her to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. Hand in hand, the two continued to descend step by step. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and hurriedly stopped. At the same time, little senior sister cheered, "It's here, I feel it. It's coming." A mysterious energy was approaching them from the front at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate and found that the fluctuations of this energy were exactly the same as the one he had extracted from little senior sister a few days ago. The gray qi escaped into the ground and returned to its original position. Now that it felt Xia Ningchang's aura, it couldn't wait to meet her. In a flash, the gray qi was already in front of them. It didn't dare to rush directly at Xia Ningchang, but stopped about 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. It felt a threat from Yang Kai. "Junior brother." Xia Ningchang looked at him and asked for his opinion. "Take it, I didn't want to scare it away that day, I just wanted to see what it was." Yang Kai stepped aside and made way. Xia Ningchang immediately called out with her mind. The gray qi sensed Xia Ningchang's summons and flickered slightly, passing by Yang Kai and pouncing directly at Xia Ningchang, entering her body and disappearing. Xia Ningchang's delicate body trembled as she let out a cry. Yang Kai's left eye suddenly bloomed with golden light as a long and majestic golden pupil appeared and stared intently at Xia Ningchang. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under his gaze, after little senior sister took in the gray qi, a gray aura that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared around her body. This kind of aura was generally only possessed by old people who didn't have much longer to live. Once this kind of aura appeared, it meant that this person didn't have much time left. Little senior sister was in her prime, so there could only be one reason why she was enveloped by this aura, and that was because of the gray qi. Yang Kai wasn't surprised, as if he had already expected this and wasn't in a hurry, simply beckoning to little senior sister and saying, "Come with me." Xia Ningchang gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai step by step. The two continued to descend, and after an unknown amount of time and distance, Yang Kai felt that the world energy around them was getting denser and denser. However, this rich world energy didn't give Yang Kai any sense of comfort, instead it gave him a sad feeling. When the world energy aura was almost comparable to that of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang suddenly arrived at a huge underground cavern. In front of them, deeper underground, there was a faint glow that seemed to be transmitting some kind of message, impacting the two's knowledge seas and summoning them to move forward. If this origin in front of us goes out, Tongxian realm will be gone, and it will become a dead star. Chapter 1558. Xia Ningchang looked aghast as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. She had never thought that stars could also live, grow old, get sick, and die, so Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly given her a big shock. But since it came from her junior brother's mouth, she believed it without a doubt. When she thought about how all of Tongxian realm's vitality had declined, Xia Ningchang's tender body couldn't help shuddering. She couldn't imagine how many lives would have suffered if Tongxian realm had really ended up like this. How many lives would have been lost? She suddenly felt very distressed. "Junior brother, can you reignite its light?" Xia Ningchang suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and gently nodded. "How?" "Junior brother, teach me." Xia Ningchang bit her red lips and said anxiously. "The key lies with you." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although the star sources have their own lives, they do not have consciousness. It is a magical combination of various things. It chose you, although its original purpose was to absorb your vitality to supplement itself and delay its own death. But if it is handled well enough, not only can Tongxian realm regain its vitality, it can also give you great benefits. Xia Ningchang was shocked. Yang Kai turned his head and clicked his tongue as he looked at the huge gray fire below with great interest. Star sources. Since he entered the territory of the Star Alliance, he had often heard about this, but he had never witnessed the star sources of any of the stars. Whether or not the mass of energy inside the floating continent was a true star source had yet to be verified. It could be said that the huge gray fire in front of him was the first star source he had ever seen. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The strength of a star source was extremely terrifying, and anyone who wanted to approach it would have to take a huge risk. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not dare to approach the star sources of any of the stars casually. Refining this star source was also very difficult, and if one was not careful, they would suffer a backlash from the star source and die on the spot. Since ancient times, many Origin King Realm Masters had been born in the territory of the Star Alliance, but many of these masters had fallen in the process of refining the star sources of the stars. Today, there were countless stars in the territory of the Star Alliance, but those who could refine the star source of a certain star and become a star master could be counted on one hand. No Origin King Realm Master dared to casually play around with their life. They would rather suffer than attempt to refine the star source of the star. But now, there was such an opportunity in front of her. Compared. The star source is a star's star, the star source, star's star source. It was precisely because of this that Xia Ningchang, who was possessed by a strand of origin energy, would occasionally feel tired, to the point where she was too lazy to even think, giving birth to the feeling of aging for no reason. It wasn't that she was aging, but rather that the star source was aging and heading towards destruction step by step. This star source chose Xia Ningchang and gave her the qualifications to refine it. Although Xia Ningchang was only a second-order Saint King and her cultivation wasn't high enough, if she had enough perseverance and courage, she may have a chance to refine this star source. Even Yang Kai was a little envious of her opportunity. Although it was somewhat dangerous, the arrow on the bow had no choice but to shoot. The star source was closely connected to Xia Ningchang, and if it perished, Xia Ningchang would inevitably be buried with it. Only by refining it could she win a chance at survival. In the future, as Xia Ningchang grew stronger, this huge gray fire would have a chance to reignite and reinvigorate Tongxian realm. Of course, the premise was that Xia Ningchang was strong enough. After explaining the principles and the pros and cons, Xia Ningchang nodded without hesitation, "I'm willing to refine it." Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he smiled and nodded, "Good. In fact, little senior sister, you don't have to worry. Since it chose you, there must be a reason for it. You only need to work hard to make it accept you and integrate with it. Once you succeed, you will no longer be separated from it. You will become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, the ruler of this place. The rise and fall of this place will be in your hands." Xia Ningchang nodded heavily. She wasn't dazzled by the beautiful prospects described by Yang Kai and instead asked seriously, "But what exactly should I do to refine it?" "Come, I'll teach you a set of techniques that are specifically for refining star sources." Yang Kai smiled and pulled Xia Ningchang to sit down. After asking her to release the defenses of her knowledge sea, Yang Kai sent his soul avatar into her knowledge sea and began to impart to her a mysterious secret art. Star refining art. This was something Yang Kai obtained from the Emperor Garden. He had thought that he would need to wait until he could refine the star sources of the stars one day before using it, but now, he had unexpectedly allowed Xia Ningchang to benefit from it ahead of time. This set of techniques was hidden inside a stone tablet. That day, in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo encountered Shuiyu, and after a fierce battle, the stone tablet was destroyed. From the fragments of the stone tablet, a stone tablet with 3 ancient characters on it jumped out. Shuiyu seemed to value this stone tablet very much and begged Yang Kai to give it to her. Kai Yang nearly did as he was told. In the end, however, because the Emperor Garden closed, Shuiyu missed the opportunity to obtain this stone tablet. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai carefully studied it and learned that the stone tablet contained a technique called the star refining art. The 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet were its name. This technique had no other use than to refine the star sources of the stars. It was passed down from the great emperors of Star Field and was a profound and mysterious technique. If Xia Ning Chang used it to refine the star sources of the stars, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The process of teaching was very fast, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai had engraved the entire star refining art into Xia Ning Chang's mind, including his own insights into it. Withdrawing his soul avatar from her knowledge sea, Yang Kai waited quietly. Xia Ning Chang needed to comprehend this star refining art. She needed time. Outside, the sun rose and the moon disappeared while the cave remained silent. After a full month, Xia Ning Chang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and exhaled softly. Her pretty face seemed a little tired, but her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. "Junior brother, I'm ready." "Then let's begin." Yang Kai looked at her with scorching eyes. Xia Ning Chang nodded gently, got up, and walked towards the bottom of the abyss. Arriving at the edge of the abyss, she stared down at the huge gray flames leaping about below and opened her mouth, seemingly talking to herself, but also seemingly communicating with the star source. "If I can give up my life so that you can see the light again, so that the entire world will not be dead, then I am willing to do so. But if not, please accept me, merge with me, and let us fight side by side. I will work hard to become stronger as soon as possible so that you can regain your vitality." The huge gray flames below remained motionless, showing no reaction. But soon, with a sizzling sound, the gray flames began to sway left and right. As they swayed, the huge gray flames slowly blossomed like a flower bud, as if they were opening their arms to Xia Ning Chang. Xia Ning Chang showed a smile on her face and softly said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped down. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This result was completely beyond his expectations. He had not expected his little senior sister to be so resolute. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop her, it was already too late. Rushing to the edge of the abyss, Yang Kai looked down and saw that the huge gray flames had already closed, completely submerging his little senior sister. An unimaginable force erupted from below and sent Yang Kai flying, slamming him into a rock wall. Even if it was the star source, Yang Kai could not approach it. It obviously did not want Yang Kai to interfere with the entire process. Yang Kai climbed up from the ground, his expression uncertain. Fortunately, he could feel his little senior sister's aura floating in the depths below. He waited with apprehension. Now that he could not interfere with anything, he could only wait for the result to appear. Suddenly, a mysterious aura spread out from the depths of the abyss, calming Yang Kai's agitated mood. He frowned and silently sensed this mysterious aura. He seemed to have seen something. He quickly closed his eyes and carefully examined it. The vast star territory was dark and boundless, without the slightest light. This seemed to be an era without light, without life. This was an extremely ancient era, an era that could not be traced back. Yang Kai looked around but could not see anything, he could not even perceive his own existence. Time passed little by little in this desolate and lonely place. After who knows how many tens of thousands of years, in the dark and boundless star territory, a light suddenly burst out. The light was very small at first, but soon spread out like a star. The entire star territory was shaken by the impact of this huge energy. Meteorites of various sizes were colliding in all directions. Then, they gathered together and fused together under a mysterious force, becoming a single entity. Sand gathered to form a tower. Gradually, stars appeared in the star territory. This was a newly born star. There were no energy fluctuations, and the surroundings were still dark. It drifted with the waves like a helpless child, wandering in the boundless star field. There was no destination, and it had forgotten where it came from. After 1,000,000 years, it suddenly came to a bright world. There was a huge sun in this world, and it was constantly emitting a warm light. It stopped and began to revolve around the sun star. Gradually, all living things began to recover. On its land, some dark green plants grew, and some flowers and grass grew. After millions of years of evolution, finally, some sentient beings began to appear on these stars. They were the oldest living beings, the oldest race. They eagerly learned, grew, and became stronger in their daily lives. Chapter 1559. As time passed, and as the races evolved, the stars gradually became more colorful and filled with energy. The great races prospered, and the entire star prospered. All living beings were drawing energy from the star wantonly, obtaining all kinds of benefits for themselves without restraint. At some point, it had suddenly become old. It no longer had so much energy for those living beings to absorb, and it no longer had excess energy to nurture a large number of precious and rare materials. It began to become barren, and even though it wanted to, it was powerless. Looking at the countless creatures living on its land, it was unable to help. The ancient prosperity gradually faded, and the world energy became thinner and thinner day by day. The cultivation of the cultivator also became lower and lower as time passed. No one could reach a higher level of the heavenly way or martial Tao. It was truly old. It was like a benevolent father and a loving mother. It had painstakingly raised its children and raised them, allowing them to do whatever they wanted without any complaints. But it was no longer able to provide any more help to its children. It had once possessed youth and vitality, but now, it could only linger on and wait for the day of its demise. Its children called it Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai woke up from that mysterious state, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. He had witnessed the birth of a star, its prosperity, its decline, and its gradual demise. Just like this star, he had spent hundreds of millions of years as the flowing time great emperor. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling welled up within him. Yang Kai's state of mind improved at a crazy speed, and at this moment, he understood many things. Like a wise man who had lived for countless years, his eyes flashing with a wise and far-sighted light. He felt that if he were to break through to the Origin King realm now, there would be no flaws in his state of mind. His comprehension of the martial Tao and the heavenly way had far surpassed his own cultivation. The improvement of one's state of mind required the accumulation of time, witnessing the evolution and development of things around oneself, which coincided with what Yang Kai had just experienced. The cultivation of the state of mind was unclear, but it truly existed. Only Yang Kai himself could clearly feel it. He had not expected that his little senior sister's refinement of the star's origin would actually benefit him as well. He really wanted to immerse himself in that wonderful atmosphere again, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter the spiritual world of the entire continent. This made him sigh with regret. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something. His face darkening, he quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards the abyss. The voice of the little senior sister seemed to come from below. That voice was filled with pain and hardship. Arriving at the edge, Yang Kai could only see the huge gray fire flickering. His little senior sister was nowhere to be seen, but he could feel that Xia Ning Chang was wrapped in the gray fire, floating up and down. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was madly gathering towards the underground abyss. Not only did it cover a radius of several hundred miles, it even spread to further places. It seemed that the world energy of all of Shadowed Star had become somewhat chaotic. The little senior sister's cultivation was rising at a terrifying rate. Originally, she was only a second-order Saint King, but now, she had reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. After a while, she would directly break through to the third-order Saint King realm. Her cultivation did not stop and was still climbing. The peak of the third-order Saint King realm. It was obvious that she had touched the threshold of the origin returning realm. Yang Kai's eyes filled with amazement. Chapter 1560. This is outrageous. Meng Wuya grit his teeth, his heart filled with hatred as he angrily slapped the armrest of his chair. He thought that Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were so engrossed in their love that they had forgotten the time. It had already been more than a month, yet the two of them still hadn't appeared, causing the masters of the three clans to wait here in boredom. Meng Wuya felt ashamed to face these guests. He had guarded Xia Ningchang for so many years, teaching her with all his heart, and was Xia Ningchang's only family. But now, as soon as Yang Kai returned, he had snatched his precious disciple away from him. Meng Wuya knew that this time he had truly snatched her away. In the future, in Xia Ningchang's mind, he would likely have to take a back seat, causing him to feel a little sour. Amidst this sourness, there was also a hint of sweetness. His disciple had waited alone for 30 years, but she had not waited in vain. That little bastard Yang Kai had finally returned. This feeling was quite wonderful. Meng Wuya shook his head, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Down below, the several monster race great seniors and the demon general of the demon race stared at each other from a distance. The masters of the two races sat on opposite sides, their gazes clashing with each other, creating a subtle atmosphere that seemed to fill the air. Although the three clans had joined forces once 30 years ago, in order to compete for cultivation resources, there had been a lot of friction between the three clans. Among them, the friction between the monster race and the demon race was the most serious. Fortunately, the monster race great seniors and the demon general knew how to restrain themselves and did not take action personally, otherwise, the conflict would have definitely escalated. It was just the little brats below fighting, so it didn't really matter. However, not being able to see each other for so long was one thing, but now that they had come to Nine Heaven's holy land together and had been waiting for more than a month in boredom, Meng Wuya felt that he was faintly unable to suppress the hostility between the masters of the two races. If it weren't for him, Ling Tai Su, and Chu Ling Shao, the three top human race Saint Realm masters, guarding this place, these wild fellows would likely have already started fighting. What a headache. That little bastard has fallen into the land of tenderness and doesn't care about the suffering of these old men. At this moment, Meng Wuya was cursing Yang Kai in his heart. What they feared had come true. It was unknown which great sage of the Yao clan or which devil general of the demon clan had lost their minds, but the people below were actually in an uproar. At first, there were only two people arguing, but the situation became more and more intense. All the great sages and devil generals spoke up to help their own people. The situation was a little chaotic. In the end, even Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan were dragged into this mess. Thunder Dragon, this senior has been in retreat these past few years, but has not been able to find a suitable opportunity to verify these results. Today, why don't we use this precious place to exchange pointers? Zhang Yuan looked at Thunder Dragon Great Senior with a smile, his eyes filled with aggressive fighting intent. Good, it just so happens that this king has had some gains these past few years and was worried about not being able to find an opponent. I have long heard that Brother Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal is unparalleled and even Senior Meng suffered a loss against it. This king would like to experience it. Thunder Dragon smiled lightly, not showing any fear. Don't drag this old master into this. Meng Wuya suddenly became unhappy. Two friends, it's my fault for making you wait so long. I did encounter an accident which delayed me for so long, but there's no need for you to be so hostile as soon as you meet. Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, seemingly still unable to calm his mood, hesitating for a moment before cupping his fists and bowing, "Forgive my rudeness." Zhang Yuan was not a petty person, so when he heard Thunder Dragon say so, he immediately chuckled, "Many thanks, Yang Shengzhu. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." "That's right, we all live under the same blue sky, there's no need to fight as soon as we meet." Yang Kai gently nodded, very satisfied with the attitude of these two. Seeing many people standing in place and staring at him strangely, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, "Sit down, there's no need to be polite. Today, I called you here because I have something to discuss with you." After learning that Yang Shengzhu had returned, this senior traveled day and night from the demon capital to the Holy Land, but I don't know why Yang Shengzhu has summoned us here today. The masters of the three clans have all gathered here, so presumably what Yang Shengzhu has to discuss is no trivial matter, right? Zhang Yuan asked casually, but his eyes revealed a deep sense of dread. When Yang Kai separated him from Thunder Dragon just now, although he did not feel much, Zhang Yuan knew that the current Yang Kai was not someone he could compare with. This discovery made everyone feel depressed, ashamed, and even deeply ashamed. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon, who had been opposing each other tit for tat before, glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, suddenly feeling that their previous struggle had been very childish, and, the star territory is so wonderful, this old master can't wait to see it. If this old master can experience this kind of wonder in his lifetime, this old master can die without regrets. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, no words came out. The hall was silent for a long time before Zhang Yuan sighed and asked with some interest, "May I ask why Yang Shengzhu has gathered all the masters from the three clans here this time?" Hearing this question, Thunder Dragon also quickly turned his eyes to Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai responded with a smile, "I'm taking you to Star's territory." A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing everyone's body to shake violently as they stared towards Yang Kai with dull and excited eyes, none of them having expected him to say such a thing. It was undeniable that Yang Kai's previous descriptions had aroused everyone's yearning and curiosity towards Star's territory. They all wanted to see what Star's territory was like. But, how could Star's territory be so easy to enter? They didn't have the ability to break into Star's territory, so they could only stare blankly, envying Yang Kai's opportunities and admiring Yang Kai's courage and strength. But now, Yang Kai had thrown an olive branch to them. Everyone was stunned. "Of course, I won't force you. This is just a proposal. After a few days, I'll be leaving. Those who are willing to come with me, those who aren't will stay. I came back this time for this matter," Yang Kai added. "Is that true?" Zhang Yuan stood up and stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Yang Shengzhu isn't joking?" Thunder Dragon also asked incredulously. Although they didn't know what kind of price they would have to pay to bring people into Star's territory, it certainly wouldn't be easy. If Yang Kai had the ability to do so, he would definitely prioritize his friends and family in the human race, but now he was actually offering this favor to the monster race and demon race. Both Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't help feeling a little disheartened. "I'm not joking," Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing his affirmation, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both froze. After a long time, Zhang Yuan asked solemnly, "Dare I ask Yang Shengzhu, what kind of price do we need to pay? Submit to you? Pledge our loyalty?" Huh. Yang Kai grinned, a look of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "Why would I need you to submit to me? To put it bluntly, the current me can flatten all of Tongxian realm with a single finger. If I wanted you to submit to me, there would be no need for me to waste so much time talking nonsense with you, I would simply use force to suppress you." Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon instantly began sweating profusely. They didn't think that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. They had already learned from Yang Kai's previous explanation that his territory had reached a higher level of tyranny, something they really couldn't resist. This young man had already surpassed the legendary figure of his generation, the great demon god who was regarded as the supreme existence of the demon race. He had walked further and stood taller. Even if the great demon god was resurrected, he would only be able to look up to him. Then why did Yang Shengzhu? Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. "We're all old friends, if I can help, I'll help, I have no other intentions," Yang Kai said lightly. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both wore looks of shame, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Yang Shengzhu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, this Zhang Yuan has been a bit too narrow-minded. If this Zhang Yuan has offended you in any way, I hope Yang Shengzhu can forgive us." Thunder Dragon also quickly expressed his apologies, his face filled with sincerity. "It's fine, you are both leaders of your respective clans, it's only right for you to consider the bigger picture." Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating that he didn't care. If he were in their shoes, he would also consider things this way. The expressions of the two masters relaxed slightly. Although there are many wonderful things in the Star Territory, there should also be many dangers. If Yang Shengzhu takes so many people into the Star Territory, can he protect the safety of his clansmen? Thunder Dragon asked with some concern. "There will definitely be dangers, so whether you want to follow me or not is entirely up to you. Of course, you can also choose to stay. Perhaps Tongxian realm will one day regain its vitality and become like the other cultivation stars in the Star Territory. At that time, you will be able to sense a deeper level of the heavenly way and martial Tao, but when that time comes, it's hard to say." Yang Kai smiled lightly as he looked toward Xia Ning Chang meaningfully. Since refining the star source of the star, becoming its star master, and breaking through to the origin returning realm, Xia Ning Chang's aura had significantly improved, and the layer of gray that had always shrouded her body seemed to have lightened significantly. As long as she could continue to break through at this speed, one day she would be able to stand at the peak of the Star Territory. At that time, the entire Tongxian realm would benefit. This matter is of great importance. I ask Yang Shengzhu to allow me to wait a few days. I need to discuss this matter carefully with them, Zhang Yuan frowned and said. Naturally, Yang Kai gently nodded. Immediately, Yang Kai ordered his subordinates to take the monster race and demon race masters away to rest so they could discuss this matter. There was no need to discuss the human race. 9 Heaven's Holy Land, their friends and family in the central capital, and even Soaring Heaven's sect had all decided to follow Yang Kai into the Star Territory. Of course, there were also some disciples who were unwilling to leave their homeland and wanted to stay behind in their sects, so the human race masters had no choice but to comply. Not everyone had a fearless adventurous spirit and was willing to gamble their life for an illusory dream. This required great courage and a yearning for higher levels of the martial Tao. However, overall, there weren't many people like this, with each sect accounting for about 30% of the total population. Everyone dispersed as there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. Soon, the hall emptied and Yang Kai walked towards a pair of beautiful twin sisters with a smile on his face. A starship. Demon Commander Zhang Yuan muttered, a look of horror flashing across his face. Although he had heard from Demon General Meng Ge that Yang Kai had an intact starship, he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. Now that this starship had appeared in front of him, he immediately understood that the news was true. Under the demon capital, there was a similar starship, but that starship was in tatters, and in terms of grade, it wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the one in front of him. Zhang Yuan had some insight and could tell at a glance that this intact starship was extraordinary. What surprised him even more was that there were actually some people standing below the battleship. When these people looked at him and the others, their eyes were filled with surprise as they pointed at them curiously. Zhang Yuan habitually released his divine sense and swept these cultivators' bodies, his face changing dramatically. He found that the cultivation of each of these people far exceeded his own. Although they didn't give him the same sense of oppression as Yang Kai, they were definitely the legendary Saint King realm. Have we arrived at Star Territory? Are these people the cultivator of Star's territory? A trace of suspicion flashed across Zhang Yuan's heart. Many people had similar thoughts. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere as his figure flickered and he appeared in front of the Saint King realm cultivator and explained, "These are my disciples." Greetings, Sect Master. These people, who made all cultivator from Tong Xian realm feel unapproachable, quickly saluted Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to the leader of this group and saying, "Lu Ping, these are my friends and family from my homeland. I will take them back to Shadowed Star and will stay here for a while. Take good care of them." "Yes." The man named Lu Ping quickly nodded. Yang Kai then walked over to Chu Ling Shao and Ling Tai Su, bowed, and said, "Martial Ancestor, Grand Master, this is a small sealed world. Although it is not very big, it is enough to accommodate 10,000 people. You will be safe here. When I arrive, I will call you out. This humble one has established High Heaven sect on a place called Shadowed Star and will need the two of you to oversee it. And the journey will probably be a bit long, so it will take some time, perhaps several years. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask these people, they will cooperate fully." "Good. You can go about your business, there is no need to worry about us," Chu Ling Shao smiled kindly. The sealed world bead, an Origin King grade starship, he didn't know how precious it was. If he had known, he would not have been so calm. "Then I'll take my leave first. When I have time, I will come to visit you," Yang Kai said before leaving this small sealed world. After Yang Kai left, the man named Lu Ping immediately ran over and asked Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Shao, and the others about their well-being. Just now, he had clearly heard Yang Kai call these two old men Martial Ancestor and Grand Master. Although his cultivation was much higher than these two, he did not dare show the slightest neglect, so when facing these two, he had to show the proper etiquette of a junior. Seeing this little brat act so courteously, Chu Ling Shao and Ling Tai Su didn't hold back and asked Lu Ping about the situation on Shadowed Star and High Heaven sect. After learning that High Heaven sect was now the dominant force on Shadowed Star, it could be said that it dominated all of Shadowed Star. Both of them felt greatly relieved and proud. In just over 30 years, Yang Kai had single-handedly made an entire Shadowed Star submit to him. This was simply not something a human could accomplish. Both of them suddenly had a new understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. Immediately, they began to inquire about more information. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai put it away and swept his divine sense across the empty Nine Heavens holy land. Putting away the slightest trace of nostalgia in his eyes, he turned to Xia Ning Chang who was standing nearby and said, "Senior sister, help me find someone." After thinking for a while, he asked, "Where are we going now?" "The central capital. There should be a shortcut to the territory of the star. We can find someone we both know." Yang Kai smiled slightly. After a while, the two arrived at the free and unfettered territory and entered a place not far from High Heaven Pavilion through the void corridor. After the seal set by Great Demon God was lifted, Tongxian realm and the central capital were connected. The void corridor had always existed in the original free and unfettered territory. Yang Kai was no stranger to this. The central capital was the starting point of his life. After arriving, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and immediately noticed that there were many more people in the original High Heaven Pavilion. He didn't know which family or small sect occupied it, but it seemed quite prosperous. Yang Kai didn't disturb them. Now, the cultivator here was as weak as a child to him. He also didn't go to the central capital. The original central capital 8 great families. The 3 families close to him were all in the sealed world bead. The remaining 5 families were now thriving in the central capital. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He took his little senior sister with him, flying directly to the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although his little senior sister was the star master of Tongxian realm, in the central capital, she couldn't travel thousands of kilometers in a flash. This place had its own world principles and was a separate world. Yang Kai didn't know how this world was formed, but after witnessing the process of Tongxian realm's birth, prosperity, and decline, he vaguely felt that the central capital should be related to the ancient and powerful cultivator. Perhaps it was one of those masters with heaven-defying cultivation who had created this world. The ash-gray cloud evil land was as chaotic as ever. In the past, there were several great evil kings who governed and suppressed it. Although this land was filled with filth and evil, there were still some rules that needed to be followed. But since those great evil kings died or disappeared, the ash-gray cloud evil land had completely become a chaotic land of evil. There were all kinds of people here, burning, killing, looting, anything could happen. Here, there was no reason to speak of, only those with bigger fists were right. Along the way, all the things the two of them saw and heard were insane and heinous. Yang Kai was able to remain calm, but his little senior sister couldn't help but fiercely teach a few shameless bullies a lesson, calming her anger. Fragrant City, originally a city under the jurisdiction of the beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo, was the last pure land in the ash-gray cloud evil land. But since Shanqing Luo disappeared, this last pure land had been polluted, and the city had fallen into darkness and chaos. When passing through this place, Yang Kai naturally couldn't help but reminisce. Back then, he and the dragon lady had become acquainted with each other in this land, but after Yang Kai returned from Tongxian realm, he had never seen her again. He had thought that he would never meet Shanqing Luo again in this life. Unexpectedly, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, he had learned of her whereabouts, met her, and fought side by side. Towards this extremely charming enchantress, Kai Yang found it hard to forget her. The place he was going to this time was the Spider Mother's nest. According to Shanqing Luo's personal maid, Biluo, she and Shanqing Luo had accidentally opened the altar in the Spider Mother's nest and were sent directly to Monster Star's territory. Therefore, Yang Kai also wanted to borrow the altar. If he succeeded, not only could he see how the dragon lady was doing, but he could also save a lot of time. He didn't want to spend several years on a starship just to travel. The Spider Mother's nest wasn't too far from Fragrant City, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers away. With Yang Kai's current speed, it would only take half a cup of tea's time to arrive. The Spider Mother's nest was as dilapidated as ever. After it collapsed, no one cared about this place anymore. After arriving here, Yang Kai entered the huge spider statue and easily found a strange altar. The altar was only about the height of a person, but it was engraved with many profound and complicated patterns. It looked like a wonderful array, but also like some ancient characters. Yang Kai released his divine sense but didn't find anything unusual. On the other hand, there were some dark traces left on the altar. This was Shan Qing Luo's blood. Xia Ningchang quickly gathered her thoughts and her tender body flickered, arriving beside Yang Kai and grasping Yang Kai's hand. She knew that the time had come. Yang Kai did not delay as he stared intently at the phantom of the tightly closed gate, a dignified expression on his face. Although he had successfully comprehended the mysteries of the altar with his attainments in the Tao of space and formed the phantom of this gate, he did not have the key to open it. Shan Qing Luo's bloodline was the key to this gate. However, Yang Kai had his own method. He condensed his space force at the tip of his finger, pointed forward in a seemingly slow but urgent manner, and then fiercely slashed downwards. The void seemed to tremble as a crack suddenly appeared on the tightly closed gate. At first, the crack was very small, almost imperceptible, but it quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed up the gate, revealing a dark passage. This was a void corridor that connected the two ends of space separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers. The interior was a chaotic void, like the maw of a ferocious beast, capable of swallowing everything in the world. Xia Ningchang's tender body could not help but tense up as she gripped Yang Kai's hand even tighter. Yang Kai did not hesitate as he pulled Xia Ningchang into the passage. When the two figures disappeared, the dark passage also closed up and disappeared. The surroundings were silent. In this place, there was no sound, no light. Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai could only see darkness. However, Xia Ningchang could vaguely feel a mysterious power flowing around her. This power was like a rushing river, wanting to drown her. Yang Kai had protected her. This was a void corridor, a mysterious and unknown place that ordinary people could not reach. It was a forbidden zone where all living things could not survive. Any powerhouse could get lost in this mysterious world, eventually being swallowed up by the darkness and never being able to rise again. Even if it was Yang Kai, he had to be extremely vigilant as he walked around, his divine sense constantly scanning the surroundings, helping Xia Ningchang avoid the murderous auras that came from the void. This strange place seemed to be able to affect the thoughts of living beings and their perception of time. Yang Kai could only desperately mobilize his space force to resist the interference coming from all directions. Shan Qing Luo and Biluo had used the altar to enter the Monster Star and Monster Star, so there was not much danger because her bloodline was compatible. However, Yang Kai had used a special method to forcibly open the altar, so the risk he had to bear was many times greater than the beguiling demon queen. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were quite good, so even though he was treading on thin ice, he was still able to cope with it. You idiot, you only see the light of the saint crystals, but you ignore their strength. It's because this is the wilderness that I don't dare to act rashly, otherwise. Hearing him say this, the demon race youth couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He reluctantly looked at Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang as they left and sighed, that woman looks so delicate, if only I could take a bite. Some of the demon race cultivators were transformed from monster beast, so they still maintained the habit of eating raw meat and drinking blood when they were monster beast. But overall, there weren't many such cultivators. Most of the demon race cultivators were born in human form, but they still retained some traces of monster beast. This monster race youth was obviously a monster beast in disguise, so he wasn't interested in Xia Ningchang's face that was hidden under the black veil. Instead, he was drooling over her fair skin and sparkling flesh. Human flesh and blood had always been delicious, especially the flesh and blood of young human women. Enough nonsense, Qian Yen Master's little lord should already be on his way. We need to inquire about his whereabouts and then send a message back. Tribal Lord Master will send someone to pick him up. This is our mission, we can't afford to make any mistakes, the demon race youth said solemnly. The monster race cultivator quickly said, but soon, a gloomy look appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and muttered, I wonder how many women will fall into the hands of this little lord. Hearing them mention this young lord of senior Qian Yan's, all the monster race cultivators fell silent out of fear, seemingly quite afraid of this guy. Junior brother, what should we do now? Xia Ning Chang followed closely behind Yang Kai and asked softly. Let's go to the nearest city first. Yang Kai sighed. Although he had easily inquired about the location of Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace from the demon race cultivator, it was impossible to find Shan Qing Luo there. The cultivator had said very clearly that without being summoned, no one was allowed to approach the Tribal Lord Master's palace, otherwise they would be killed without mercy. Even the demon race didn't dare to overstep this rule, let alone Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang, who were still humans. Qi Yu, one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star, was in the palace, so even if Yang Kai was confident, he didn't dare act rashly in front of her. She was an Origin King, and according to Biluo, she seemed to be a second-order Origin King. Rushing in rashly would definitely be courting death. Yang Kai had to think of a way. It would be best if he could send a message to Shan Qing Luo and ask her to come out and see him. Yang Kai fell into contemplation. One day later, he and Xia Ning Chang arrived in front of a monster race city. Shimmering Moon City was somewhat different from the other cities Yang Kai had seen before. The buildings in this city showed the rough and wild style of the monster race. They weren't exquisite, but they gave off a rather grand feeling. Naturally, not everyone in the city was from the monster race, there were also human figures coming and going. Red Moon Tribal Lord was better than the other tribal lords in this regard, and that was, in her territory, no monster race member was allowed to kill innocent humans. Although the status of humans was low, humans had their own advantages, and it was precisely because Qi Yu saw these advantages that she gave them space to live. The other 9 tribal lords weren't as far-sighted as she was. This was especially true for Wild Lion Tribal Lord, who was the most bloodthirsty of them all. There were no traces of human existence in his territory, and his subordinates also adhered to the concept of a master tribal lord, directly killing and eating any humans they saw. Chapter 1567. Not far from the city gate of Shimmering Moon City, there was a tea house. The location was good, just enough to see the situation of the cultivator coming in and out of the city gate. Yang Kai went out early and returned late, waiting in this tea house for several days, but did not see any maidservants from the palace appear. On this day, just as he was bored and tasting tea, there was a sudden commotion at the city gate. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city parted to both sides of the road, as if they were making way for some kind of big shot. Among the crowd, there were also some shouts, and Yang Kai vaguely heard cries of, "He's here, he's here." Did the maidservants from the palace come? Kai Yang's spirit shook as he took it for granted. The commotion at the city gate also passed to the tea house, and the cultivator who was drinking tea in the tea house also came out of the tea house and gathered on the street. After a while, the spacious street was full of people, all of them looking at the city gate. Although there were many people, it was very quiet. Yang Kai also came out of the tea house and squeezed into the crowd, looking at the city gate with a look of expectation, looking for a suitable person to explain his request and let her help him pass the message. The ground trembled slightly, and the vibration came from the distance, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing here. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that things seemed to be a little different from what he thought. After all, if it was only the maidservants of the palace going out to purchase supplies, there should not be such a big commotion. What's more, since those maidservants came out once a month, the residents and cultivator of Shimmering Moon City should not be surprised by this, so it was impossible for them to just stand around and watch. Realizing this, he was a little disappointed. It seemed that it was not the maidservants of the palace who came. However, he was very curious about who came to Shimmering Moon City and attracted the interest of so many cultivator. After a while, a majestic wolf-shaped monster beast suddenly jumped in from the outside, and on this monster beast, there was a monster cultivator that Yang Kai looked familiar to. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The demon race cultivator leisurely stepped into Shimmering Moon City. He shouted loudly and waved a long whip in his hand, driving the onlooking cultivator further away to make way for a wider street. They followed closely behind him. More than 10 wolf-shaped monster beasts of similar size appeared. Every monster beast had a monster race cultivator riding it. They consciously scattered to the sides and waited respectfully in formation. Wasn't this the demon clan team that he had questioned a few days ago? Yang Kai looked at the leading cultivator and quickly remembered. This friend. Which master has graced Shimmering Moon City with his presence? Why is there such a grand display? Suddenly, an inquiring voice came from the side. Obviously, the owner of this voice was also confused and was trying to get information from others. I don't know. The person who was asked looked outside curiously. I don't know what you're here to see. The person who asked the question immediately became unhappy. I came to take a look because I didn't know. Aren't you the same? Cough cough, just as everyone was puzzled and whispering to each other to find out the truth, 2 huge heads suddenly popped out from the city gate. These 2 heads had a single horn on them and were pitch black in color. Their skulls were covered with hard scales, and their eyes were like those of snakes, emitting waves of cold light that made people shudder. This is... A knowledgeable person immediately exclaimed. He could already see the origins of these 2 monster beasts. The 2 monster beasts' full appearance was soon imprinted in everyone's vision. If someone said that Yang Kai was a monster race expert known for his strength, then the scene in front of them could be explained. But, he was just a human. How could a human have such terrifying strength? Boom! The thunder flame flying lizard's huge body fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Yang Kai stood in the air, bathed in blood, with a murderous aura, like a god of death from ancient times, making people shudder. He turned his head and looked at the other thunder flame flying lizard that was rushing towards him, grinning. Although the thunder flame flying lizard didn't transform into a human, it had more or less developed spiritual intelligence. Seeing that its companion had been killed by the human in an unimaginable way, how could it dare to approach? It let out a low roar and flapped its wings violently, trying to stop its pace. Presumptuous? Yang Kai squinted at him, not giving him the slightest bit of face as he shouted aggressively, so what if I'm presumptuous? Are you going to bite me? Arrogant. Ma Guna flew into a rage. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant human before. Throughout Monster Star, which human did not know the immensity of heaven and earth like this boy? Even the most powerful human would have to treat the monster race with respect, let alone a city lord like him. Ma Guna glanced over at Mi Tian just as Mi Tian happened to be looking over at him. The two men's eyes met and both understood what the other was thinking. They had to join forces to kill or capture this human, otherwise, the monster race would lose all face. But before they could act though, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere in shimmering Moon City. Mi Tian and Ma Guna were both third-order origin returning realm masters, so they naturally noticed it immediately. What puzzled them though was that they were unable to determine what was causing this energy fluctuation. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he glanced in the direction of the energy fluctuation, frowned for a moment, but soon, as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and he rushed over. His speed was incredibly fast. A second-order origin returning realm master next to Ma Guna shouted as he unscrupulously released his divine sense to probe the inn. But before he could extend his divine sense into the inn, he suddenly noticed a dangerous aura approaching him. The divine sense he extended out transmitted back a scalding hot aura, as if he was being burned by a raging fire. A scream rang out as this monster race master could not help retreating a few steps, clutching his head as his face turned pale. In an instant, all the cultivators' eyes turned towards Yang Kai. They all felt that it was Yang Kai who had just released his divine sense that forced back their fellow monster race master and injured him. Ma Guna's face was gloomy while Mi Tian's smile was playful. This is just a warning, if anyone dares to spy on me again, don't blame me for being impolite, Yang Kai stood in front of everyone and said in a cold voice. Right now, it was a critical moment for his little senior sister's alchemy, and even he did not dare to disturb her, so how could he allow this monster race cultivator to spy on them with their divine senses? What if they interfered with Xia Ning Chang's alchemy? Both of them were second-order origin returning realm cultivators, but in a battle of divine senses, the monster race cultivators seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, causing Ma Guna and Mi Tian, who had attached great importance to Yang Kai, to become even more solemn. Little brat. Ma Guna's deep voice rang out, are you determined to oppose my monster race? Courageous, but a little overconfident, Mi Tian chuckled lightly and said sarcastically. Yang Kai did not speak and simply stared at them coldly. No one dared to doubt Yang Kai's determination. Those monster race masters who were still a little restless and wanted to release their divine senses to spy on them could not help but put aside such thoughts at this moment as fear filled their eyes. Obviously, this human did not have a burly body comparable to the monster race, but just by standing there, he made all the monster race masters feel like they were facing a towering mountain, blocking all the wind and rain for the inn behind him. Inexplicably, while some monster race masters feared Yang Kai, they also felt a trace of admiration for him. Not every human had the courage to face the covetous eyes of so many monster race masters without batting an eyelid. Good, good, good. Little brat, you've repeatedly not put this city lord in your eyes, not even putting my monster race in your eyes, and even contradicting young Master Mi Tian. Today, this place will be your burial ground, I hope you're mentally prepared. Ma Guna could no longer bear it. He was already very dissatisfied with Yang Kai, and now that Yang Kai's attitude was so harsh, how could he compromise? He was only prepared to kill this human brat first. As for what mysteries were hidden in this inn, it would not be too late to investigate them later. Little brat, you're finished. Mi Tian smiled gloatingly at Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. He seemed to be acting free and easy, but Yang Kai had killed the 2 ninth-order monster beast he used to pull his carriage. How could he tolerate such a thing? Now, he could join forces with Ma Guna. All the origin returning realm masters secretly pushed the energy in their bodies, preparing to attack Yang Kai at any time. You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted as an invisible force suddenly spread out from him. All the cultivators surrounded by this force couldn't help feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp, their Saint Chi unable to circulate properly and their meridians blocked. Sure. As soon as Yang Kai released his sure, Ma Guna couldn't help paling. He was shocked to discover that even he was somewhat inferior to this human youth in terms of sure. Over the years, the palace has been recruiting talents, and now such a talent has appeared in Shimmering Moon City. Ma Guna, your luck is good. With your intelligence, you should know what to do next. He looked at Ma Guna with a smile. The latter's expression became solemn as he said loudly, "Many thanks for Master's guidance. Ma Guna understands. After this Grand Master finishes refining this pill, Ma Guna will escort him to the palace. The tribal master will definitely appreciate him. If the tribal master is happy, you will also receive a lot of rewards." He chuckled. Hearing this, Ma Guna's eyes lit up and his smile became even wider, quickly cupping his fists and saying, "This is all thanks to the master's protection." After saying so, he quickly shouted, "Guards!" A group of monster race masters nodded. "Disperse all unrelated people and kill anyone who dares to approach within 500 meters of the inn. Do not disturb the Grand Master's alchemy." "Yes." Mi Tian stood to the side, dumbfounded. The agreement he had secretly reached with Ma Guna just now had been broken by Bahi's words. Not only that, Ma Guna had directly sided with Bahi and taken the initiative to provide manpower to protect the safety of the alchemist in the inn. He had no intention of monopolizing the pill at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be very interested in sending this alchemy grandmaster into the palace. The monster race was not good at alchemy, this was common knowledge. On the contrary, on Monster Star, the human race, who were weak, often produced masters who were proficient in alchemy. Chiyu Tribal Lord gave humans space to live and strictly ordered them not to kill indiscriminately in the Red Moon territory because she wanted to protect those with special talents. For example, alchemists, artifact refiners, and the like. Every 10 years, Chiyu territory would hold some alchemy and artifact refining competitions, in which the humans who stood out would be able to get rid of their lowly status and move into the palace to serve the tribal master. Chiyu Palace had been recruiting talents over the years, and any alchemy grandmaster who could refine pills that could produce spirit phenomena would undoubtedly be favored by Chiyu Tribal Lord. In other words, the grandmaster in the inn now had the label of Chiyu Tribal Lord. Even if Mi Tian's courage was big, in Chiyu territory, he would not dare oppose the tribal master or the masters of the entire Red Moon territory. Right now, he was just here to watch the fun. Mi Tian felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a dead fly. Looking at the many monster race masters from Shimmering Moon City surrounding the inn, Yang Kai chuckled. He was not afraid of entering the palace. Even if Chiyu Tribal Lord was an Origin King Realm Master, as long as he found an opportunity, with his attainments in the Tao of Space, he could easily leave. Not to mention, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. His current alchemy skills were even better than Xia Ning Chang's, and he could even refine Origin King grade pills. If this kind of skill were to be leaked, Qiyu Tribal Lord would likely treat him as an honored guest. After all, Origin King grade alchemists were extremely rare. Throughout the entire star territory, such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Monster Star and Monster Star had never appeared before. Young man, this old master can only help you this much. What you do inside the palace will depend on your own means, but this old master has to warn you in advance, if you want to live, you'd best not be too presumptuous inside the palace. He glanced at Yang Kai and quietly sent him a message. Yang Kai did not comment and instead asked with great interest, Sir Ba, he did not hesitate to expose your identity this time, not just to help our senior sister, but what is your purpose? If it is convenient, can you tell me? Naturally, it's not just to help you. I just want to take this opportunity to return to the palace and ask for Master Tribal Lord's forgiveness. Bahi's face flashed a lonely look. Yang Kai raised his brow as he suddenly remembered that the monster race onlookers had said that 200 years ago, Bahi seemed to have been killed by Tribal Lord Master Tribal Lord himself. But for some reason, he was alive and well in this world. It seemed that there was indeed something between Bahi and Qiyu Tribal Lord. At least, the rumors were wrong. Bahi had not been killed by Qiyu Tribal Lord. Perhaps Qiyu had simply let him go. However, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about other people's affairs, so he simply nodded and said, if that's all, then we can be considered to be cooperating with each other. It's not a big deal, we each take what we need. Ahem. In addition to returning to the palace, this old master actually has one more thing he wants to ask you for help with. Bahi suddenly became embarrassed. What? I want to ask your senior sister to help me perform alchemy. Bahi said bluntly before quickly adding, you can rest assured, I have gathered all the materials. As long as I can refine the pill, I will definitely reward you handsomely. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Depending on senior sister's mood, perhaps she will be willing to help you, Yang Kai grinned. This little bastard, it's like he's burning the bridge after crossing the river. Bahi couldn't help rolling his eyes. The strange phenomenon in the sky became more and more powerful. As time passed, the vortex also covered the sky, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that gathered together made people tremble in fear. This kind of phenomenon was no worse than the world energy baptism that would appear when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm, perhaps even more so. No matter who it was, no one would have thought that a trivial alchemy could cause such a phenomenon. As a result, everyone became even more curious, wanting to know what kind of pill the Grandmaster inside was refining. However, the rich medicinal fragrance made everyone judge that this alchemy was definitely not below origin grade. On Monster Star, there were more than a dozen origin grade alchemists, the most powerful of which was an origin grade high-rank alchemist. Although this alchemist was a human, no monster race cultivator dared to disrespect him on Monster Star. The human race had a very low status on this cultivation star, but those with real talent were valued, resulting in a serious polarization. All of this was thanks to the wise leadership of Red Moon Tribal Lord. If it weren't for her efforts to recruit talented humans, Red Moon territory would not have become so powerful. Among the 10 largest territories on Monster Star, Red Moon territory definitely ranked in the top 3. One had to know that 1,000 years ago, Red Moon territory was the weakest territory on Monster Star. For such a transformation to occur in just 1,000 years, Red Moon territory's contribution could not be ignored. It was conceivable that in the future, Red Moon territory would become the most powerful territory on Monster Star. Unlike the surrounding monster race cultivators, Yang Kai was also an alchemist, so he could judge the progress of his little senior sister from the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance. He was always paying attention to the changes in the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance, secretly feeling nervous for Xia Ning Chang. Ba he said lightly, even if this Grandmaster failed in his refinement this time, being able to create such a big commotion in alchemy shows that he is an extraordinary person. Tribal Master will welcome such talents. Hearing what he said, Ma Guna regained his senses and nodded repeatedly. Master Ba he is right, this city lord has never seen anyone who can create such a big commotion in alchemy. This person must be presented to Tribal Master unscathed. While they were talking, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the inn. Everyone's expression changed as they turned their eyes towards this sound. Yang Kai greeted this newcomer with a smile and quickly walked over. A moment later, a beautiful figure walked out of the inn. Her figure was graceful, her waist was flawless, her jade fingers were slender and white, and the skin on the back of her hand seemed so delicate that it could be broken at any moment. Mi Tian was originally very hostile towards the so-called Grandmaster in the inn and couldn't wait to kill him, but when he saw this figure, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes began to shine brightly. As the young Lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his status was naturally respected, and because he cultivated a demonic art, Mi Tian had no shortage of women around him, let alone beautiful women. He could wantonly pick the beauties of both the human and monster races. However, when he saw this figure, his eyes lit up. Just looking at this figure made Mi Tian want to know what this woman looked like. Looking up, Mi Tian couldn't help frowning. This woman was wearing a black veil, making it impossible for him to see her true appearance, but her clear and flawless eyes were like the purest gems in the world, instantly attracting his attention. This woman's white forehead was adorned with a sapphire, making her appear even more beautiful. Clean. This was Mi Tian's first impression of Xia Ningchang. She was as clean as a mountain stream, causing Mi Tian's heart to stir a little, wishing he could sully this purity to satisfy his heart's desire to profane her. After re-examining her, Mi Tian suddenly found that the black veil covering her face was no longer so irksome and instead seemed to have sublimated her flawless appearance to a supreme level. If not for this veil, without this haze, this pure beauty would have been discounted. It was precisely because of this layer of haze that people were more interested in her. Mi Tian suddenly became interested and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as a wicked light flashed across his eyes. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Xia Ningchang looked a little embarrassed and apologized softly. While she was performing alchemy, she had noticed some movement outside the inn. It was just that she had been distracted and hadn't been able to investigate carefully, so it wasn't until the end of her alchemy that she realized what had happened. Creating such a big scene while performing alchemy would definitely attract a lot of attention. Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and didn't even look at it before throwing it directly to Ba He. The pill is here, Senior can take a closer look. Ba He's expression became serious as he carefully pinched the jade bottle, slowly opened it, and poured out a spirit pill. When the spirit pill came into view, Ba He couldn't help exclaiming, "Pill cloud." The monster race cultivator nodded lightly before suddenly turning his eyes to Ba He and shouting, "Seize him." Several monster race cultivators suddenly appeared and rushed towards Ba He. Ba He stood in place and showed no intention of resisting, allowing these monster race masters to tie him up and seal his Saint Chi. After not seeing you for so long, Dongshi, you're still so ruthless. Ba He chuckled. You still have the face to come back. This time, you won't walk out of Half Moon Mountain alive. The monster race cultivator named Dongshi coldly snorted. Whether I can live or not depends on Tribal Lord Master. Dongshi, you and I have known each other for so many years, you should put in a few good words for me. You're delusional. Dongshi squinted at him, but you can rest assured, as long as Tribal Lord Master gives the order to kill you, I will personally send you on your way. You really are ruthless. On the other hand, the woman on the right was frowning slightly, a look of suspicion on her face as her beautiful eyes stared out of the hall, as if she was trying to see through the barrier of space and into the distance. As time passed, the woman's expression began to change, gradually becoming one of joy and excitement. Her originally lazy posture gradually straightened and her tender body could not help trembling slightly. Her pair of beautiful eyes burst out with amazing splendor as she bit her red lips lightly, a look of anticipation appearing on her pretty face as a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The many monster race cultivators below took in this scene and felt their hearts beating violently in their chests as their mouths went dry. They'd never seen this lord reveal such a charming smile, and for a time, they were actually unable to resist the temptation brought about by that smile. They wished for nothing more than to immerse their minds within it and allow themselves to sink into oblivion. Even if they were bound by darkness and would never be able to see the light of day, they wouldn't hesitate. Many monster race cultivators sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly circulated their Saint Chi to attack their minds. They would rather harm themselves to regain their senses quickly. If they continued to sink, they were afraid that they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. What a disaster! The adopted daughter that Sir Monarch took in back then was indeed a troublemaker. Even the most famous woman from the Fox clan in the monster race was inferior to her in terms of seduction and charm. How could a mere human have such charm? Many monster race cultivators could not figure it out even after racking their brains. With such an existence, it was likely that even the most outstanding monster race disciple was not worthy of her. Why haven't you come yet? This uncle is worried to death. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the palace, completely waking the monster race cultivators from their stupor. They all looked up at the towering brawny man. The burly man felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles as he scratched his head with his thick hands before turning to the enchanting woman next to him and putting on a flattering look, an ugly smile on his face as he hummed, "Little sister, why don't you wait here while elder brother takes care of his own business first?" The enchanting woman glanced at him and chuckled, "You Xiong, this is adoptive mother's order. The one who has come is an alchemy grandmaster, so etiquette cannot be lacking. If you run away and adoptive mother finds out about this, little sister won't speak up for you." Ahem. Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly, thinking of the horror of his adoptive mother and could not help shivering, his tall and strong body suddenly seeming to shrink. "I was just saying, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." As soon as Yu Xiong's voice fell, a monster race woman walked in from the door, walked up to the main hall, and bowed gracefully, lightly opening her red lips and saying, "To master, the one has been brought. She's finally here." Yu Xiong coldly snorted, a look of displeasure filling his face. This uncle wants to see if this alchemy grandmaster really has any skill. If she's like the previous ones, just fishing for fame, don't blame this uncle for being impolite and tearing her apart. Because Red Moon valued humans with special talents. Therefore, in Red Moon territory, many humans dreamed of being appreciated by the Master Tribal Lord and living on Half Moon Mountain. However, some people clearly had no ability but bragged about how amazing they were in an attempt to make up the numbers. Without exception, all of these people were cruelly killed by Yu Xiong. As such, this time, Yu Xiong did not believe that there was really a human who could refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds. Most likely, it was just Shimmering Moon City's city lord who wanted to profit from it. Quickly invite them in. The enchanting woman above suppressed the excitement in her heart. She called out in a trembling voice. "Yes." The monster race woman nodded. Turning around and looking behind her, she beckoned. A man and a woman walked over side by side, the man's figure tall and sturdy. The woman was petite and dainty. The eyes of the two swept around the hall casually. Both of them then fixed on the enchanting woman. Yang Kai grinned. Xia Ning Chang also pursed her lips and chuckled. The enchanting woman's tender body trembled slightly as a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, but fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good. In front of so many people, she did not lose her composure. Taking a few deep breaths, she calmed her excitement and raised her smooth chin slightly as her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, a look of love and hatred flashing across them. No one noticed that her silver teeth were lightly clenched, making a slight noise. "To Master, they have arrived," the monster race woman reported respectfully. "Oh, wasn't it said that only women were alchemy grandmasters? What's this man doing here?" Yu Xiong looked at Yang Kai curiously. The monster race woman replied, "These two seem to be senior sister and junior brother from the same sect. So it's just a little boy toy." Yu Xiong sneered, "Uncle despises this kind of person the most." He subconsciously regarded Yang Kai as someone who relied on Xia Ning Chang to live off a woman. Yang Kai did not care about his evaluation and continued to stare at the enchanting woman with a playful smile on his face, seemingly unable to bear Yang Kai's aggressive and unflinching gaze. The enchanting woman glared at him fiercely, a look of rebuke flashing across her beautiful eyes. "In front of so many people, bold humans, why haven't you saluted the two master?" From the monster race crowd on both sides, angry shouts suddenly rang out. Red Moon Territory had dispatched so many people and even had two esteemed masters personally greet them, which was more than enough to give the alchemy grandmaster face. It was only reasonable that these two humans should not stand here foolishly and should at least show some humility. But they actually stood there without moving. They really thought too highly of themselves. Without the appreciation of a master tribal lord, what were these humans worth? They were nothing more than accessories to the monster race. What was even more intolerable to the monster race crowd was that this little boy toy had been staring at their master since he entered the hall, not even blinking once, as if he wanted to swallow this master alive. How rude. Even if this master's charm was boundless, a trivial human should not act so presumptuously. How could this master be blasphemed by a mere human? Many monster race masters glared at Yang Kai at this moment. "You little boy toy, where are you looking at?" Yu Xiong also noticed that something was wrong and quickly got up, glared at Yang Kai, and said fiercely, "Do you believe Uncle won't dig out your eyes? Human, there are some people you can't look at, just relax and act as a little boy toy." A monster race master nearby sneered. This human was too insatiable. Although the face of the woman beside him could not be seen clearly, just by looking at her figure and skin color, one could tell that she was definitely a rare beauty. It was fine that he was not satisfied, but he actually dared to cast covetous eyes on that lord. He really did not know what was good for him. This human girl must be blind. How could she be with such a man? Such an excellent alchemy grandmaster could only be matched by the elite disciples of the monster race. If this uncle were to take action, I could give you a quick death, but if little sister were to take action, heh heh heh. When the monster race masters standing on either side heard that this master was going to teach this little gigolo a lesson herself, they immediately cheered up and secretly looked forward to the show. But then again, to be able to be taught a lesson by this master herself, this little gigolo, was truly blessed. Many monster race masters showed looks of envy. A moment later, the coquettish woman arrived in front of Yang Kai, her smooth white chin still slightly raised, giving her a noble and inviolable look, revealing her white slender neck, a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply stared back at her with a smile. The woman grit her teeth and slowly stretched out her hand, her jade finger poking towards Yang Kai's chest. Yu Xiong watched unhappily, looking forward to what kind of inhumane and heinous method his little sister would use to torture this shameless guy. Many monster race masters also stretched their necks forward, a look of satisfaction on their faces. Pointing her jade finger at Yang Kai's chest, the coquettish woman grit her teeth and said, "Tell me, should I dig out your heart, pull out your liver, or directly cut open your stomach and see if there's black or white inside? Do you hate me that much?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Yes." The coquettish woman raised her chin a little more. "I hate you to the bone. I wish I could tear you into 10,000 pieces. I wish I could grind your bones to dust, huh?" Yang Kai chuckled dryly. As the coquettish woman spoke, her jade finger gently poked Yang Kai's chest as she ground her teeth, as if there was some kind of deep hatred between her and Yang Kai. Yu Xiong's face flashed with excitement as he secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's reaction. His little sister didn't seem to be using any overly harsh means, but with her ability, it should be easy for her to cause this little gigolo some internal injuries. Yu Xiong wondered if this little gigolo's 5 viscera and 6 organs would turn into a pool of pus after being poked a few times by his little sister, but why did his little sister's tone sound so sad? Yu Xiong scratched his head, puzzled. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai showed a helpless look as he grabbed the coquettish woman's little hand. The other party tried to pull back but was unable to do so. The group of monster race masters were immediately filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. Audacious! This little brat not only dared to flirt with their master, but now even dared to take advantage of her. How could they tolerate this? Just as they were about to rush out and teach Yang Kai a good lesson, they saw a shy look appear on the master's face, her white cheeks blushing slightly, even her neck becoming pink. Her raised chin lowered at some point and her proud temperament became gentle and pleasant at this moment. What was going on? Why did the master have such a reaction? The group of monster race masters were dumbfounded. "You bastard!" The coquettish woman cursed softly, a look of grievance appearing on her beautiful eyes. "Didn't I tell you I was on Monster Star? Why didn't you come to see me until now?" "I couldn't help it. Sailing through Monster Star's territory is not a place where I can come and go as I please." Yang Kai explained helplessly, being able to come here this time was really a stroke of luck. "Aren't I here now?" "Qing Luo, don't be angry, you're making a fool of yourself." "They've been making a fool of themselves for a long time." Shan Qing Luo glared at Yang Kai. "Did you want the situation to become like this? Are you satisfied now?" "Huh." Yang Kai grinned. "In fact, I didn't expect you to be the one to receive me and little senior sister. You've wronged me." "If that's the case, then I won't argue with you," Shan Qing Luo snorted lightly. While the two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other, the many monster race masters in the hall all stared blankly. By now, how could they not know that their master and this little gigolo seemed to have known each other for a long time and had a very close relationship? Otherwise, how could they be flirting like this? This was almost unacceptable to them. Yu Xiong was also dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never seen his little sister treat any man so kindly, and when his little sister was talking to this little gigolo, she actually showed a look of satisfaction and happiness. Yu Xiong had seen his little sister appear lonely more than once when she was alone, but now, her satisfaction formed a sharp contrast with her previous loneliness. "Your status here seems to be very high," Yang Kai asked softly. To be honest, seeing Shan Qing Luo sitting high up in the hall here really surprised him. Although he had long known that Shan Qing Luo had been adopted by Red Moon Tribal Lord as an adopted daughter, after all, they were from different races. Yang Kai had thought that Shan Qing Luo was living a very difficult life here, but now that he saw her, he realized he was wrong. Adoptive mother values me very much, so those monster race masters don't dare disrespect me," Shan Qing Luo replied softly. "Who is that guy? He seems to have the same status as you." Yang Kai looked up at Yu Xiong. "Like me, he was taken in by adoptive mother and is nominally my eldest brother, but he is a genuine monster race master. Shanqing Luo explained softly, and after she finished speaking, she found that the trace of hostility in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly disappeared. This discovery made her heart leap with joy. Shanqing Luo knew better than anyone what it meant for a man to be jealous of a woman. Elder brother-in-law, hello. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and smiled at Yu Xiong, greeting him loudly. Yu Xiong's eyes instantly fell to the ground. If Yu Xiong had some speculations when he saw his little sister act so intimately with this gigolo just now, Yang Kai's greeting confirmed his suspicions. His little sister and this gigolo actually had that kind of relationship. How is that possible? Yu Xiong looked at Shanqing Luo in disbelief but was surprised to find that his little sister did not try to deny it and was instead smiling shyly. Yu Xiong seemed to have heard some kind of shattering sound and could not help glancing around at the other monster race masters in the hall, only to find that all of them wore looks of grief and indignation, as if their hearts were being twisted by knives as they stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, as if they wished to turn their gazes into sharp arrows and kill this gigolo on the spot. Yu Xiong's mind was a little confused and he did not know what to say to Yang Kai. Suddenly, he glanced at Xia Ningchang, who had been standing quietly next to Yang Kai, and asked, "What is the relationship between you and this girl?" "Little senior sister is my woman." Yang Kai smiled, reaching out and hugging Xia Ningchang's waist while pulling Shanqing Luo into his embrace with his other hand. Shanqing Luo struggled slightly but still complied with Yang Kai's wishes, snuggling into Yang Kai's arms with a blush. Yu Xiong's jaw dropped as he stared dumbfoundedly at this human gigolo with a brilliant smile on his face, a feeling of admiration welling up in his heart as he gave him a big thumbs up. This is a true winner in life. A perfect example of a gigolo. This old man was the #1 general under Qi Yu's tribal lord several hundred years ago. His aptitude was top-notch, and he had cultivated to the third-order origin returning realm long ago. In terms of no origin returning realm master could compare to him. For a time, he was known as the #1 master under the origin king realm on Monster Star. He was also the most promising existence on Monster Star to break through to the origin king realm. Once he achieved this, it meant that he could stand on equal footing with Qi Yu and become a powerful tribal lord-level existence. However, when Ba He was at his peak, he fell in love with a human woman at first sight and fell in love with her again. The monster race had always rejected the union of humans and monsters, let alone a future rising star like Ba He. The resistance he encountered was naturally greater than anyone else, especially from Qi Yu's tribal lord, which made Ba He even more miserable. If things continued to develop like this, with Ba He's arrogant temperament, it was very likely that he would betray the monster race. At that time, he would definitely become a character hated by everyone on Monster Star. Qi Yu's tribal lord also had a headache. She naturally didn't want to see her most capable general being forced into such a desperate situation. Out of her love for talent, she was even prepared to accept this fact and allow Ba He to marry that human woman. After all, although the monster race and human race couldn't openly unite, some monster race masters liked to play with human beauties. This was a very normal thing. Which monster race master didn't have a few human beauties as playthings in their mansion? It was just that everyone had a tacit understanding not to make this matter public. As long as Ba He could break through to the origin king realm, what did it matter if he married a human woman? But before she could make this clear to Ba He, a melodramatic event occurred. The human woman actually became the demon race at a critical juncture when breaking through a minor realm and died suddenly. After learning this news, Ba He was completely disheartened and furious. He subconsciously believed that the reason why his beloved woman became the demon race was definitely related to Qi Yu's tribal lord. Perhaps the tribal lord master had done something in secret. As such, He made a scene on Half Moon Mountain and went to Qi Yu's palace to confront her face to face. No one knew what happened in her palace, but when Qi Yu's master came out, she announced that Ba He was ungrateful and had committed treason, so she personally killed him. Since then, there had been no news of Ba He for 200 years. Until this time, when he took the initiative to appear in Shimmering Moon City. So, Qi Yu's tribal lord didn't kill Ba He back then and instead let him go? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. The alchemy competition held on the spot was also won by Xia Ning Chang with an absolute advantage. Qi Yu was overjoyed to obtain such a talent and immediately offered extremely generous conditions, allowing Xia Ning Chang to live in the palace with peace of mind and perform alchemy for her. If it weren't for Xia Ning Chang's inexperience and age, the position of chief alchemist in the palace would likely have changed hands. All day long, he did nothing but stay by this girl's side, never leaving her side, as if he was afraid someone would snatch her away. However, one couldn't blame him for doing this. He didn't have much ability and could only rely on women to make a living, so of course he had to keep a close eye on her. For such an outstanding woman like Grandmaster Xia, there were likely countless suitors. Grandmaster Xia, these are the materials for 100 sets of origin-grade pills. The tribal master said that if you want more materials, you only need to tell this maidservant and the palace will unconditionally provide you with sufficient materials. The maidservant in green respectfully handed over more materials. Many thanks. Xia Ning Chang smiled lightly. Just put them there, Yang Kai gestured lightly. The maidservant in green glared at him fiercely before putting down the materials in her hands. After thinking for a while, she suddenly shouted, "I'll trouble you to treat Grandmaster Xia better, you shameless man." After saying so, she left in a huff. Yang Kai was puzzled and frowned. Why did she scold me? I didn't provoke her. Xia Ning Chang chuckled and comforted, "Don't worry, others may not know junior brother's excellence, but I know." Yang Kai's heart warmed. Xia Ning Chang lowered her head and whispered, "Actually, this is good. I was really afraid that more women would know how excellent you are. Since little senior sister says so, then I'll be at ease as your little gigolo." Yang Kai laughed. Xia Ning Chang's face blushed slightly. The word gigolo always made her think of some bad things. Red Moon Territory was one of the top 3 territories on Monster Star, so it was naturally rich and produced a lot of precious treasures. What's more, this was Monster Star, where there were countless monster beasts, so the palace didn't lack the herbs and monster beast monster cores needed for alchemy. No matter how much Xia Ning Chang wanted, the palace would be able to satisfy her. In order to get as many benefits as possible from this place, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang's senior sister spared no effort in alchemy. They only refined 30% of all the materials and handed the refined pills to the green-clothed maidservant before taking new materials from her. The remaining 70% was pocketed by Yang Kai. This kind of opportunity to plunder alchemy materials was rare, so how could Yang Kai let it go? He didn't care about it himself. Now that he was an Origin King-grade alchemist, unless he used Origin King-grade materials to practice, he could effectively improve his alchemy skills. Otherwise, no matter how many pills he refined, it would only increase his proficiency. But Xia Ningchang was different. She needed a huge number of materials to perform alchemy and improve her cultivation. As the Star Master of Tongxian realm, the little senior sister was eager to improve her cultivation so that she could bring vitality to her homeland. The materials obtained from the palace would become a stepping stone for Xia Ningchang's growth. Xia Ningchang's outstanding performance made Qiyu very happy. Although there were several origin-grade alchemists in the palace, none of them could perform alchemy as efficiently and quickly as Xia Ningchang. It could be said that even if all the origin-grade alchemists in the palace were added together, they would still be inferior to Xia Ningchang. Qiyu felt that if Xia Ningchang could serve in the palace for 10 years, it was very likely that Qiyu would be able to create hundreds of origin-returning realm cultivators. This was not a joke. If there really was 10 years, the pills refined by Xia Ningchang and given to a talented monster race cultivator would definitely be effective in helping them grow. Qiyu was more and more optimistic about Xia Ningchang, granting almost all of her requests without the slightest hesitation. This kind of indulgence made it even more convenient for Yang Kai to collect materials. Yang Kai was already considering whether he should obtain some Origin King-grade materials from Qiyu. There had never been an Origin King-grade alchemist on Monster Star before. This meant that there must be a large number of Origin King-grade herbs stored in the palace. Yang Kai had already learned this from Shanqing Luo and knew that Qiyu had a storehouse where many precious materials were stored, many of which were Origin King-grade. This made Yang Kai very excited. To be honest, this was just a test. Yang Kai tried his best to control the range of his power to the smallest extent possible. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He thought that such a slight test wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, the moment his divine sense made contact with the invisible resistance, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the palace. This aura was so strong that it made everyone shudder. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes had appeared in the void and were overlooking the entire palace, observing everyone's actions. Under the gaze of these eyes, no one dared to act rashly. This aura rippled and soon swept across the entire palace before disappearing. Many people fell to the ground in embarrassment, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even origin-returning realm masters felt weak in their hands and feet at this moment. What is Master Tribal Lord looking for? I don't know. Did someone do something in the palace that angered her? Everyone was discussing this matter, but they were still puzzled. Everyone knew that this powerful aura belonged to the Red Moon Tribal Lord. She was the only one who could silence the entire palace with a single thought. Yang Kai was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Qiyu to react so quickly. If it weren't for the stone mongoose's special physique that allowed them to perfectly blend into the surrounding earth, his embodiment would have been exposed. After such a commotion, Yang Kai no longer dared to do anything to the storehouse and quickly controlled his embodiment to retreat. Inside Qiyu's palace, her brow furrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face, muttering to herself, "Strange, the barrier around the storehouse was obviously touched, so why didn't she notice anything?" She was also somewhat puzzled. No one could act presumptuously in her territory, and no one could hide from her prying eyes, so she thought that the barrier around the storehouse had been in disrepair for many years and had some kind of problem that caused the anomaly just now. Thinking so, she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to investigate and instead showed a smile of interest as she whispered softly, "But Yu Xiong seems to have become smarter this time, knowing how to kill with a borrowed knife. This queen wants to see just how much skill this human has." Saying so, she quietly sent her divine sense to the loft where Xia Ningchang was, observing the situation. Inside the loft, Yang Kai had just taken back the stone mongoose into the black book space when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and glanced towards a certain spot in the void, his brow furrowed. At this moment, he felt like he was being spied on, but when he carefully probed with his divine sense, he found nothing. Could it be that what happened just now was exposed and Chi Yu was monitoring me? Yang Kai's face went black. Oh, this little guy actually noticed something? Chi Yu called out in surprise.